To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
The last 3 games remain for the first set of 32 teams to secure a spot within the top 64. But will their plans in execution turn out as they are hoping for? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another exciting day of the iQOO BMPS 2024. This is Super Johnny, John, my buddy Necro alongside with me. And Necro, we're off to a great start after the grand reshuffle has happened. Yesterday we saw an interesting couple of matches, but today, last 3 matches to either qualify or to just say bye-bye.
And let's speak about some of the standout performances from yesterday. Reckoning Esports igniting that comeback. And speaking of igniting things, Ignite Gaming themselves just dominating the entire grounds in the ladder group.
And of course, a brilliant bounce back from Assam Titans as well. That was a team that was struggling in the middle pack, but yesterday's performance does put them in a fighting position for the top 64 as well.
Exactly. Assam Titans just coming out of nowhere, doing so good in the lobby. Also taking the fights against some of the formidable forces. We never saw this coming from a banner like Assam Titans that was struggling so much in the first 6 games that they played. But now the latter 6 games off to a great start.
Exactly, and we have been expecting the cutter to fall between somewhere around the 60-point marker, plus minus 5 points. So 55 to 65 points is what we came upon. And again, there are a lot of teams that are still in the fight. Aerobotz sitting at a grand total of 48 points as of now in the overall leaderboard. We have Hirdmen with 40 points. Team Empire, they have secured 15 points in week 1, 15 points in the 3 matches they played yesterday as well. But still, the opportunity is there. All they need is 30 more points.
Listen, there's way too many teams still on that struggling phase. You cannot even forget the fact that a few teams like Team Empire, as you just brought up the name, even they're on the struggling side of things. And we know Team Empire, they have been on the forefront whenever we see the Undergods in play. Team Empire is one of the names that pops up first in our minds. But you also need to remember what all these teams are fighting for.
Exactly. There's a lot of pressure on the line because there's a massive prize pool on the line as well for a lot of these teams. In fact, for anyone who makes it all the way towards the grand finale, ladies and gentlemen, 2 crore rupees in prize money on the line for iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, it is going to be a big achievement for anyone who walks away with the trophy and also 75 lakh rupees in the bag.
Exactly. 75 lakh rupees will be given to the champion team, the team that manages to win this iQOO BMPS 2024. The runners-up will be getting 30 lakhs and the second runner-up getting 20 lakhs. Once again, big chunks of money available for these teams to grab. But this is only going to come into fruition when you qualify for the grand finals. A lot of these teams are struggling even in the round 1 itself.
Exactly, and it's not going to be easy to move forward if you are going to struggle today as well. Last 3 matches, so if you think about it, in 3 games, mathematically it might be possible for a team to secure 15 points in every single game, get a grand total of 45 points from today's matches and move forward. But in practicality, is that actually going to happen? Because again, it's not just the prize money. The MVP of the final gets to walk, or in fact, ride home on the Hero Extreme 160R4V, and the survivor of the final gets to ride home on the Hero Extreme 125R.
Exactly. Let's move on towards the points distribution and see what you need to do to exactly place yourself in a better spot in the overall standings. If you manage to place yourself first in the game, you get 10 points. Second, you get 6. Third, you get 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards until you see the best part about this points distribution. That's going to be 1 point for each finish that you claim inside of the game. And that's why GT, they've always been doing so good. Firepower has been their main gameplay.
Exactly. In the matches they played yesterday, they were only able to secure 5 placement points, and yet 16 finishes in the 3 games, and one of the games they didn't even survive that long. I think it was the game of Miramar where they were one of the first few teams to get eliminated with just 1 finish on the board. And yet Gujarat Tigers, they've met or in fact made a decent aggregate for themselves, all because of that performance that came in week 1. Now week 2, especially considering it's the last day for group 1 and 2 from Set Blue, what are your expectations? Are you hopeful about any team that is still struggling in the middle pack, but today in these last 3 games, do you think that maybe, yes, they can secure those 10 points per match and qualify?
I mean, listen, let's be realistic over here. If you're all the way on the last page of the overall standings, the chances are already gone. But if you still want to be on the positive side of things, you can't say these 3 games do come in with a big glimmer of hope, knowing the fact that, yes, if you do get 20 points per game, maybe then you can move on forward, but still that's too much to ask for.
Exactly. The only team that has managed to score 20 points per game, and they did it only for 2 games, it was Ignite Gaming. Yesterday was phenomenal. They played like monsters. And again, in the third match, they weren't able to really pull that off again. So no one has been able to accomplish that feat yet, but we do have the overall rankings in front of us at the end of day 1 of week 2. Ignite Gaming 47 points they were able to secure. Reckoning Esports with 37. Xpark, they have been very consistent with how they've been playing. 35 points on the board yesterday. No chicken dinners, but who cares? Xpark was already doing very well in terms of the overall leaderboard as well.
I'm not gonna lie, Johnny, I'm still missing the peak FS Esports. I'm still waiting for that FS Esports to strike down the lobby. The latter half on the board, you also do see teams like Aerobotz, Hirdmen, NXT's right there, Heroes Gaming. This team is still on the struggling side of things. While you try and flip the page all the way towards the last one, you see Blind Esports with just 4 points accumulated in the span of 3 games. What is going on with Blind Esports?
Blind doesn't care at all. Blind did extremely well for themselves in week 1. They were able to secure 70 plus points. I think they got 73 points if I'm not wrong. Let me check. And I think because of that, Blind Esports, their performance in week 1, it has made sure that they are going to be in a comfortable position in terms of the overall ranking as well. And I think that is one of the reasons that Blind Esports yesterday, they kept their heads down. They were just chilling in their games. And maybe today, considering it's the last, they're going to get that warm-up in again. I mean, because majority of the teams they might end up competing with once they move to round 2 are in their group.
Anki from the Hindi desk was pretty confident on the fact that the cutoff might just be between 65 to 70. That's what he was saying. Now, that's a lot to ask for, speaking about the teams that are still struggling so far to qualify. But if that's going to be the case, then 75 has to be the safest marker.
I mean, it can be, but the problem is that what we saw yesterday, there were a few outliers, 1 or 2 teams from each single group that were performing very well. But majority of the teams that did well yesterday are the same teams that did well in week 1. That is going to create a vacuum of points for the top 32. And that might cause a lot of trouble for the teams that are struggling to qualify. But we do have the predictions from all of the commentators, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens. Necro, you've gone for WSB, just like Ocean. Salty has gone for Reckoning Esports. Me and Sparrowy are on the same page about Xpark. Anki went with Gujarat Tigers, and Maisie has gone for Ignite Gaming.
For some reason, I've got this semblance of hope knowing the fact that today WSB will hit the lobby back. Because yesterday they made a lot of those mistakes that were not properly calculated. That's why we also saw Omega getting welcomed to his face with a shotgun in that one single fight that we saw WSB take, which was a proper 4-on-4 collision. But let's just hope today things going to be much more different. It's WSB we're speaking of. They're supposed to be the powerhouse inside of the lobby, and we know what they're capable of. But now let's move the conversation on towards some of the other known names, and that's going to be GLITCHxREBORN. GLITCHxREBORN is still not exactly in the safety barriers if the safety line is going to be somewhere around the 75 marker.
I think they can make it, though. They are sitting at 68-point marker right now, so just a few more points. How much is that? 7 points needed.
Maybe 10 points, just round figure.
That's going to be that is going to make things extremely complicated. I mean, if the cutoff is going beyond 70 points, I don't know. I mean, some of the big names are going to be sitting out and watching this iQOO BMPS from home then.
Yeah, that's definitely going to happen because all these undergods, one thing is for sure, even they're establishing that comeback. We've still got a lot more groups to come, by the way, so anything can happen. But you know what? It's something that's going to bring a big smile on our viewers' faces. That's going to be this iQOO Z9S series. This is starting from 17,999. And not just that, if you move on towards Google and search iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win iQOO Z9S Pro. That's even incredible. And 15 of those devices are being given away right now.
Exactly. So are you going to be lucky enough to receive one of these devices? Go ahead on Google. Just try your luck out. And of course, it's an amazing device. The segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, 5500 mAh battery, 80-watt flash charge, 2000 Hz of touch sampling rate. So doesn't matter how quick your reaction times are, this device will be able to keep up with all of those. And you know what I love about this the most? I mean, it is a big device, so someone like me, I play with 5-finger claw, right? I sometimes struggle on smaller devices. My grip is always messed up, but on this, it just feels comfortable.
And the best part is we're constantly giving back to the community, right? Now this time, 15 of these devices are being given away, the iQOO Z9S Pro, so that's even better. You can be one of the lucky winners. You never know. You might as well just give it a shot. But speaking of things and how things are going to be looking like in the future, what is your prediction going to be for the first game?
I think for the first game, it might just be Gujarat Tigers, or maybe I'm expecting a bounce back from Team Empire, because it is definitely quite critical that Team Empire performs to the best of their abilities today. As I mentioned, Week 1, 15 points. Week 2, 15 points. So Team Empire now, that total tally, not 15 points, 16 points in week 1, 14 in the matches they played yesterday. But then again, the total tally comes out to about 30 points.
Yeah.
That is not enough. They need 30 more points in the 3 matches that they have, and they need 1 win. If Empire can walk away with 1 chicken dinner, that changes everything. And it needs to happen in game 1. If it doesn't happen in the first game of Erangel, then it will build up a lot more pressure for the map of Miramar and Sanhok and Team Empire. We have noticed this in the past. This team does not do well under pressure.
That's for sure. And it's always been the main point, right, that we've been speaking of. All it takes is one single game to change your fate.
Yeah.
And that pretty much can stand true to a lot of these teams that have been choking up so far. Now, you cannot really forget the fact that what we saw yesterday from 4 Miracles, the last game, the rotation all the way down south, it was brilliant. And then sealing that chicken dinner away too, or not exactly sealing that chicken dinner, barely missing it if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they barely missed out on it, but it was a wonderful game. I think they had like 15 or 16 eliminations from that match. And 4 Miracle again, even week 1 wasn't that bad for them. They got 35 points in the first week and 26 just yesterday. So their total aggregate also brings them over 60. As long as you're over 60, after your 9 games are done, you still have a lot of hope for qualifying. But before we jump into the game, Necro, quickly, what is your prediction for this first match?
Oh man, I'm going to go with Ignite Gaming, a team that's already been doing great.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean that they might just drop the ball today because they do not need to perform?
We'll find that out as the games rolls up on the screen, starting all the way from Georgopol towards Norupnoy. This time, the plane flat path is once again the similar one that we have been witnessing so far. Johnny, what's going on with these plane fly paths?
I think it's just making sure that the players are as comfortable as they want to be in the early stages of the match, so that the mid-game, when they are actually fighting, they fight to the best of their abilities. But let's see, it still denies the entirety of the northeastern quadrant of the map, so if you do want to glide towards Yasnaya, you're going to struggle. Severny is going to be off limits as well. And with this particular group, what we noticed yesterday was that entire fiasco between Versatile Esports, Gujarat Tigers, and of course the players from Ignite Gaming that happened in Pochinki. I would love to see that happen once more, but I think we are going to be denied that today. Gujarat Tigers, they've taken a drop towards the Georgopol city and towards the northwestern quadrant is where we are seeing the players of Versatile Esports go. What is going on? This flight path was right over Pochinki.
Yeah.
They have abandoned it completely, and Versatile Esports did not need to do that at all. They were in a comfortable position in the overall rankings as well.
Yeah, for Versatile Esports, they were getting constantly targeted by GT. Maybe that's one of the main reasons why they have this time switched things up. And there's also Ignite Gaming dropping right on top of Pochinki. So they just want to have a safer start, just be on the safer side of things, right? If you try and speak of this entire team, Versatile Esports, let's be honest, still it's one of those teams that is trying to search their form. We know the peak performance is not something we're witnessing right now.
They do have 3 matches, 1 game of Erangel. They are sitting at 60 points in terms of the overall rankings. So for Versatile, even if they mess up 1 game, all they need is somewhere about 10 points in total to attain that safety cushion. And in 2 matches, a team like Team Versatile can very easily secure 10 points. So I'm quite amazed that they've gone for the safer approach. I mean, as we were talking about it in the early stages, teams definitely do want to figure out how to handle those panic situations, how to handle those off plays. And a Pochinki drop clash is something that Team Versatile need to prepare themselves for. Otherwise, I mean, this is an adaptive playstyle. Luckily, it works out for them, by the way, since we have a northern circle. So landing towards Zaki, Team Versatile can easily rotate towards the Severny city and take control of that northern part. But what is going on over here? Team Cosmic going up against Hirdmen.
It's not looking too good. Both these teams are struggling way too much when it comes to the points. For Team Cosmic, we saw them perform pretty well, especially in the latter 3 games that they played. But Pork, the man's on the run, and he's also taken a lot of damage upon himself. All it takes is 1 single bullet to get the man knocked out. But even finding that 1 single connection seems a little bit too much, especially when you're using an AKM with a 4X.
Yeah, Pork barely managed to survive, and quite a brilliant driving towards the end as well. But Hirdmen, not off to a great start, starting this game with just 3 players, already a deficit. And again, as we were talking about Hirdmen, 40 points on the overall leaderboard, so they do need about 30 or so points to get themselves to a safety cushion. It's not going to be easy, though. They have been struggling yesterday.
They indeed have been. Hirdmen, they need 1 single big game. Maybe that can bring them back in the race, but still it's a big maybe.
Yeah.
So far, they have been messing up in volumes. So a consistent performance is definitely needed. Maybe back-to-back good games. That can also save the day for them. The boat is now sinking, and we do not know what can be done. You move on towards GT, and for GT, things have been looking pretty dandy, pretty nice. By dandy, I meant with the way they have been approaching the games recently. It's quite scrappy, but still, GT, they've already made the mark. It does not even matter.
Yeah, all of the hard work they did during week 1 has allowed them the luxury of just playing however they want inside of week 2. And we saw them utilize that opportunity to settle grudges yesterday against the players of Team Versatile. But GLITCHREBORN, we were talking about them, and it seems like they could not find any vehicles, so it's just bicycles.
Yeah.
Max Bus literally just carrying his teammate Vishu, and finally they find a coupe.
It's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Why was he still sitting on the bicycle? Okay, finally. Gets off of it. Now both the players on the move towards the better spot. Maybe. They're not done on the loot just yet. They haven't really looted a lot. Look at the utilities. They don't really have a lot to back themselves up. So one thing is for sure, they need a bit more. Aero Esports, a team that's already doing phenomenal. So far, they've had their Cinderella story going on. But I really hope it lasts for a long time. It's not going to be a short burst. And usually that's what happens with a lot of these known faces, right? They come in with a short burst. We all get super excited. And then in the later stages, they're just not able to perform. It's a big choke.
It can be, but Aero Esports, again, no incentive to actually put themselves under a lot of pressure. 80 points already on the board, but Hirdmen and Pork in particular actually starts things off in a brilliant manner. Trade comes in against the players of Team Cosmic, who did try to push the Hirdmen into a corner. This nade, if it connects, it's going to help them secure the advantage in this fight. The trade in utilities from either side damage dished out, but no knock secured. Now Pork, it's going to be very difficult for him to come out of this in one piece alive, but he has his teammates surrounding this compound. Team Cosmic, do they survive? No love, a risky move, stepping out into the open like that, and Pork, he escapes, joins the rest of his team. And we're back again and reset in this fight.
And once again, Cosmic's got the man advantage. THM started things off with just a 3-man squad. So it's going to be a rough pill to swallow. For TC, though, with the way things started off in the fight, it isn't looking too good. Crimson wants to create this off angle. Maybe he can catch someone off guard, and the chances of that happening are definitely a lot. He's now going to go for a few shots with the AKM, dishes a lot of damage, and he connects that crucial headshot. It's going to find the knock instantly. Now Pork is over there too to try and save the day. But unfortunately, the man gets confirmed instantly. Crimson has a perfect angle to play this fight. And now Pork and his teammate are the last two surviving players for Tribe Hirdmen. It's quite a bad start for them. But not a lot can be said on behalf of this start. Pork with the shotgun up close and personal. There's also a few utils that are being cooked by the opponents. And Pork now, it's time to reposition. That's what he wants to pull off, but this nade might just do a lot of damage. Overcooked a bit. No Love was not able to find any connection. And now here comes a returning nade from Pork. It does some damage, but not enough to get the knockout. Pork is taken down way too low. A few more utilities tossed in the front, but this time it's not going to do the damage at all. And for Dextro, this man is in a whole world of trouble himself. He cannot even provide that cover fire anymore. ZODOP's taken down way too low. The man's making the push with the M416 in the hand. And even ZODOP's got his hands on the shotgun as he strikes down the player with one single shell.
And it is a phenomenal performance coming in from Team Cosmic yet again on day 2 of the week. Even the previous week, day number 1, it did not really go their way. Week 2 is where we saw, day number 2 is where we saw them bounce back. 28 points is what they got as a total of the 6 matches played in that opening week. And now yesterday, they just got 2 points in the 3 games. And today, already in the first match, they have outdone themselves.
I just feel bad for Tribe Hirdmen.
Why?
Yesterday was a bad day. Today started off pretty bad as well. It's a returning name, and they've always been there in the official tournaments, at least in the early phase of the tournament.
And that's going to happen to a lot of these teams, right? Majority of them are returning names, because after all, this is the Pro Series. It's called the Pro Series for a reason. I mean, you talk about Bot Army Esports, right? This is like the 3rd season we are seeing them in.
Pretty much.
And yet, look at where they are in terms of the overall ranking.
But hey, in BGS 2024, Bot Army Esports, they were a force to be reckoned with. They were so good. Unfortunately, they were not able to qualify to the later phases, but hold on. Outcast, the man's getting pounced on. Even the backlines are not secured. And eventually, it will be the players of GLITCHxREBORN to come out on top. And Wicked, this man is just running around the corners. He does not even care about the world anymore.
Yeah.
GLITCHxREBORN, easy 2 free points secured.
And they can get a few more if the players of Bot Army Esports just remain as undecisive as we just saw them.
Yeah.
Over there, just felt like Outcast could not figure out whether to go for the nade or to just stay behind, take out his weapon and go for a gunfight. Just confused in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
And that is not how things are going to work out for them. Now, Bot Army Esports, they're down to 2 players, GLITCHxREBORN. They are going to look for the other 2. Devotee, as you were talking about BGI's 2023, this is that one man who was well, a surprising entry in terms of the individual performances we saw from every single player into that tournament. And now it turns out in the Pro Series, things are not looking good for him as well at an individual level. I was expecting a lot more from Devotee, from this team.
He's still trying his best, though. He's getting those multi-finishes here and there, but it's really not enough, and your teammates are not able to back you up with that equal caliber.
How many multi-finishes, man? The total tally of finishes and placements in week 1 was 17 for Bot Army Esports in 6 matches.
In general, just struggling as a pack. It's a tough one. Now, Johnny,
Yes.
if you're the coach of this team and you want to give them the tip of their life,
Yeah.
what would you say?
Perform a roster change.
Oh, who would you remove?
All of them.
Interesting.
But I'm not the coach, right? So I have the luxury of saying that.
Well, hold on, though. Bot Army Esports, this time, they're not being let loose by the players of GLITCHxREBORN. And with these, even Riz gets knocked out and finished. Now it's all down to Devotee, the last man standing. All the 4 players in the front lines, utilities being tossed. Maybe this Nate's going to be the one to find the opener. And Devotee is whiffing all the shots. Oh, that's a rough luck from the side of Bot Army Esports as they get eliminated on the 15th spot in the game.
Man, Riz is getting pushed. His teammate is in the backline, busy cooking up a nade.
It just blows. Bot Army Esports.
Yeah.
I just hope they learn a lot from this iQOO BMPS 2024. But you know, Johnny, as the saying goes, to be a pro player, you need to be a pro player.
I mean, okay, to be fair, what are you saying? What?
To be
Could
a
you
pro
repeat?
player, you need to be a pro player.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, someone make a t-shirt out of that.
Pretty much. That's how it works, right? But hey, you know what? Something that's going to work pretty smooth and buttery. That's going to be our official smartphone partner. The iQOO Z9S series starting from 17,999. Isn't that crazy, Johnny?
Yeah, it is, and it is an amazing device indeed. Of course, we've been talking about the performance quite a lot. As I mentioned before, the big screen size allows you to just play the game as comfortably as you want. You can go with whatever button configuration you want to. Plus, I think that orange device, I mean, Fixes has been advocating for that for a long time.
Interesting.
And, yeah, he likes the feel of the vegan leather that's there on the back panel. Gives you a little bit of extra grip, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly speaking, yeah, when your palms are sweaty, that's going to help you a lot, especially
Exactly.
when you're gaming.
Yeah.
And just in case, even if you do run out of the battery, the charger, it's a quick one, my friend.
Yeah, you're going to be
It's gonna
back.
yeah,
in
exactly.
minutes.
It's going to bring your phone back to life instantly. But moving back towards the game. So how did you like my saying? It makes a lot of sense, though, no?
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean? To be a pro player, you need to be a pro player. If you're a pro player, then only you will be called a pro player.
It's like saying... in
Technically,
order
it
to
makes
fly, you have
sense.
to
Let's
a
be
bird.
honest.
Technically, a lot of things make sense, man.
Jokes apart, focusing back on the
That
game.
wasn't even a joke.
I mean, I was just being sarcastic.
But we were talking about Bot Army Esports in their run, and of course, as you were talking about it, learnings from this tournament are definitely going to be there. And what I was about to say was, to be fair, we don't really know what's happening in the background with the team, so we can't really say much. But Hopefully they figure out what it is, because I wanted to see the bot army esports that we saw in BGIS, and of course the BMPS 2023. That was a different team.
Yeah.
Not in terms of players. I think the few players are still there, but the performance was phenomenal back then.
Now it's time to switch the name up as well. Maybe it's the name that's cursing them, Bot Army.
I don't think so.
You know, they need to change it to Be On Top Esports, BAE. Anyways, it's the same tag.
No, it's not.
Be On Top Esports.
It's not the same as BAE.
On Top is together, by the way, this time.
It still does not have A in it, Necro. Do I have to teach you how to spell?
Man. Oh, it's going to be BOE.
Yes.
Boy.
Boy. Hey, that sounds better. But anyways, I mean, they have been eliminated from the game, and Tribe Hirdmen as well taking an early exit from this match. What happened to Ignite Gaming, though? They've lost one player. It turns out someone blocking their rotations has succeeded in shutting down one of the men. And now on our screens, we have Aerobotz. Aerobotz had a pretty decent run, I have to say, during the opening week. 32 points on the board from the 6 matches. And yesterday was, well, it was okay. 14 points from the 3 games they played. If they can replicate the same performance, I think Aerobotz should be able to get themselves close to 60. But they will need that extra oomph, that extra push.
Yeah.
To get them across the finish line. And I think that can come from a chicken dinner.
It can, though. Still, it's a big can. Looking at the zone, too, a lot of these teams are now starting to stack up towards the centric side as the zone moves a little bit on the right side this time towards Yasna Poliana. Not exactly towards the city, but still in that general direction. And this time you can also see VXT's playing so try-hard. They're not really being a part of any fights. They just want to make sure they're going to be crossing that safety barrier as soon as possible. GT as well is not taking any sort of fights. Even they're moving it quite peacefully. You also do see GLITCHxREBORN towards shooting range. You've also got Aerobotz towards George Pool, still all the way back in the blue, taking that damage. But this time it's going to be the players of Versatile Esports to kick the action off. They've already found one single elimination against the players of NXT.
Yeah, as they were moving towards that northeastern quadrant of the play zone, this was bound to happen. But NXT, they panic and they go into the arms of 4Miracle. 2 players knocked out, last man left standing. Rexy in the backlines, and even he is going to be shut down because there's a third party from the backlines. It is going to be the players of Honored Rivals. And Bislu might just have a line of fire to take down this one man. The nade does a lot of damage. He's down to around 20 HP. There's no coming out of this alive, Rexy. And he takes the fight head on. Doesn't matter. 4 miracles, 3 finishes on the board already.
Yeah, they're going to be so thankful to Versatile Esports because they made the team panic. And this team straight up ran in the open arms of 4M. 3 points accumulated. They were already holding this compound. You got to feel bad for NXT too. Another returning banner not doing too hot. For 4M, yesterday's day was quite remarkable. Getting so many points on the board. That one single fire that was ignited. Today, I just want to see that same momentum carried on forward. And speaking of the momentum, speaking of the speed itself, you've got our official mobility partner. That's going to be Hero Extreme 125R.
And again, survival instincts are going to be required if any one of these individuals wants to stand a chance to secure this bike for themselves.
Or maybe you can just buy it.
Becoming the survivor of the finals. I mean, you still need to go to the finals to earn that prize money to buy that bike.
But if you're someone like me, a bike fanatic, you can just go and buy it.
Yeah. No, Necro. Have you forgotten? Evil plans with Johnny and Necro.
Hey, listen, man. I'm pretty sure right now someone's watching from the...
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it now.
Yeah, not now. Later.
Later, yeah. And you guys don't tell anyone.
It's a secret. Moving back towards the game, HRZ, Honored Rivals, they have been playing pretty nice recently. And I've been loving their slow and steady pace too. They aren't really being too aggressive, aren't really being too passive. Just taking the actions that are needed to be taken. Assam Titans, a team yesterday, we saw a complete different shift in the playstyle. They were taking so many fights and they were looking so confident in their approach to not backing away against some of the formidable forces as well. So I want to see a little bit of more of that.
Yeah, I mean, me too, man. Assam Titans, as you mentioned, yesterday we saw them in a completely different form from week 1. Week 1, they walked away with 23 points in the 6 matches they played. Yesterday, they did 29 in just 3 games. So if they can double that average, I think that should be enough to help them cross the finish line. And in fact, not just cross the finish line, it will propel them somewhere within the top 20. Not going to be easy though. But as the players of Gujarat Tigers start heading towards the compounds that are in control of Assam Titans, if the Titans spot them from the distance, they can prepare themselves for the onslaught of the Tigers. Just prep up a counter-attack. Why is Gujarat Tigers so careful today, Necro?
Yeah, they're playing it slow. I'm not a big fan of this.
Me too.
But the zone, this time, it shifts up north. VXT, they find themselves in big, heavy fire now. Let's see how they deal with this one. Considering VXT, they want to play things as slow as possible, as cautious as possible this time. They do not really want to be a part of a lot of the fights. The GT taking fight against the foes in front of them. This time it's going to be the players of Assam Titans. And for Assam Titans, they better focus on rotating better inside of the zone.
But look at the finish feed. Esports, they made a panic rotation to push for a few compounds inside of the zone. One of the players got shut down by the players of Aerobotz. One more down on the floor by the players of VXT. Somewhere along the lines, it seems like Team Cosmic, what are they up to? They've picked off a few players from the side of Ignite Gaming. In Ignite, I believe they're down to their last man, but Team Cosmic, they're not done yet. Yashu in the back lines. And the push is going to be there. Adi, can he be the savior for his team today as well, just like yesterday?
Jesse's knocked out, and that's not a great news at all. For Miracles, they mess up. Sayam could be knocked out as well. But no love. This time, he needs to face the casualty as well. He's taken down way too low. Jazzy's still knocked out in the back lines, and now the man in the front. He's going to have so many things to deal with. For 4M, it's not looking too solid, considering another man gets strike down return, but still he's trying his best to fight back, and eventually 4M, they will evaporate into thin air.
The last man left alive, Yashu. Loved the fact that he just went for it, did not choose to hide behind the rock, did not choose to waste a single second, just charged forward, taking that duel against No Love. But what is happening over here? Assam Titans, desperate push against the players of VXT to try and steal the compound away from them. And two players instantly hit the floor. Assam Titans, they are in so much trouble now, down to their last man. And this was an important game for them to build momentum for the day.
Yeah.
And yet they failed. No finishes, I believe, have been secured till now, and I am correct.
The momentum's pretty much gone. Assam Titans with 0 finishes so far. Not even the placement's looking that great. One single man's out in the open towards the shack. Before how long the shack's going to be his friend? And that's the question. One single man. The survival might just be too much to ask for.
Yeah.
VXT towards the safety lines for now. They've got the only solid compound to play with. I'm also a big fan of the position that Esports is holding currently. GT on the move as they rotate all the way from the northern side. That's quite a brilliant rotation, but let's see how this one pans out, considering they need a face-off against Esports.
Yeah, and Esports, they're already down to 3 players. If Gujarat Tigers find one more, that does swing the fight in their favor, but shots coming towards them from the backlines as Team Empire. They're the same idea as Gujarat Tigers and want to move in the similar spot. But Empire, they get stabbed in the back by the Nitrate Esports.
Oh my god, the zone shift, Johnny. This time it shifts all the way on the right side of the map. TNR, they find themselves in the lucky shoes. Even TC, they're doing quite good with that position. And you can see Aerobotz instantly leaving that warehouse on the run as well out in the open. I'm not sure how successful that rotation's going to pan out, but one thing is for sure, there will be a lot of that attraction towards them. As Team Empire, this game means a lot. It holds a lot of value for this entire banner. GLITCHxREBORN, you blink it and you miss it. 4DTR, they're already taking too much damage.
GLITCHxREBORN today again in incredible form, just like the last week. Day 1 was decent, day 2 was even better. And even in the second week of round 1, it seems like not a lot has changed from the side of GLITCHxREBORN. Yesterday was decent. Today they are looking phenomenal. 5 eliminations on the board already. The only problem is they are the ones furthest away from the zone. 200 meters to go. On the other side, though, it seems like Team Empire, they've finally been wiped out. Gujarat Tigers, they have had enough of them. Just moving in for the finish, for the squad wipe, getting the last few frags on the board, and now looking to steal the spot, the cover away from the players of TNR.
GT on the top. And for them, the breaching point's looking pretty clear. But as soon as they step in the safe lines, there's going to be a lot of that fire. It's a big heat wave that will be established against them. And how can they deal with that? That's the real question. For GT, there's too many teams in the front lines. It's also the exposed grounds. They need a few smoke to back themselves up. And they've already got ample of those. Utilization at the right time is now going to be of the essence. But Dark Lord's taking too much damage upon themselves. For GT, they have been playing it as slow as possible, as safe as possible. And look at what's happening on the screen. Aerobotz, all the players in that one shingle shack.
Yeah, they were playing in a squad house just outside the zone a few moments ago towards the northwest of their position right now. And from there, they just had to move in for the shack. But a push from Gujarat Tigers. Ash goes down. And error eSports. Matty finally makes an error in his judgment, thinking he can take on all the players from the side of Gujarat Tigers. But what is this? Skips. He's still left alive. Two of his teammates, Harsh knocked out, Clutch got extremely low, Dark Lord as well. Look at that team board. It's down to Skips himself. Dark Lord needs to heal up, Skips going for a revive. It's not going to be easy for Gujarat Tigers, especially when there's constant fire on their heads by the players of TNR and of course Aerobotz as well.
GT trapped towards this area. Out in the open, the zone still moves a bit closer to them, but they need to face off against the players of Aerobotz. That's the only way they can pull off a flawless rotation. If they do want to move in from the back lines, this fight needs to come to fruition, and there we go. Dark Lord already kicking things off as he finds the knockout on the carry, but not the confirmation just yet. Aerobotz eSports safe for now, but look at the amount of damage that's being just dished out against the players of GT. As Dark Lord, the man's knocked out while the push was being made, and GT still not backing away from this spot. They want to constantly press on the charges, make sure that the opponents will be shaking with their presence. As there's a man up close and personal, just out in the open, inside of the smokes, proning down, and he's waiting for the right moment to strike. For GT, they do not exactly know what to do. Utilities from the side of Aerobotz, they're being placed to perfection, and now the man in the outskirts, even he's doing too much damage. Clutch God is trying his best to close on up, but he gets knocked out and dusted by the players of TC from completely far away.
Yeah, across the hill is where the shots came from. But look at this, it's not just Gujarat Tigers. Another big name is about to be eliminated. They've gotten themselves extremely far in this match, but I think this might be the end for Team Versatile as HRZ on Rivals. They are looking to make that push. And Team Versatile, they're down to their last man, Aquanox. He's hiding indoors inside that house, but I don't think he's going to be alive for long. A third party comes in. Nola from Team Cosmic, again finding the knock against the players of Honored Rivals. But as TNR looks to move inside the zone, they can be the distraction for Honored Rivals to utilize and secure those finish in a fight into the open. TNR up against Team Cosmic. Pash knocked out, Zod on the run or looking to run over one of the players from the opposing side. And Nola hits the floor as well.
Yeah.
Crimson in the backline still left standing, but TNR, they're bringing their numbers back into this fight. Aman, he gets a revive, but there's too much utility behind that car, and I don't think even Miracle is going to be able to survive. He jumps into the fire and, accepts his fate.
Oh, TC, it's now Aerobotz approaching them while this fight between the players of Versatile Esports and HRZ continues. A 4-on-2 standoff. Versatile Esports pushed back pretty much in that house. They do want to be part of the fight, but Versatile Esports just do not really have the man number to back themselves up. And even the utilities, they seem quite lacking. S12K and DBS for up close and personal engagements. And Aquanox, this time he moves out. Still got the compound wall to back him up from the back lines, but HRZ, Arto is able to find a beautiful knockout. And he actually knocks himself out with that nade. I'm not sure what happened with the players of HRZ. For Versatile Esports, this is the exact bounce back they were looking for. And now Samraj all by himself on the top floor. He's got a DBS to defend himself. 5 total finishes secured so far for the players of Versatile Esports. But the chance for them to win the game, it might just be too much to ask for. Arto getting knocked out by his own nade was not really a good thing. Almost gave that glimmer of hope for the players of Versatile Esports to try and establish that comeback. But Samraj now moves out. And this is where things can be isolated well. Samraj, he finds the first isolation. Almost could have gotten the second one too. But it's Versatile Esports. They bite the dust.
Versatile, they are eliminated from the game. And unfortunately for Team Cosmic, they're down to their last man. But look at this, Necro. 16 eliminations already secured in this game by Team Cosmic. It is phenomenal. And the nade connect beast is extremely low. Team Cosmic, Crimson, can he clutch this 1 versus 4 situation against the players from Honored Rivals? Because R2 also is barely down to a sliver of HP. Beast brings his HP back into a fighting position, back to 75%. And Crimson, he's closing in the distance just across the road.
The big part over here is that Crimson has the advantage. The zone is on his side. The players need to move out in the open. Honored Rivals, they're screwed big time. If Crimson plays his cards right, this 1-on-4 can be possible. But Smoke's being tossed out. That's a brilliant move from the side of HRZ. And Crimson, one single man can't really do a lot. HRZ, they still had so many utilities. That's crazy. The management's looking pretty nice. And I guess all thanks to the players of Versatile Esports for that restock.
Yeah, Versatile donated a lot of utility to the players of Honored Rivals. And apart from that, Crimson, again, realistically had no chance of winning once he lobbed a couple of nades towards the players of Honored Rivals. They knew exactly where he was. And even if they cover like 3 nades right next to each other, that covers a lot of area. They did not want to finish him with, or they did not have to finish him with just the nades. All they had to do was make sure that he was low enough for one of their teammates to get that final frag. But for Team Cosmic, does it even matter, man? 16 eliminations secured. I mean, and the top 2 finished. So, yeah, I think the job is done.
Yeah, for Team Cosmic, they are definitely on that slow and steady race, right? But they still need a consistent ending in the upcoming 2 games as well.
What
just
do you mean
to be
slow and
on
steady?
The safe to be on the safe side of things. Yes?
What do you mean slow and steady? 22 points, man, from this match.
Yeah, but recently when we saw them play in the latter 6 games, right, they only had 1 single big performance. After that, everything was pretty much a bomb. So maybe they should be around 50 points or 55, something like that?
Yeah, I think 52 points
is where
they are right now.
That's not enough, right? They still need 20 more points, so they need to be on the consistent side of things.
How are you going to 70 all of a sudden? We discussed 65 to 55.
But Anki said 65 to 70.
Why are you listening to Anki?
Just to be on the safe side of things, I'm saying 70 is better, man.
He's a pessimist, and 70 points is way too far out into the open. If 70 points is where the cutoff is going to be, then I don't know what sort of competition we're witnessing.
It's the Pro Series, man.
Yeah,
that's
but
what we're witnessing.
That is going to be insane. 70 points is just going to be mad insane.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's just see. Let's keep the future for itself. We do not exactly know how things are going to look like. But so far, yes, this team has definitely won the game, and that's something we all were looking out for. But I'm just really shocked and stunlocked the fact that GT was playing so passive. I don't know why.
I think they were looking for Team Versatile to get revenge for yesterday.
Maybe.
Or maybe looking for Ignite Gaming, because Ignite was the one who eliminated Gujarat Tigers in that last Erangel of the day.
But still, it just does not really make a lot of sense. GT can move on and target so many different teams.
Do they need
why
to,
these
though?
2 specifically?
Because, alright, so Versatile eliminated them in Miramar, so Gujarat Tigers came looking for them in the last Erangel. And then Ignite eliminated Gujarat Tigers yesterday in the last Erangel, so maybe they wanted revenge today. Who eliminated them in this game? Just watch out in the next match.
No, that's not going to be the case pretty much, right? Because GT, they were quite exposed as they try to move out in the open. It was the players of Aerobotz who were taking a lot of shots against them. And then TC from the far away just eliminated the last man standing of GT, which was GLITCHxREBORN who was trying to make the push. So, yeah, they were taking shots from all the different directions.
I know who they're going after.
TC?
No, TNR.
Okay.
Because TNR was the team that was constantly peppering them with bullets from the distance, and they basically irritated them for at least like 2 or 3 minutes while Gujarat Tigers was stuck out into the open. So I think TNR might be the team that Gujarat Tigers go for. And to be fair, Gujarat Tigers, they've already crossed that 90-point marker, so they actually do not care. Even if the cutoff is 70, they are way across on the second half.
Yeah, maybe. But still, speaking of TNR too, it's one of those teams that is struggling way too much. What can GT get after going after teams like TNR? Maybe Assam Titans can be a good target.
I don't think Gujarat Tigers is looking at this round right now, looking at the matches right now as, oh, this is where we eliminate the competition. I think now they are basically just out to have some fun for themselves. Yeah. And again, the way this team has fun is basically getting revenge for whoever takes them out.
Or maybe in the previous game, they were also testing the waters, how passive they can play.
Could be.
Try and test things out a little bit more, considering they know they've already qualified for the upcoming round. So just make sure that you're putting as much as leash as possible on the players, making them play passive and tactical, and see how it works out. One thing is for sure, being proactive is something that GT likes to do, but in that previous game, they weren't too proactive.
Yeah, I mean, in that previous game, yeah, they were taking a back seat on a lot of those fights and a lot of things. For the first time, we saw them stick outside of the play zone for at least like the first 15 minutes of the game. And then later when they moved in, they came across the players of Aerobotz, Esports, TNR. And of course, the big mistake was that itself, moving in late. Because the only few compounds that were there were already taken over. You had Versatile Esports stay in the same house for at least like 20 minutes inside of this match. But we do have the rankings from this game. As we were talking about, a Team Cosmic 22 points secured from this performance of theirs. Honored Rivals. Now, this is a team that I would want to watch more. Because again, yesterday was phenomenal. Today, in the first game itself, they have 20 points. Yesterday, in the 3 games, they had 31 in total. Honored Rivals, I think they are sitting at a grand total of 93 points on the overall leaderboard with all 128 teams. And I think this is also one more team that we're going to see them move into round 2 quite comfortably, to be honest.
Easily, latter half on the board, and you can still see a few disappointments. Aero Esports not able to perform. It's completely fine. They've already gotten so many points in the first half of the games that they played. You've also got TE right there with just 1 single point. At this point, we can just conclude TE is done for. Realistic expectations, TE cannot move on forward.
Yeah, I think so, unless they do exactly what Team Cosmic did in this match, and Team Empire does that in the map of Miramar. Yeah, back to back. Miramar, they need 20 plus points, and on the game of Sanhok as well. Empire, yeah, in a very uncomfortable position, and even if they get the chicken dinner on Miramar, that's the thing, as we were talking about it, right? You said it, back to back. They need to pull off a same performance or at least secure 15 points on that game of Sanhok. But all of that is assuming that Miramar is a 20 bomb.
Even Aerobotz Esports, they need a really good game in their hands, right? If things are missed out from the side of Aerobotz Esports, there's a high chance even they cannot barely qualify with that 1 single marker.
But this game, I think they needed this game. This game brought them in a fighting position. Now they have 2 more matches left, and will they be able to secure those few points in the upcoming 2 matches? We're going to find that out, but after this very short break.
Fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And when you know they go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break. And now it's Salty alongside with me on the panel. Salty, you were sitting in the back lines looking at the game in the final few moments. It was looking quite scrappy, I'm not going to lie. Versatile Esports getting pounced on like that, it was quite weird.
It certainly was weird. And all of a sudden, right, when you mentioned the circle was on that one solo player, I kind of felt like there might be a possibility, right? They had to, all the players of on Rivals had to come out in the open. There could have been, there was that short little edge, there was that artificial cover. There were moments where I was questioning myself, that is a 1v4 chicken dinner possible? But then again, it's all left and done. But it was all very good. But now we're all set. Cosmic, I think they certainly have made a mark.
They indeed have made a mark, but still, in my opinion, to be on the safer side of things, they should get at least 15 more points. But what do you think, right? It should be pretty much 15 more points in the overall standings to be on this with that safety cushion and make sure that you will not be eliminated in the future stages. But with that being said, our official smartphone partner, that's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, starting from 17,999 rupees.
Yeah, to be on the safer side, I think all the players who are playing these scrims, who are trying to grind their way back into the Tier 1 circuit, this is the device. And certainly speaking, I have been grinding on it, trying to get better at my TDM skills because these guys keep trolling me. I have been absolutely loving this device. It gives great battery life, but also the charging, it's super fast.
Exactly. That just adds on to the entire performance, right? But let's move on to the overall standings and see now how the overall board is setting up, because these teams definitely slowly and steadily establishing that comeback. We also had a conversation about GLITCHxREBORN just needing a few more points to top off the charts, and that's what they exactly did. In the previous game, they got a decent amount of points now to put themselves in a comfortable spot in the overall standings. You see HRZ at the top with 51 points, Ignite Gaming with 47, Reckoning Esports is right there with 37. That's going to be the top three. You move on towards the latter half of the board, you see GLITCHxREBORN with 25 points, Aerobotz Esports with 25.
I'm very surprised with FS as well, because you see that red dot right against their name. It means that they have been kind of dwindling down on the overall standings, and I want this team to kind of showcase what they have learned in so many years of experience that they have. Moving on to the next part of the standings, of course, you've got Team Empire, you've got ASLAAA, you've got big names in the form of Big Brother Esports as well, and I think this is going to be one of the teams to watch out for as we move on to the next set, because this team certainly has made a mark in the past, but now they are struggling, Necro.
Indeed they are, and you move on forward and look at teams like 40TR, Laser 2, they're pretty much done for, right? At this point in time. The realistic expectation, it's too much to ask for. They need at least 30 points per game, and let's be honest, that's next to impossible to pull off that two back-to-back.
To be honest, 20 points per game is going to be impossible, to be honest. But the fact that they already need 30 points, it's very going to be difficult. But the fact is, 4 dominators, Team Cosmic, they've kind of got themselves a start. But like you said, they kind of need to keep that momentum up. It will be very important for them to kind of keep that ante in the map of Miramar. But the teams who've already made it, I feel like there's going to be honored rivals. They have kind of made their mark. They know that they're well settled. Ignite Gaming, Gujarat Tigers, Air Esports. We know these teams are settled, but the ones who are not, I feel like Tribe Hirdmen, they got eliminated early. This team is definitely going to be in trouble.
That's the weird part, though. GT, considering they've already made the cut, still the previous game they were playing it too passive. I don't understand why that was there, but maybe just to put the leash on the players, see how tactical they can be at times. Because we know in the grand finals, the pace is not going to be similar. It will be much more dwindled down. Everyone's going to be try-harding as much as they can. So maybe just getting ready for the future stages.
Everyone is try-harding here as well, Necro. But talking about the teams who are going to be participating in the match of Miramar, it's going to be the same set, of course, Gujarat Tigers team, Air Esports, GLITCHxREBORN. This is going to be the team that I'm going to be looking out for, because certainly at 68 points right now, I feel like they have done enough. But the fact is, GLITCHxREBORN, they can do much better.
Hands down, they can. Moving on towards conversations like Team Empire, it's a returning name and still struggling. I'm not going to lie, I had a lot of expectations from Team Empire. Bought Army Esports, even they're not able to perform, even that sort of blows. If you remember in BGMI 2024, Bought Army Esports, when we saw them for the first time, they were performing so well. They were so aggressive in the lobby. Devotee himself, he was the standout man for this entire banner. And now this time, even Devotee's not able to perform the way he did last time. And even the rest of the team, they're collapsing.
Yeah, the only possible reason in my head is possibly the change of the meta, the change of the playing styles, right? Teams have been playing much more aggressive, and the fact that they used to play aggressive in a stage where other teams used to play position-oriented game, I feel that was kind of that advantage. Now there are teams who are trying to be aggressive, slamming into their compounds. I feel like that is the pressure that they just can't really handle.
I mean, they need to realize one thing, and that's going to be they just need to stick to their own gameplay.
Yep.
They have been changing a lot of those things. They have been changing their core playstyle, and maybe that's hindering them in these stages. Maybe they should just go back to the OG playstyle. Just go super aggressive in the lobby. You've got players like Devotee backing you up, and Devotee has been the player who's always been in the forefront of the action for this entire banner. But this time, Devotee hasn't really been able to prove himself, but maybe he just needs to be set up properly.
A little bit of support from Outcast as well, I think is important. A lot of pressure is on Devotee to try and go up and get those early finishes. But as of now, I feel like Team Bot Army, for them, the job is going to be extremely difficult. They were at 21 total points at the start of the day, and I don't think they've acquired enough in the first game itself. Now, like you said, 65 points is going to be the cutoff. 70 is too much, Necro. For me, it's going to be 65. I still feel the job is going to be extremely difficult.
Hey, but you know what? What's going to be the cutoff? Let's find it out after this game.
Well, the map of Miramar is alive, ladies and gentlemen, and the beautiful bird is up in the skies once again. The flight path, of course, it will be in front of our screens very soon, but it seems like the journey is going to be extremely towards the western side of the map itself. It starts off from the lands of El Pozo and moves towards Pertona. But for the teams who want to move towards Al-Hazar, Puerto Barrasso, and majority of the locations towards on the right-hand side of the map, I feel that is going to be a massive challenge.
It will be a tough challenge indeed. The stretch, it seems next to impossible. You would need to go for a pit stop drop, and then maybe try and think for the future. But for now, just looking out for a few drop collisions if possible. GT, they're one of those teams that will be super hungry for the elimination points considering they've already made the cut. They can't try and pull off weird shenanigans if they do want. You've also got a team like TNR on the fray. You've also got Bot Army Esports now taking an exit from the plane fly path. My real expectations from Bot Army Esports has to be to try and get as many points as possible. Yes, now the qualification seems next to impossible, but just try and do some damage before you get taken out from the lobby.
I feel like Bot Army Esports, for them, week 1 was still decent. They acquired 17 points out of that. But week 2 so far has been an absolute disaster with 4 points. And now all they've got to do is to try and be as potentially aggressive as possible. And I think that is one of the reasons why they're moving towards Chumasera, because over the last couple of days, what we've seen is Chumasera has been that location of drop collision every single time. You've got that topography, one team in the higher lands, one team in the lower lands, and it always results in a fight early on in the game. And that is exactly what Bot Army needs.
You're speaking of Chumasera, look at El Pozo. There's 3 teams dropping right next to each other. GT, Versatile Esports, and 4 Miracles. 4DTR chasing down the players of TNR. It's not looking too solid for the players of TNR right now. The man's on the run. He wants to evade the track, but it's the blood trail. And that's going to be next to impossible considering the players are constantly sniffing him out. And Pekagod, he does find the knockout. Prince, even he's taken down way too low as he's now looking to back away. TNR starting things off with just a 3-man squad in this game. It's not looking too good. 4DTR, the exact advantage they wanted to have inside of the fight too. Amun's knocked out, and he will be biting the dust soon. For the entirety of TNR, it's not a great start. And as we know, towards El Pozo, it's the trifecta of death that might just swing back to life anytime.
We will move on to El Pozo in just a wee, but as of now, 4 dominators. I feel like this team, for them, the journey has been full of problems, full of hurdles. But now when they are bowing out of the tournament, they want to go with one good performance. And they've got the start for themselves. 2 early finishes. And this is exactly what they've been aiming for so long, to get those early finishes, to get those early fights. But talk about this one. Team Error Esports versus Bot Army. The fight in Chumasera that we were predicting. And Team Error Esports, it seems like they're already in formation, trying to get the flank out of Hawk. Is that possible, Necro?
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. Even Outcast is way too far away.
Yeah.
He needs to find the perfect strike, and look at the players of Error Esports. They're pushing in tandem. Even Mr. Spray moves out in the open. Where is Outcast? He's not able to provide that cover fire, and that's where Error Esports is dishing way too much damage. But still, both the players in the front lines, they've been striked down. Now it's a 2-on-4 strategy. Let's see what can Error Esports do. It's too much to ask for as Error Esports, they're crumbling under that pressure, and Johnny's trying his best to reposition himself, but it's too much to ask for. With just a UMP-45 in the hands, he can't strike down all of them. It will be Bot Army Esports to try and flesh out the players with ease.
Where was this confidence all along, Necro? Did you see the fact that they were charging at him with the melee weapons? They were trying to fist him down as well, but on the other side, you've got another fight, Team Empire. Wait, what? Empire? 4 finishes to his name? What just happened, Necro?
Yeah, he just easily shut them down. You blink it and you miss it type of a moment for DTR, for Dominators. They have been dominated by Empire Esports. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Team Empire, they need a start like this. So many teams are struggling way too much inside of the game. For Team Empire, it's the ideal start they were looking for, but it's a little bit too late. Even for 4 Dominators, yes, they had a few points to kick things off. It's really not going to matter. The realistic expectations, it's way too far away from that. And you've got a replay of the fight too. This is how it entirely started. The M249 to kick things off, and yes, Empire himself just lighting things up.
Absolutely. The iQOO is just leading from the front. And of course, for Team Empire, I think the job is not over yet. 30 points is all that they've started the day with. It's not too shabby. Honestly, 3 more games. In fact, 1 more game after this one. They still potentially can make the mark if they hit the right buttons, if they hit the right places and the right triggers. It's going to be tough, but it's not going to be impossible, especially for Team Empire. Team Cosmic have done half the job, and Team Empire potentially can do it as well for Dominators. That was definitely one good move.
Would like to touch upon that fight with the players of Bot Army Esports and Aero Esports that we just witnessed. The only reason why Bot Army Esports won that fight is because Aero Esports, they charged on like headless chickens. They already know they've qualified. For Aero Esports, that fight really did not hold a lot of that value. And for Bot Army Esports, considering the players are out in the open when they were making the push, it was way too easy to try and accumulate the points. Let's be honest, no other team that's going to be in their sane mindset would try to make a push like that. And the players of Aero Esports, they just moved out in the open, especially the 2 players in the front. They were out in the open. They were way too exposed. They knew it's going to be pretty much done for them, but they still took the odds.
Exactly, and also the fact that Outcast was in a position where Aero Esports did not
look at that.
Right. Coming in from the backlines, I feel like he had a huge impact. And then look at Hawk as well. This man had 2 players charging at him, but he still survives. I think this is immense confidence from every single one of those players from Bot Army, and this is exactly what we expect from them.
But here's the thing, though. This is not the Bot Army we all are looking for. Yes, they started things off with 4 elimination points. It's all thanks to the opponents with the way they took the fight.
Yeah.
If it was a proper 4-on-4 fight where a team was trying their hard, then that's where Bot Army Esports will definitely collapse. That's been the main concern for them. So Bot Army Esports, yes, they have gotten these early elimination points, but it's really not going to be counting a lot in the overall standings, considering they need back-to-back 2 bangers, and it's too much to ask for. Looking at the past stats, GLITCHxREBORN towards Picado. We also saw a big trifecta of death towards El Pozo, but nothing happened there.
Absolutely nothing. 3 teams in El Pozo, all 3 of them just signing an invisible peace treaty and getting the hell out of there. I kind of felt like a few finishes would be honestly in the cards, but that's it. But look at this. We've got Team Empire once again in the midst of a fight, and right up front they've got Team Versatile. The team that is led by Somraj, of course, some amazing assaulters in the lineup. And Team Versatile, they've already done the hard work. They've already done the job. They're one way inside of the next round itself. But I think for Team Empire, the job is still yet to be done. And Storm getting so much valuable information from the front lines. If he can relay exactly the positions of the players of Team Versatile, I think the rest of the players can do the job.
Still a 3-on-4 we're speaking of here.
Yep.
It's not easy, and that too against Versatile Esports. Nope.
As of now, it's just 1-on-4.
For Team Empire, it's better to just back away from this entire spot, especially Storm. He's way too much in the enemy clause. I'm not a big fan of this. For the players of Versatile Esports, even if they do lose out on 1 player in this entire fight, they can still easily isolate the duel against Storm and get things back in their advantage. Versatile Esports, with the man advantage, with the high ground advantage too, they're just looking better in this fight. The stance is much more better compared to the players in the back, which is Team Empire.
I think Team Empire don't really want to engage into this. Storm getting the information is all fine, but the rest of the players and their stance is not appropriate. But as of now, Storm charges in, initiates the first contact, but he needs to move out of this position. The rest of the players are nowhere in vicinity. There is no trade potential whatsoever, Necro.
Indeed. The man backs away, and with that, his position's also revealed. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now there's a high chance Storm can be struck down, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's so easy to isolate that duel against Storm. I'm not even sure what the players of Team Empire were thinking, especially Storm himself. Why did he even go for the shots? There's no reason for that. Versatile Esports, these are pretty much going to be 3 easy points if they play the cards right. Storm is trying to back away to safety, and he's also getting chipped up way too much. Equinox finds the death blow, and that's it. for Team Empire. With just 2 men remaining, now they're just going to back away from the entire spot. They do not want to be part of the kerfuffle.
That was just one bad play, I mean, honestly. Storm had to get that information and get the hell out of there, call for his teammates and try and go for a cohesive move, but that exactly did not happen. On the other side, Jazzy has been on fire so far. 3 finishes on this lad all by himself. The rest of the players of 4 Miracle, they are here as well, but 500 meters is what they will have to travel to get inside the circle. As of now, majority of the players, look at that, in the central position, and Gujarat Tigers right in the smack center of the circle.
All of that is fine. There's 2 teams right next to the players of 4M, Assam Titans and NXT. They got the better of NXT, that's for sure, considering now it's down to just Rexy. So even NXT, now they don't stand a chance to qualify. They're done for. You look at the players of 4M, they can't face off against the players of Assam Titans. And even Assam Titans, they need the points desperately. 4M, even they're quite desperate, and that's why we're seeing them being so aggressive inside of the game too. And they're actually pulling back towards Rexy. They want that one single elimination point to be confirmed.
Assam Titans, at the start of the day, they were at the 30th position. They had 52 points to start off things, and then of course of the first game, they kind of resettled their position as well. On the other side, we have another fight which is brewing up. Honored Rivals, another team who has done the job, chickened in the first game as well, possibly looking for another one, peppering down the bullets against their arch rivals Ignite Gaming, another table topper. This is the battle between the best.
HRZ with the 4x scope, they're scoping down the lands in the front. Arto has got the players locked in the site. Ignite Gaming not in that comfortable spot anymore. Aurora is knocked out and even dusted. HRZ with the man advantage inside of the fight, and they're constantly pinning down Azen. He can't even move away from that spot. Even Hulk is taking too much damage. And Beast, that's some precise taps. And now it's time to make the go call. The fight's taken down to a 2-on-4. HRZ, they've got a big advantage. Yes, the Fallen Man will be back up on his feet, but already the push is up close and personal. What can Azen do in the back? Nothing's going to be the answer. UMP45 for a close and personal combat. When the dominates, it's pretty much going to be by the shotgun. And yeah, here we go. You blink it and you miss it. The entire team, they evaporate into thin air.
This fight was all about positioning, Necro. I feel like Honored Rivals, they had such a good positioning, catching Aurora off guard to kind of put them at a man disadvantage initially. Just established that advantage in this fight. Team Honored Rivals, this was so well calculated. And of course, the scope in from Beast. We saw the switch up from the 3x to the 6x, and then the beautiful taps to connect to the head. Absolutely brilliant. And of course, the push after that. When you especially got 2 knocks in the front and all 4 players still alive for your team, I feel like that fight gives you confidence.
It pretty much does. Pichulu is still going for a few more shots. That's the confidence I'm looking for from this side of HRZ. Back in the day, known as Cult Esports, and this team was quite aggressive. And maybe they're now just looking forward to showcase the glimmers of the past. TC, a team that just won a big game in their hands. This time playing it quite slow. You look at the iQOO MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Zod OP with 5 finishes and 31% finish contribution.
Yep. Team Cosmic. They played brilliantly in the last game, but Zod OP will have to be given credits for that. In fact, look at that. It's not just Zod OP, it's No Love as well with 5 finishes. You've got Carry from Team Aerobotz with 5 finishes as well. Honored Rivals Arthur with 4, and of course Crimson with 4 finishes. It was an absolute finish fest, but I really want to see what they can pull off on the map of Miramar, because all eyes will be on this team. Cosmic, they've started what was needed of them.
Pretty much.
But now they need to complete the mission.
A few more points to top it up, right?
Yep.
And they can easily qualify with the safety marker. I mean, Anki said 75. I mean, Anki said 65 to 70.
75?
No, 65 to 70. That's what he said. And I would say you need that many points to be on the safer side of things.
Yeah.
To be absolutely safe with the cushion. So I would still say 70 points should be the marker for a team if they do want to be safe. But let's see. I'm pretty sure we're going to see barely 1 or 2 points separating the qualification. That's for sure.
I'm pretty much sure when top 64 are going to qualify, there will be multiple ties, Necro. And there will be tiebreakers as well. in the form of finish points and in the form of placement points as well. So you've got to be ensuring you get enough placement points for yourself, especially in the fag end of rounds like these.
Pretty much. GT on the screen, and once again playing things a little bit laid back in the smack center, playing for the placement. And this is how the fight really ignited between these two teams. Ignite Gaming, this time around, they're not able to perform the exact way they did yesterday. And yeah, a UMP45 up close and personal, especially when the fight is being dominated by the shotguns. It's really tough to stand a chance.
I love the way he turned his body mid-air and then shot him down.
Heroic entry. Or maybe you can't say an heroic ending.
One for the Marvel movies.
GT. Still towards the smack center. They're just waiting for someone to stack across them, but here's the problem though. GT, you guys are too much in the comfort spot. You cannot even go for as many fights that you want. I mean, at this point, if you're GT, you might as well just start hunting down teams. Yes, you've got a really good spot. The only reason why GT does not want to give the spot away is probably they do not want to let anyone else win the game.
But I like the way GT have been holding the circles, honestly. Two players holding the edge lines, two players trying to get closer towards the center.
Oh!
And buys a lot of space for the rest of his teammates.
Zone shift, though. Now it's time to recall all the cards that were there on the backline separated. Every single player is now going to be towards this one single compound stacked up. And I'm liking that.
But they do have Team Aerobotz extremely close to them, and I'm pretty much sure as soon as the rotation comes in, as soon as they see the cavalry moving, they will be shot. But now look at this. Team 4 Miracle coming from all four directions, and Somraj has been laid starstruck, trying to spray down one of the players, but will need to fall back to safety because this position was not safe at all. And finally, cover arrives. Aquanox is here, Necro.
Yeah, versatile esports. All the players around the same vicinity. And this time around, Jazzy's taking too many shots upon himself. The man's now looking pretty fragile. Raiden needs to be careful before he picks this ridge. There's going to be a lot of the shots coming from the backlines. The ridge is going to be filled up with a lot of the bullets. Raiden needs to be super careful. Adi's there on the opposite side, and soon enough there's going to be this tingle in his fingers to peek out. As Adi's now taking the battle up close and personal. Unfortunately for Adi, his comrade's already lost out, and Raiden single-handedly strikes down two players. 4M, they mess up big in this fight. And what just happened? The entirety of 4M, they just come crashing down.
You question Raiden, and Raiden came in with a big banger. This man just moved up with his DBS and shot down two players all by himself. We saw that one-on-one trade coming in from Aquanox, but this man in the backlines, he was well prepared, and he had that one boulder. Movement left and right, dancing around the circles, connecting those shots. That was so brilliant.
Yeah, the only action we actually caught on camera was Raiden striking down two players. That's it.
And I saw one lovely piece of movement coming in from Raiden, right? As soon as Adi peeked out from the right-hand side, Raiden, he flicked back in.
Yeah.
But of course, all of that will only happen if you have a very well-performing device, and that is going to be our official smartphone partner, ladies and gentlemen, iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 17,999.
Yeah, you might be able to get flicks like those. Especially with that 2,000 hertz touch sampling rate. Yep. It just makes it a little bit more easier for you to hit those shots.
Getting more frames is always better, and for that you need a good processor. And I feel Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, bang on. Exactly what you need. It's going to be lasting you for a long time until it gets out of the date. But for now, HRZ on the screen as Bitchley is on the run. Assam Titans. Oh, Bitchley, the man still constantly on the run. He does not want to face off against the players of Assam Titans, which makes a lot of sense because the man does not really have the backup either. The rest of the players of HRZ still all the way back in the blue, and I'm not sure what Bitchley is doing. Just scouting the grounds, and okay, Bitchley also pulling off a few stunts.
I feel like Bijlu was the one who was tasked with trying to get inside the circle first, but then he encountered the lads of Assam Titans. The rest of the players were way too behind to provide him any sort of cover, so the only way he could actually move out was to try and drive out of that firing range, and he did so. Look at his buggy. He had 2 tires blasted off, especially the rear wheel. It's so risky, Necro, to have your rear wheel exploded, especially when you are trying to move out of cavalries.
The vehicle's done for. It cannot be utilized.
Absolutely.
HRZ. At this point in time, just want to be the Guardian Angels. They've got the players of Assam Titans underneath their crosshairs, but they're not really making a lot of the measurements. Arto outside of the zone. He's catching a few bullets upon himself while he's trying to reunite with the boys. And Assam Titans, they're going to make sure it's not going to be too easy to pull that off. GT still in a really good spot inside of the zone. For some reason, the zone hasn't shifted away from them. And they're quite lucky to be on that side. GT's actually playing for a closure. They're playing for a chicken dinner.
They certainly are. I mean, they are very, very close to that milestone of 100 points. And I feel like they can potentially do so.
Yeah.
A lot of cluster in the southern part of the circle. And I feel like the only way you can potentially move out if you have a very swift vehicle. And of course, if you want a swift vehicle, ladies and gentlemen, we have our official mobility partner, that is Hero Extreme 160R4V. Get yourself that beautiful engine. Get yourself that juice under your belly.
Yeah.
You are a very big bike enthusiast, Necro, and I'm pretty much sure you love power.
Hands down, I do. The throttle response on that one has to be quite quick. GLITCHx, though, for now, let's focus on this team as they're making the pounds towards the players of Bot Army Esports. Outcast is knocked out. That's the only casualty in the fight so far. Bot Army Esports, they've still got 3 more players to go, but unfortunately, the man who was knocked out will now be confirmed. Hawk's got so much pressure on his shoulder, utilizing the Molotovs to try and flush out the player from his comfort zone, but now realizes the man's right underneath him. Devotee gets knocked out as well in return. GLITCHxREBORN, they're finding these crucial knockouts that are now turning the tide of the entire fight. And not a lot can be done with the man who's there on the top. He's there trying his best to try and defend the grounds, and the shotgun does do a lot of damage. But what a shot that was from MaxBus as he gets the man knocked out. Nicely done. GLITCHxREBORN, they instantly propel themselves back in the fight. The advantage they found with that one initial knockout, it was enough to instantly swing the action back in their hands. And GLITCHxREBORN, now they're just on the search, on the prowl for that one last man who's still standing. And Riz, his position's noticed if I'm not wrong.
His position is noticed because of the buggy that has been parked and especially because of the shots. But the only thing GLITCHxREBORN will have to be extremely cautious about is going to be the presence of Assam Titans right next to Riz's position. They cannot push in blindly and they cannot escape unscathed. Assam Titans is waiting for this fight to pop out. But the blue zone also is coming in 21 meters, which means they will have to sacrifice their hard covers. And now look at this. Rizbe takes advantage of exactly that. 2 players have been knocked out. GLITCHxREBORN have been struck, Necro.
What a nade that was. He still flips the odds with his favor. And now for Riz, he's at least found himself in the safety lines for now. This entire team has gotten 4 elimination points so far, but are they really enough to keep them with the safer side? The answer is going to be no. They need a few more points to back themselves up in this game because the upcoming game will be the last chance. And it's too much to ask for, especially with the last game. There's going to be too much pressure on Bot Army Esports. While GLITCHxREBORN still trying to fend off the opponents. Assam Titans there on the opposite side as they're quite exposed. While Assam Titans themselves, they've got a little bit of that piece of cover to play with. Even HRZ, they move out in the open.
I like the fact that Assam Titans, one of their players was actually caught off guard and GLITCHx took advantage of that. The rest of the 3 players have moved past. They have leapfrogged their way inside the circle, but they haven't really got themselves the best of positions. Right next to Team Honored Rivals, I feel like this is going to be one of the teams to fear for. Honored Rivals, beautiful position, beautiful cover, but they will have to be very cautious of Team Versatile. And I love the fact that Phoenix has an idea of which direction they're coming through.
Yeah. Honored Rivals. The players are quite scattered, I'm not going to lie. The cards, they need to be united. But how can they? That's the question. Assam Titans, all the players in that one single fuel pump. They're looking okay with that position, but for how long? If the zone moves away, they will be screwed, that's for sure. GT still down south on the edge lines. GLITCHxREBORN, they find that man straight up ramming into their spot, and they easily claim that elimination too. So that's a free piece of candy.
Free piece of candy and a lot of utility as well. They've just got an extra crate for themselves to replenish everything that they ever need. But now GLITCHxREBORN out in the open. This virtual cover isn't going to last forever. Their smokes isn't going to last forever. They will need to find a spot for themselves. On the other side, THM, how do they proceed forward? Because Team Cosmic just is waiting for them.
THM, now it's time to move away. They're pulling off the rotations off their life. Going for the long one too, but are they really going to be safe with that? As Versatile Esports, they make the pounce on top of the players of HRZ. And Versatile, they're doing so much damage against HRZ, it's incredible. HRZ are not even standing a chance as they get melted right in the smack center.
2 players are still alive. The 2 players who were outside the circle, they had to play in safe and could not really participate in this fight, could not save their comrades. But as of now, I feel like that is a good call. Let Team Versatile move forward and get the open spaces inside the circle and then backstabbing them from behind. I think that can be a genius move. And now look at this. THM, they're slowly dwindling down. Destro is also taking too much bullets, and I think they have been done and dusted.
That's what it seems like. Even DNR, they have been taking too much damage upon themselves. GT still alive with all the 4 players. They've got full force available. So much manpower they can try and use. For GT, they do want to spread the wings, but just be careful. They won't be clipped. TC right next to him. And this team is going to be the bigger threat. They've got the soft cover to play with, but as soon as the smoke shifts away, that's when they might just meet their demise. Crimson there around the corner. He's the only man who's there in the safety lines. The only thing that's keeping him alive so far is going to be the smoke. And GT, they definitely do want to go for the fight against the players of TC as Crimson gets knocked out by the man of Aerobotz. That was a beautifully placed nade. So for TC, the spot where Crimson was, it's not going to be too safe.
Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why he's been knocked out. But the rest of the 2 players, I think they can gatekeep the likes of Team Gujarat Tigers right now. One of the players has been tasked with to get their fallen comrade back up. But look at the pressure coming in from Team Aerobotz as well. Constant nades and constant bullets peppering down. And it seems like Crimson has been done for, and Gujarat Tigers, they realize that. They realize a little bit of the open space has been left in and they're trying to capitalize on it, but the damaged vehicle, I'm not really sure, Necro, if that is a good idea.
Oh, the Molotov is burning these players to death! And that's what exactly happens. Extra crispy. GLITCHxREBORN outside of the lobby. HRZ out in the open on the run. They've got no other option left anyways. They need to pull this rotation off, and it's going to be once in a lifetime. HRZ's on the run, backs against the wall as it's constantly moving away, and this time it's going to do too much damage as well. Assam Titans, Jax falls down. A man who's supposed to be the final glimmer, this time gets taken down first. Assam Titans in a world of trouble. There's still 2 more players in the front lines. Now it's going to be taken down to a 2-on-2, equally distributed.
Arthur needs to move inside the compound. It's unfortunate, but Jax was taken down by his own nade itself. Honored rivals, they definitely are trying to huddle and get back in this game, but so far, we have another 4v4 setup for ourselves. Team Versatile, they're trying to hold back the pressure coming in from Team Aerobotz. And look at that exchange of nades. It's an artillery warfare, Necro.
Yeah, VXT. They're tossing in so many utilities on the opposition, and Aerobotz, the players eventually do crumble down, but still they've got 2 more players standing. If you try to push up close and personal, it will be the artillery strike of VXT to try and stop you. 2 more men on the back footing, while the utilities are still constantly being peppered. While you try and transition on towards the players of HRZ, and this time it was prioritized perfectly. Assam Titans, they move in tandem as they strike down the remaining players, but now for Assam Titans, they're also getting focused by the players of GT. It's not looking too good. Even Versatile Esports, they make the move up against the players of ARZ, as now Viper's going to be the last man standing, and he will be wiped outside of the lobby soon enough. He's taken down way too low, but no, he still retaliates. He strikes down Somraj in return. Aerobotz Esports, they're still giving it their last-ditch effort. As Viper, he's not being wiped just yet, but he's still taken down way too low. A sliver of HP to back him up. All it takes is 1 single bullet, and he will be sent back to the lobby packing.
It's a battle of soul. Less HP. Viper is still surviving. This man is still going through. Almost got another one as well. Aquanox was extremely low. I almost thought Raiden could have just gotten the knock for himself, but Team Versatile, they have been weakened by this one man, and Team Gujarat Tigers, they can potentially make advantage of it. The circle is dwindling. Team Versatile, they have no space whatsoever. And it's all down to Clutch God as well as his comrades. Dark Cloud is still there in position as well, and the explosions happen. A beautiful chicken dinner, a patient chicken dinner from Gujarat Tigers. Team Versatile, they tried their luck, but it was just one man from Team Aerobotz, who was Viper, who kind of dwindled all their plans. First knocked out Somraj and then almost knocked out Raiden. I don't know what happened.
GT just had the man advantage in the final few moments. And yeah, you mentioned what exactly happened right there. The only reason why Versatile Esports were almost on the verge of losing out that fight against the one single man was because they took the fight one after one. They were too confident. They thought that, yes, it's just one single man at the front. We can easily strike him down. He's also way too low. But they forgot they're facing off against a shotgun.
Yep.
And all it takes is one single shot. That's what exactly happened.
But I love the way Team Versatile used the utility as well to get the rest of the players, right? They had so less space to work with, but always Somraj prefers one thing. Throw your nades, throw your molotovs, and that worked here as well.
Exactly. Utilities has to be the main prioritization before you go for a head-on-head collision, especially when the shotgun meta came through. Utilities is the only way you can force out a player from his cover. If you push up close and personal, there's definitely going to be a shotgun blast to your face. And especially with TPP, that's a deadly combination.
It certainly is a deadly combination. But of course, Gujarat Tigers with this game itself, I'm pretty much sure that they have completed and in fact crossed the 100-point mark. Where do they stand right now? Where does Honored Rival stand right now? Where does Ignite Gaming stand right now? All of those questions will definitely be answered when we see the point standings. But Gujarat Tigers, Esports, Honored Rivals, Ignite Gaming, they've done for. Tribe Hirdmen, they're still struggling. Team Cosmic, what was their position in this game? Because I don't think they got a lot of points from this one.
Yeah, Team Cosmic, once again, being inconsistent as usual. That's what they're known for. They just get this one single big blast in the entire games, and then they just bring themselves back in a better spot in the overall standings. After that, you see them being inconsistent as usual. GT, they forced a great fight against the players of Assam Titans. In my opinion, that was a pretty nice capitalization. As soon as they got rid of the back lines, GT knew all they needed to do was just focus in the front. That's what they did. In the final few moments, GT also had the man advantage for Infinity OP. It was a 1-on-3, next to impossible to be converted, especially when you've got so many utilities being tossed right on top of you.
Absolutely. But I think for Team Versatile, they're also going to be happy. 12 finishes, not to scoff at. And I think the second position as well, they're also moving towards the 100-point mark. Now, since there are so many teams who are kind of going in for such high, crazy numbers, Necro, I think the fact that you were saying the cutoff being around the 65 to 70-point mark, it might just become true. I'm not really sure what the fall-off is.
That's what I'm saying, right? There's definitely a possibility. Now, we're just over here sitting down making an assumption that, yeah, this might just be the number, that might just be the number. We never know what it's actually going to be. You never know. It might just be even lower. Anything can happen. Anything is the possibility. That's what I'm saying. To be on the safer side of things, you might just try and get 70 points in total. That's going to save the day for you. That's going to save you a lot of the trouble and maybe that headache, too, when you're done with your games.
Talking about headaches, I think I do have a headache right now. How many points did Team Cosmic score? Because having seen their first game, I was hoping that this team, if they make it from this stage, I think they will train themselves for very high pressure situations when the backs are against the walls, and which will help them in the further rounds as well. If they don't really score a lot of points, I think the last game they will have to kind of go in for a banger for 20 points. I don't know.
Listen, keep this thing in mind. They're still way too close to that qualification barrier, right? So all it takes is one decent game, maybe 10 points in the upcoming game of Sanhok, and they can instantly put themselves with that cushion that's needed. Not even 10 points. Even if they do get 5 to 6 points, they can still be there crossing that barrier. But you never know. The upcoming groups, they might just increase the bars even more. So that's why I'm saying, having 70 points in total, that's going to keep you with that safety cushion.
Definitely, but let's have a look at the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. 19 points from Gujarat Tigers. VXT, they have 18 points for themselves, and then there is that fall-off. Team Honored Rivals with 9 points, Aerobotz with 8 points, Assam Titans with 8 points, GLITCHxREBORN with 6 points. I think this is the team who has kind of qualified. They've ensured their qualification, but then bought Army Esports 5 points, not enough. For Miracle, I think they've also done the job. 4 points for them, and Team Empire on 4 points as well.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny's a big fan of vacuums, right? And especially when you see vacuums on the top like that. Just 2 teams dominating the entire lobby, and then you see the points dropping down to just 9 points. That's a big vacuum. You move towards the latter half of the board. IG, Ignite Gaming, a team that was performing so well yesterday, they're not able to showcase and rise up to the mark. And even the players of GT, they're playing it so slow. I want GT to play fast. I want them to play aggressive, but that's not the case so far.
It certainly is not the case, definitely, Necro. But the point is, Team Cosmic with just 2 points from this game. Now there is that major point of concern. There's also a point of concern for the Tribe Hirdmen as well, because they started off their day with 40 points. Now they're somewhere around the 50-point mark, and I don't really think that's going to be enough. Like you said, if 70 point is a safety barrier for the map of Sanhok, I think they will need to go for above 20 points maybe.
Hands down, they need a lot more of those points to try and get themselves back up on the feet, especially for Tribe Hirdmen. They need at least somewhere around 20 points, as you mentioned. You try and move the conversation on towards a few more teams that have already made the cut now. Speak of honored rivals, they're definitely going to try to target. Even the players of VXT, they're already there with the safety barrier. Even GT, considering they know it's the last game, anything can happen. Let's move on to a short break for now, though.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really?
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back, everyone. After a very short break, we are all set for the final game of this particular group. And Johnny, one more game before we get the first set of teams who are going to be eliminated. How excited are you?
I mean, I'm pretty excited, but as soon as you brought up elimination, my heart sank a little, because we don't know, right, who we're going to say goodbye to. Yeah, of course, if you are anywhere underneath like 35 points, 40 points, yeah, then we are going to start waving in your general direction and a safe trip back home. But then again, there are a lot of teams that are still in a fighting position. Of course, a lot of teams waiting to play their matches. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want an amazing device to start off your journey in BGMI, wait no longer, because the iQOO Z9S series is here, starting at 17,999. And if you go on to Google and search the iQOO Z9S series, you can stand a chance of winning a brand new iQOO Z9S Pro. Isn't that amazing, Salty?
It certainly is amazing, because the Z9S, the iQOO Z9S, it does have the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 already. It performs really well, especially me and Necro were having a conversation of how smooth it works in TDMs and in classic matches and scrims as well.
Yeah.
The Pro version, it's even better. So definitely, why not get yourself a chance of potentially winning one for yourself? And
you know what?
Oh my God.
Feel the back.
Can we do that? Oh. Can we actually click a picture, Johnny?
I mean, I don't know it right now. Maybe with these guys, right? These guys watching at home, we're going to click a picture with them by the end of the day.
Definitely.
And
put it on our socials?
Yeah, sure.
Done scene. I haven't really updated my Instagram for a very long time, and you haven't either.
So
we're going to do that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about the overall standings. And now, of course, we do have HRZ Honored Rivals at the very tippity top. You've got 60 points on them. Team Ignite Gaming 47. Gujarat Tigers, they've made a climb for themselves, 46. VXT at 41. Assam Titans with 38 as well. But if you move on forward towards the bottom half, you've got Air Esports at 20 points. Point of concern?
Yeah, Era Esports, I think a little bit of concern, to be honest, not a lot. Because now, I mean, Era Esports, yeah, they were sitting at 80 points after their matches yesterday, so no concern at all. My apologies. I think they've pretty much made it through to the other side, touching that 100-point marker. But it is going to be interesting to see how the rest of the teams perform now. And with how this vacuum is going at the top of the leaderboard, man, I'm so concerned for all of these teams. Team Empire now, I think a lot relying on this upcoming map. If they fail to perform, their journey comes to an end. This last game of Sanhok, it needs to be a big one, especially for the side of Team Empire.
Let's just talk about the teams who currently are in the danger zone right now, alright? You've got Team Empire, you've got Team Aerobotz Esports as well. Tribe Hirdmen, they're in a position where they potentially will need 20 plus points from the map of Sanhok to kind of secure their qualification and be absolutely sure they are moving forward. You've got NXTGEN Gaming as well, also not in a very good position. Bot Army Esports, we saw glimpses of hope, but still not enough. And Team Cosmic, they started off on such a good note, 22 points, and in the next game, just 2 points. I don't know what just stopped them. Momentum.
Yeah, I mean, Necro pointed this out. So Team Cosmic always just have one big game every week, right? They played 6 matches last week. One was a big game. The other were, well, I think they were not even playing in those matches, those other 5 matches. And this week as well, yesterday, Team Cosmic had, let me check, 2 points in the 3 matches they played. Today, first game, 22 points. Second game, again vanishing from the map quite early.
Well, they do have one more map to go, and I think, I'm hoping something of some potential sort they can pull off so that they can actually qualify. But what do we have here, Johnny?
Yeah, it's a question from our viewers from X, and of course this one is going to be from Ritz Nav. The question is, what is more preferable while making a roster? A team of underdog beast assaulters with an accomplished IGL / one of the marquee fraggers and an unproven IGL? We know both the instances have their own share of success, like Global Esports and Team Xpark, and failures like Team Xpark, Under Dreams, and Revenant Esports. So do you want to take this first, or should I take this first?
I don't even want to take this question because I think they've added failures over there. The audience is smart enough.
All right, yeah. Sorry about that. So Salty will... is that an obligation for you? Like, I think you can talk about the first half, though. Right?
I think having beast assaulters with an experienced IGL just goes to show that you have the experience that you want, and you can groom these assaulters the way you want.
Exactly.
But the only problem is, majority of the times the IGL do manage to succeed, get themselves a circle, but the assaulters, they do have the firepower, but they do not know how to channelize that firepower and move in the right direction. I feel like if you are making a team like that, you need to give it time to groom it, potentially multiple seasons on, and only then they will be able to perform.
But my personal opinion is it's much easier to put it into execution with 3 inexperienced assaulters who have a lot of potential, a lot of firepower, with an experienced IGL. That combo is much easier to execute in comparison to 3 accomplished assaulters with an unproven IGL, just because it is very difficult to unlearn things that you have learned in the past. And that is, it's just psychological, right? These assaulters, they've been playing and playing and playing the same way for a long time, and if you force them to play a different way with an inexperienced IGL, then they are going to start to struggle. It happens.
Yeah, it definitely happens. But, you know, there are those off occasions where new IGLs who come up with their new game plans and they are experienced to the current meta, they can kind of adapt very quickly. So it depends on multiple factors, and while making rosters, all of these factors are discussed. While making rosters, multiple more factors are discussed as well, be it their player behavior, how good the player is and learning new things, their attitude towards the game as well. And I think all of those things matter a lot.
Yeah, so what most people don't realize is, as much as the performance inside of the game matters to teams, to players, it is mostly about what goes on outside of the game as well. How do you practice? How do you gel up with your teammates outside of the game? How is your synergy with your teammates in those practice scrims that you play throughout the day? And if that is not working out, then it doesn't matter. You might be the best fragger in the entire nation, but you won't be able, you will struggle sticking to a roster. And if you're struggling to stick with the same roster for a long time, then it's going to be very difficult for you to lift a trophy.
I'll give you only one word. All the tier 1 teams are only looking for that one thing, and that is discipline.
Discipline, yeah.
The tier 1 orgs, everyone at this stage, mechanically, they're all brilliant.
Exactly.
They've got the caliber, what it takes to be a professional player at the biggest stage of them all. But the only thing which separates the greatest of the great and good players is the discipline and the hard work that they put in behind the scenes. That's it. From the time that they wake up to the time that they do their scrims, everything matters.
Want to defend you as well, Salty. I mean, they mentioned failure and put Revenant alongside with it. At a recent tournament, Sensei, as an IGL, was destroying almost everyone in individual battles.
Yeah.
And I mean, there would be practice sessions where he would go out, just take on those players in TDM, and it would basically annihilate some of the best players in the country. So you can't really take anything away from him. But what we are going to take, ladies and gentlemen, is take off for this game number 3 over the map of Sanhok. We go the last game for Group 1, or Group 2, my apologies, from Set Blue. And this is going to be, as I mentioned, the last opportunity for all of these teams to secure as many points to break into the top 64.
Breaking into top 64, it's not going to come easy. Certain teams, they've already done the job, and I think those are the teams who are going to play it YOLO, because the map of Sanhok, of course, everyone loves to go aggressive. Everyone loves to go through those drop collisions as well. But there are certain teams who are going to be struggling, who will have to kind of suffer their way through multiple fights and potentially get themselves 20 plus points to qualify. I'm talking about teams like 4Miracle. I'm talking about teams like HRZ as well.
Well, let's see how HRZ is going to perform in this particular match for Miracles. I think this is one of their last matches, so they're going to go YOLO. But talk about going YOLO, and it is GUJARAT Tigers in an intense fight right off the bat against the players of NXTGEN. Rexy knocked out, Harsh looking for the second, finds Newbie Jot, puts him down on the ground. GUJARAT Tigers, they have a big advantage to work with. And Newbie Jot, he's going to be fighting for his life. Winter's knocked out, and it's all said and done. Things wrapped up. And the exit handed to the players of NXTGEN. But that is not the only fight, Salty. We have one more breaking out, and I think we might be saying bye-bye to another team, not just from this game, but from this entire tournament. Because TNA, well, they are taking a beating in going up against Esports with the third party from HRC. What is this?
This is nice. This is good stuff. Team Nitrate Esports, for them, I think the best way to survive this chaos is to try and run away from it, because Team HRZ, they're an absolute havoc. They're shooting this shotgun in every direction and everywhere. They're finding those connections. Bijilu comes in from top. The Nitrate have been packed in and put them back in the bag as well. They go back to the lobby. They potentially go back home as well because they don't have enough points. But for Bijilu, I think the job is not done. Team Honored Rivals, they certainly have qualified, but now they're looking for more.
Yeah, they are definitely going to look for more. And Honored Rivals, to be honest, Salty, this is bullying, man. They did not need to do this. TNR, their dreams have been shut down already at the very start of this map of Sanhok.
Two teams have been eliminated. Team NXT are also down and out potentially without a lot of points. So making it through to the next stage, there's going to be a big question mark. Team Error Esports have lost 3 players, but for this team at least, they know they have that safety barrier.
Yeah, I think so. I think at least Error Esports, as we mentioned, I mean, already doing wonderful. 80 points on the board before we began the day. And after that previous game, after the performance on Erangel as well, I think they're going to be closing in on the 90s. So they should be in a much safer position in comparison. But let's see. The next team to take an exit. Who do you think it's going to be? I mean, there are a lot of contenders for that. 4 Dominators as well. They haven't been having a great day so far.
I mean, looking at the usual trend, I, in my head, also had 4 Dominators, to be honest. But Team Empire, I think this is one of the teams who kind of have a chance of making it through. If they have a big game, why not give us a big game? A lot of expectations on their shoulders as well. But so far, it seems like Team Cosmic, they're going to be one of the sides who will need 20 plus points as well.
Yeah, I mean, Team Cosmic, yes, they do. And too bad for them that the Miramar before this did not go their way. They had like even a middle pack performance in that particular map, 10 to 11 points. The pressure, the workload for Sanhok would have been much lower, so they would have been able to execute it quite easily. But now, facing immense mental pressure, it's an all or nothing situation right now for Team Cosmic. Either they win this game, put up big numbers on the board, and move on to round 2, or simply just like head back home.
Yeah, but you know what? There are a lot of teams who will get back the experience. But look at this. Team Tribe Hirdmen. This is one of the teams they have expectations against. We have expectations against as well. Their fans are rooting for them. So far, they're doing good. 2 players being knocked out. They will get those finish points. Bot Army, Esports. Are we witnessing an early exit from this team? Bot Army?
I think so, man. I mean, bottom esports this time around in the BMPS 2024 haven't really been in the best of forms, to be honest. It was a little bit of a letdown, but as I was having the same conversation with Necro during Game 1, we don't really know what's happening in the backgrounds, right? We don't really know what's happening with the organization, what's happening with the players. And I believe that is what is putting a detrimental impact on their performance. It might be something completely outside of the game.
Well, we'll have to find out, but as of now, Team THM, they definitely are looking to confirm the rest of the 3 frags as well. They've got one, Destro. He knows exactly where the position of the rest of the players are. The utility definitely will force him back, but now look at this, the cover fire from behind, one beautiful nade. Oh! That gets him 2 finishes already on this one lad bot army. They are dwindling down and they have been knocked out of the park. Just 1 player remaining, Johnny.
Yeah, Dextro. He was so lucky because Outcast was actually standing right next to him. And both of them panicked. Outcast missed an opportunity to secure a knock, but Hawk from the backlines, he can bring his team back into this fight, but that's not even going to happen, not even close. And THM, they secure the elimination. Those 4 points put on the board very early in the game. And Salty, that's the 3rd team to take an early exit in this match. Sanhok is exactly what we want Sanhok to be.
Exactly, right? We expected the last game to be chaotic, and this is exactly what we are being offered. But the tribe Hirdmen, they've got a good start. They need to maintain this momentum and need to get a lot more of these squad vibes.
Yeah.
4 finishes on board already, but for bot army, an experienced lineup, we've seen them in official tournaments before. What just happened? They did not really have any sort of coordination. Individual players going in left, right, and center and just losing their lives.
Exactly what I was about to say, man. I mean, they are not playing like their usual selves. It just feels extremely weird. Their movements, the way they are approaching those fights, no coordination at all within those team fights as well. So the bot army that we witnessed in the last 3 official tournaments has completely faded away, and it's surprising.
It definitely is surprising. It can be either of 2 things, right? Either the competition coming in from the undergods has improved way too much where they cannot level up, or they haven't just been grinding as hard. And I think this can be a reality check where they are potentially not really in the best of form. They will have to go back to the drawing board and get back grinding once again.
That is very true. I mean, no matter what it is, it can be fixed. It's not like mistakes can't be fixed, right? Bot Army Esports, I think that is going to be their learning. Figure out what went wrong, why was this horrendous performance there in this iQOO BMPS 2024, go back to the drawing board as you said, make those fixes and then show up to the next tournament even stronger. Because we know, Bot Army Esports, these were the undergods that impressed us at once upon a time. And we wanted them to see, we wanted to see them evolve from undergods to the consistent pros of the future.
Absolutely.
But they moved in the wrong direction, unfortunately.
The BMPS was that path to glory, but they just could not glorify themselves. But look at this, another team who trying to make that happen is going to be Tribe Hirdmen. They've found Team 4 Dominators and they're pinning 4 Dominators down once again. Another player, AWA, has been brought down. Dextro is moving in quick. He's moving in hard. 2 players have been pinned together. Pekajord can't really do much. Monster has been knocked down as well. Team THM, what has suddenly happened to them?
Well, they are on fire, my friend, and they need to set this map on fire as well. Because THM, they are looking for a big game. We were talking about the cutoff being in the mid-60s, being in the late 60s, or if they're lucky enough, in the early 50s as well. THM started the day off with 40 points on the board. That first game did not go their way. The second one was shaky as well. Now, this map of Sanhok, it is the only one they have, so they need to make sure that they have big numbers on the board. But look at this, 8 points already secured in terms of those eliminations. Now, even if THM just collect all of the first aids that they can find and play for survival and walk away with decent number of placement points, I think that should be enough to help them cross the threshold at least. But what will happen then is they will leave themselves to the mercy of the other teams that will play the matches in the coming future starting tomorrow. Because tomorrow is when groups change, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly right. And they don't really want to be left hanging. They want to ensure qualification. They will have to go for a little more finishes and potentially the chicken dinner as well. And they can do so. They've got a lovely positioning as well. They will have to move towards a land of boot camp. They will not find any interference. But as of now, just have a look at this. Raiden the man, the myth, the legend from the last game from Team Versatile. His 1v2 against Team 4 Miracle is something which I still remember, just moving in, flicking in across that one small little boulder. But 5 finishes, 42% finish contribution. Very impressive performance, Johnny.
Yeah, an electrifying performance coming in from Raiden. And of course, the top 5 players as well. We have Beast from Honored Rivals. We have Infinity OP again from Team Versatile. Empire from Team Empire, finally living up to his namesake. And Jazzy from 4 Miracle. But Gujarat Tigers, it seems like their urge to just take on the players of Ignite help them find that opening knock. Are they going to go for a push even further? In the meanwhile, GLITCHREBORN looking to cut off a few rotations. Spray was committed by Vishu. Unfortunately, apart from a few shots, wasn't really able to dish out significant amount of damage on the opposing side. And Team Empire, they just continue to move along their merry way.
Team Empire, they can't really move around their merry way because the way that is in front of them is extremely dicey. They will have to be aggressive. Team THM, they've started it off, and Team Empire, wait, they're heading straight in their opposition. It's Team Versatile, one of the teams who has done extremely well. The first knock is that Infinity OP is down, but from the backlines, it's Storm who is still resurrecting the situation. This team, 2 players down already, Johnny. Do you think they can potentially make it?
I mean, the numbers are even, Steven, right? It's a 2v2 situation, and Empire, they're going to look to wrap things up, looking to go for a revive now. But Empire himself playing that off angle. Now, this is the danger man. He needs to find the opening with the DBS. Runs in and still fails to secure a knock against that unarmed man. Raiden somehow, miraculously, does manage to survive. But while this chaos brews salty, here comes the third party. We see the players of GLITCHREBORN. Are they looking to re-engage into this fight against already beaten down Team Empire? And I think the answer is a simple yes. The nades come in, the knocks are going to be secured. One last man left standing from the side of Team Empire. And GLITCHREBORN, they capitalize on the entire situation in a very beautiful manner. Empire is going to be forced into a corner, and he's going to be forced to run away, leaving his teammates behind. But Raiden, he was stuck all alone inside of that shack. No escape options available, and I think he might just end up giving his point to the players of GLITCHREBORN. There we go. The jump shot fails, and Vishu, well, he never misses. 2 finishes on the board secured by GLITCHREBORN in this fight, and in fact 4 as a grand total.
This is such a gift from Raiden to GLITCHxREBORN, to be honest. Majority of the players from Team Empire were knocked down by Raiden itself from that nade, and GLITCHxREBORN just walked in and got those finish points. This is absolutely insane. Team Empire had such a massive lead in that fight against Team VXT. VXT just could not hold on. Raiden has been performing left, right and center. But the question in my mind is, where is the Beast? Where is the Octopus? Aquanox.
Oh, he got finished a while ago.
He got finished off. I'm talking about his performance, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with the experienced players, right? Once the job is done, they just take a back seat. He did all the heavy lifting yesterday. Today was his day off. He's basically chilling. And again, GLITCHREBORN, my apologies. So they secured 3 eliminations from the side of Team Empire, 1 from the side of VXT. Last man from Team Empire did manage to escape and evade getting taken out. But VXT were Team Versatile. Nothing lost, nothing gained. They have already qualified. Who cares if they qualify within the top 10 or right on that 64th position? As long as you make it into round 2, it's all good.
Exactly. Everything gets nullified. Everything gets reset. But now look at this Empire all by himself. He spots 3 players and immediately moves out. This is fun stuff. But look at this. Aerobotz spots him out. Carry. It was easy for him. 1 shot and he's done for. Team Empire have been done as well.
Yeah, I mean, this was bound to happen. Empire just made a charge for the center of the circle, and quite an unfortunate series of events for this team as they find themselves up against the players of Aerobotz, and now it's going to be extremely dicey whether Team Empire get to move forward to round 2. High chance the answer is going to be no. But while they have been extremely unlucky, ladies and gentlemen, you can be very lucky because our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, which starts from 17,999, well, there's a giveaway happening. All you have to do is go on to Google, search the iQOO Z9S series, and you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro for yourself. A brand new device.
And you know, majority of the times you can be more lucky if you do it during the broadcast times as well, in between 3 to 8. So if you do that, potentially increase your chances of winning that great device for yourself. Wonderful for playing scrims, wonderful for doing any sort of creative work as well. But on the other side, Team Aero Esports, it's been a long time we witnessed this fight happening in Paradise Resort. Justy has been surviving ever since, Johnny.
Well, let's see Aero Esports again. No errors made till now, as far as the performance on the overall leaderboard is considered, and this is where Aquanox, we saw him pinned down. I think he made a push for to help out his teammates, and yeah, this play on the flank is the reason he got taken out, outnumbered in a 1v2 against Storm and Empire. And I love the fact that Team Empire, they prioritize just clearing up and securing all of those finishes. This nade from Raiden just helped them secure those 2 knocks. GLITCHREBORN came in for the cleanup.
And then clean up Raiden as well.
Yeah.
But to be honest, for GLITCHxREBORN, nothing really to worry about. But the teams were still living, right? You've got Team Cosmic, Tribe, Hirdmen, who are still trying to make that cut. Team Cosmic, they haven't really moved a lot so far yet. And I think that is a cause of concern because they're trying to play passive, but I don't really think they have the liberty to do so in terms of the points and the overall standings. We have been consistently talking about how important it is to kind of reach that 70-point marker, to have that cushion to qualify. And it seems like Team Cosmic, they're kind of being a little stubborn at this point, trying to play for those position points. They do have a very lovely compound, but how will they inject themselves inside the circle is the question. Paradise Resort is already being guarded by those beasts, Honored Rivals.
Well, let's see. On Rivals, at least in this game, they have a strong momentum for themselves by securing all of those frags from the early fight in Paradise Resort. And of course, that concrete cover as well of the Paradise Resort itself, it gives you a lot to work with. Here we have it. Team Cosmic, they were looking to move in. Shots fired in their direction. Although they do find a safe place to park that vehicle. And Justy now, he finds himself isolated against Team Cosmic. This is going to be brutal if they find him.
Not brutal enough. I think Aero Esports also have kind of ensured their qualification. So even if they kind of head out, I think it's kind of easier for them.
He can ruin the day for Team Cosmic before he goes out, though.
He certainly can, right? That will be majestic, but that's not going to happen. Pash XD, easy for him to clean things up. First finish for Team Cosmic, but they will need a lot more of these.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot more in order to qualify. Luckily for them, right? You know what has happened, right? Because of that first game of Erangel, I think they're still in a fighting position, so they're going to be around those 50s, close enough. How did he not see him? What is going on? Team Cosmic, they were looking at the skies. Beast also whipped his shots, and he now gets taken out. That was such an easy opportunity for Beast to secure a few extra frags. But I guess Honored Rivals, they are also completely careless considering they are closing in on the 90s as we have discussed. So not a lot for them to do apart from ruining the day for the other people. And GLITCHREBORN now in this match, looking extremely solid, going up against the players of Ignite Gaming. And they will have to wrap things up as quickly as possible. But all of a sudden, GLITCHREBORN, they're on the receiving end of things. And now Thor pushes forward. Scuba is going to be finished off. GLITCHREBORN done and dusted. But before Ignite can go for a reset, 4 Miracle chime in for the third party, Sayam and Yashu. They do not want to let Adi and the boys escape. Well, it's going to be an interesting fight. Adi goes down and 4 Miracle all of a sudden down to, I believe, just 2 players left in a fighting position. Thor, he has done a phenomenal job for his team. 5 finishes on the board for this individual, and this is not the first time we are seeing him play like this, by the way. This man has been absolutely phenomenal since day one.
He stomped the competition in front of us. He stomped through GLITCHxREBORN, went in straight.
Did he take down all 4 of them by himself?
Exactly. Wow. He took down all 4 of them by himself and then moved on, got Adi as well. Now he's potentially on his way to get another one, but finally he's been shut down. 4 Miracle. They've lost their IGL, but the 3 players, they're still there. And Sayam, the OG players, people, the audience consider him the OG player, has kind of stepped up once again.
Oh man, Ignite Gaming. But again, Ignite Gaming is also one of those teams that is already doing well. 4 Miracle as well. So these are the top contenders right now that are fighting for amongst themselves. And that opens up a lot of space for the teams that are struggling in the middle of the pack. to actually secure a decent number of points from this game. One of those teams is Aerobotz Esports, who are playing the smack center of the circle right now. But Sayam falls into the line of fire of the players of Honored RIVALZ. Phoenix on the other side of the bushes. The nade is going to be lobbed out. Damaged, well, it overshoots, so there's no damage dished out. Now Sayam hiding in the grass finally peeks out. The jump shot from Phoenix whiffs, and Sayam secures the knock for his team. But the rest of the players from Honored RIVALZ, they make the push, and without any delay, they take Sayam down as well. So for Miracle, Honored RIVALZ again, top contenders in a kerfuffle of their own. In the meanwhile, though, look at the finish speed. Hirdmen going up against Assam Titans. Now, those are the teams that are fighting for qualification.
And it seems like the Assam Titans have actually been wiped off as well.
Oh, no.
The Tribe Hirdmen, they've also suffered casualty. It's not like they have suffered, they have escaped unscathed. But as of now, it's Kyoya who's taking in shots, and lovely done. Artho has been finished off as well. Honored RIVALZ, they're going to bow out of this game. But for Miracle, they certainly are moving in strong. Team Cosmic is moving in strong. 4 teams left, 13 players alive. Who's going to get the chicken in? Is going to be Gujarat Tigers once again?
I mean, it can be, but Team Cosmic, they need this win if they want to keep the hope and the dream for round 2 alive. They will have to move in. And moving can be made easy by our official mobility partner, the Hero Extreme 125R, which will be given to whoever becomes, or in fact, takes the title of Survivor in the Grand Finals. But as we were talking about Team Cosmic, 4 eliminations on the board already. We need a few more, and this is how the fight went down between Assam Titans and Tribe Hirdmen. I believe there was a third party involved. Tribe Hirdmen, they were taken down by Assam Titans, but Assam Titans also did not survive for long. But before that discussion, Team Cosmic, they are salty, looking to make a move right now, but there are so many different challenges that are blocking their way. First and foremost, it is Gujarat Tigers on the flank.
But I think they have a good position, honestly.
Yeah,
especially
true.
after the knockout of Kyoya, they have found themselves more space to kind of move around. They've got the entire northern fringe of the circle. Taking in shots from the low ground will not be accepted. Team Cosmic en route to getting a chicken dinner for themselves. But Yashu from top rains hellfire, gets another knockdown for himself. It's just one player who is still surviving. Team Cosmic will have to retain their man advantage if they want to qualify to the further round, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, Team Cosmic, they need to win this game. I would be ecstatic if they actually secure the chicken dinner in this particular match. The opportunity is there as well. One of the players from the side of Team Cosmic was knocked out, but they are looking for that revive. Yashu, in the meanwhile, just lobs every piece of utility that he had onto the players of Team Cosmic. Manages to find no one, but this nade, it's going to drop a little too close. Yashu falls back. In the meanwhile, the players of Team Cosmic are still dealing with Gujarat Tigers in the back lines. And the circle, it's closer to the players of Gujarat Tigers. The problem is it's out in the open, and that nade from Zod just blows Yashu to smithereens. There's the end of the journey for Miracle in this game, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see them in round 2.
We certainly will. Team Aerobotz right now, another big hurdle for Team Cosmic as of yet. They have such a lovely position inside the circle, just barely outside the circle, but the hard covers are going to make their life so much more easier. Gujarat Tigers, a little pocket of space, but they can be the outliers. They can be the problem creators for every single one of these players out there. A proper 4v4, but Gujarat Tigers will try and rip it off right in between.
Oh, well, let's see. Aerobotz and Team Cosmic. So not just one, but 2 teams fighting for qualification. Aerobotz down in terms of finish numbers. They do secure 1 knock from the side of Gujarat Tigers, but the real pressure is coming in from the back. It is Team Cosmic looking for that push. Carry knocked out. Viper also down on his knees. And Aerobotz, they're down to the last man and they get wiped out. Is this the end of journey for Aerobotz inside of the iQOO BMPS 2024? We're going to find out in the next few days, ladies and gentlemen, after the second half of round 1 is over. But as far as this game of Sanhok is considered, it is Team Cosmic who secure a pretty big win for themselves in this match. 12 finishes on the board and the chicken dinner. Another 22 points secured.
I have no clue what just happened because Team Cosmic, they pulled off an absolute miracle.
Yeah.
2 big games to kind of qualify in the last day of matches.
Hey man, I mean...
Did we ever script this, honestly? Did we ever think about it?
Also, I think they're going to be barely across the 60-point mark. I think they're going to be somewhere close to 65 points in total. Week 1 and Week 2 combined, of course. And as of now, we don't have the exact cutoff, so we do not really know what the middle pack is going to look like. So while getting to that position does give you a little bit of a safety cushion to work with, and you can take a sigh of relief, it all depends on how the other teams are going to play.
Exactly, but also there is one more factor, Team Cosmic. If they can potentially win 2 out of, or get such great games 2 out of 3, then where was the performance so long?
I have no idea. I think they were just warming up in week 1. Or at least that is what Necro likes to call it, testing the waters.
Testing the waters will actually make them pray right now, because now all their results will kind of be on the mercy of the other teams who are going to play further.
Yeah, I mean, and that is not really a position you want to leave yourself in, right?
Yep.
Just waiting and watching, that's the worst. I mean, imagine by the time the last day comes around, you are sitting between the bracket of 60 to 64, you're within the last bottom 4 teams that qualify, and then you're just waiting matches, seeing what the other teams are up to, with your fingers crossed, hoping that everyone else fails. When your qualification depends on the failure of others, you have already failed.
Absolutely. Well, talking about failing, I hope the Team Cosmic, I'm praying the Team Cosmic are going to make it, because after a performance like this, after a heroic performance like this, they do deserve to play the next round as well. But it's not just them. What about Team Tribe Hirdmen? What about the other teams who are also trying to make a cut? Did they get enough? Team Tribe Hirdmen, they started off strong. 2 teams wiped off. What happened after that?
I mean, I have no idea. Tribe Hirdmen, I think they just overexerted themselves. They were doing very well, by the way. And that was another team that was fighting for qualification. I just hope they have enough points today to help them move across the board. But Tribe Hirdmen, I think they were on fire after a certain point. Team Cosmic, they started taking those team fights extremely late in the game. And because they were picking off those loose stragglers again and again and again and again, I think they might just have succeeded in pulling off this amazing win because of that. The late execution into those team fights. One team that I would love to see what they have been up to is GLITCHREBORN, because I mean, GLITCHREBORN week 1 was wonderful. The start to week 2 was a little bit slow, but today in the Sanhok, that is the GLITCHREBORN that I wanted to see. A team that is unafraid of everyone and it doesn't think twice before charging into a fight.
But what about Thor? He just walked over Team GLITCHREBORN and also got Adi out of 4 Miracle as well. That was a performance and a half, because there was so much chaos in between that small little passage between those boulders.
Yeah.
But this man just danced around the pitch. That was ecstatic. But from that point on, I feel like GLITCHxREBORN, they definitely have ensured their qualification. But for 4 Miracle, I feel like this is one of the teams who have also sort of done just enough to kind of ensure their qualification and moving on further.
I think they've done more than enough. Yeah, 4 Miracle started the day itself off with 61 points. The first game was decent from them, the second game as well. And yeah, even if they maintained middle of the pack performances in all 3 games today, I think this was one team that was guaranteed to cross the finish line, right? All they needed was like 4 to 5 points per match. Not even that. I think 4 points per game would have been enough for them to cross the 70-point marker. So 4 Miracle, I think, already were comfortable. And I think with how they were playing in this game, I think they also knew this. That is why they decided to just run into fights without even thinking.
Absolutely. This is a new team, and I feel like Adi has done a fantastic job to kind of groom them already in the first round. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on over to the point standings and find out where exactly the teams stand. Team Cosmic, 22 total points and 12 finished points to work with. Gujarat Tigers, 11 total points for themselves, and Team Tribe Hirdmen, 11 total points as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is an extravaganza from Team Cosmic. 22 points on this board. Gujarat Tigers, as you mentioned, I mean, a phenomenal performance. Always exciting to see them. But we wanted to see some new names, man. I mean, in terms of new name, Tribe Hirdmen, 11 points. I hope they push through. Letdowns, though, let's talk about letdowns. NXTGEN, I don't think they're going to be moving through to round 2. Bot Army Esports, I think they're going to be joining NXTGEN in heading back home. And 4 Dominators as well. Man, where was the domination from this team?
I have no clue. We kind of predicted that this team is going to play according to their name. We have 4 aggressive men who are playing according to their name, who only have like 4 placement points out of 50 points, to be honest. But this was the team who just did not justify their name at all.
Yeah, I mean, no domination at all. In a single game they played. First week, 11 points. This week as well, not really doing so well. Hopefully, all of the experience that they took from the iQOO BMPS 2024 helps them improve in the future. But I think big changes are going to be needed for that.
big changes. And I feel like, the path to glory starts off by taking baby steps. And I feel they've taken the first step by trying at least. Of course, they will learn a lot more. The professional teams, the way they work around, I think that is something which the setups and the discipline will have to be imbibed in their squad as well. And I think in the next upcoming official tournaments, 4 Dominators will be a regular visitor.
Exactly. We hope for that, right? That is what we hope, to see them again and again. But not just to see them again, we hope to see them do well, man.
Absolutely. Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we don't really have an idea which are the teams who are not going to be making the cut. But when we do see the overall standings, there is going to be the idea of where exactly the cutoff is. But as of now, there's going to be a set, there's going to be a change of sets as well. Group 1 is going to play, but after this very short break, don't go anywhere.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है स्टॉप शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
स्टॉप शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And finally, I mean, we have one set of teams, Necro, that have completed their matches in round 1. Group 1 from set blue, their journey comes to an end.
Yeah, pretty much. And one thing is for sure, there's definitely going to be a decent amount of teams that are not going to be able to move on forward from this group as well.
Of course.
They will be missed. And another thing that I really miss is Salty's extravaganza. What are your thoughts about that?
I think the event itself has been an extravaganza so far since Salty's back with us. But moving forward, I think we're going to have a few more exciting moments from Group 2 as well, Group 1 as well. Group 2, as we mentioned, from set blue, their matches are done and dusted. And we will have to wait to figure out which teams have made it through, which teams are going to be left behind. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that you do not have to wait for is this amazing device that's sitting there right on our desk. It's the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999. And of course, a lot of amazing features packed into this device.
Exactly. It's never going to disappoint you with those features as well. And not just that, even the battery life is incredible. You can keep on gaming for hours. But let's move on with the conversation, right? New group of teams will be joining alongside this time. We're going to have teams like Reckoning Esports once again back in the ball. And yesterday, yesterday, we saw what Reckoning Esports pulled off. That comeback was quite nice. You've also got a few more names like Team Xbox, WSB too.
Yeah.
I just want to see a bit of a better performance from WSB, I'm not going to lie.
Of course, I mean, WSB, it's an experienced name. Everyone wanted to see what Omega was going to be able to pull with this particular set of players. But hey, we have pulled out a question from our lovely viewers, and this was sent to us on X. It is from Shivendu. The question is, what's the difference between aggressive IGLs and passive IGLs? Can passive IGLs and teams go on to win the trophy in current point system? Hashtag ask BMPS.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Playing it completely passive, playing it completely defensive is not going to get you points. The only way you can try and amp up the aggression is in the final few moments, and then you can try and play things a little bit solidified. Then you can try and play things a little bit defensive if you want. But you will need that little bit of a burst of aggression somewhere in between the game.
Completely agree with that. I mean, that burst of aggression is going to be required, and if you can't execute it in a particular game, you can play one game just purely for points, and in the next few matches just pick off a decent number of finishes consistently. And majority of the teams have employed this strategy, and it has worked out quite well for them. If you want to talk about the current point structure and where this was put on display to perfection, was the BGIS 2023 Grand Finale, where we had Team Xpark, who started off the journey with a brilliant chicken dinner, and they were able to secure a lot of chicken dinners in the tournament, in the finale. But who ended up winning the finals? It was Gladiator Esports, who had 0 chicken dinners in the tournament, but they were very consistent with every single game because they were securing a lot of eliminations that time.
Exactly. Eliminations are something that's always going to matter a lot. Maybe in the previous point structure, it did not really matter as much, but now it definitely does. The overall standings on the screen for now. At the top, once again, it's going to be the players of HRZ, nothing taken away from them. You've also got GT, IG's right there. And yeah, speaking of IG, we're seeing a bit of that dip in the performance from them.
Who cares, man? IG was already doing pretty phenomenal. They had, what, 47 points yesterday.
But the momentum, though, man. The momentum for the upcoming stages. If IG does not have that in their hands, it's going to be a bit problematic. Maybe that's why GT was playing it slow and passive.
I don't think so. I think Gujarat Tigers... Wait. To control the momentum, they went passive. That is what you're saying.
Yeah, maybe get the chicken dinner in the hands, feel good when they're returning back. And considering yes, on the last day we got the chicken dinner, yeah.
We were just having a conversation about how playing for placements is not going to work out next year.
I know, but GT, maybe just for the momentum, considering they've already done the Herculean task before. They've already gotten so many elimination points, but just for the chicken dinner to have that momentum. We're speaking of GT over here. We know aggression's always going to be on point.
Same goes for IG as well, man. They just dominated yesterday. They dominated in week 1. And, I mean, Ignite Gaming, they have definitely put up a brilliant performance on the board, but I think they have a lot more work to do, and luckily for them. So, the teams that are playing in the opening days of this second half of round 1, I think one thing definitely is going to be quite phenomenal is they have a lot more time to observe the rest of the competition and come out with very well fleshed out strategies for round 2.
I mean, the only reason why I was so skeptical about IG is because it's a newer face on the block, of course. We haven't really been seeing these boys perform over and over again. And usually it's been sort of like the meta where teams later on do tend to lose their form. But as you mentioned, they've already done the big task, so maybe let's not be too critical about these latter 3 games that they've played. Matchup on the screen. Blind Esports once again will be back in action. They've already done so good in the first 6 games that they played. Now they can sit back and relax. WSP, even they're doing quite decent, but still I want to see that power pack performance. Team Xpark, even they're doing quite great in the overall standings. Nothing taken away from them. For Reckoning Esports, still on that climb, but they're pretty much, or you can't say way too close to the safety barrier.
Yeah, I mean, and that is going to be a very uncomfortable position for them to be in. But again, letdowns from this particular group. The biggest one was Heroes Gaming, man. We're seeing them for the second time, and we are definitely expected a big bounce back from the side of Heroes Gaming, but not really showing up in the form that we wanted them in. Although, still have 3 more matches left. If they can walk away with like 12 to 13 points in every single game, do you think that is going to be enough to push them through?
Yeah, for Heroes Gaming, at this point in time, the realistic expectation from me is pretty much going to be no. I don't think so they're going to be qualifying on forward with the way their momentum has been looking like, with the way they're not really able to win the firefights as well. It's way too dicey, Johnny, let's be honest. And now another big letdown is going to be Big Brother Esports and Jubilant Divine. These 2 banner have been there in the competitive circuit for such a long time, and now they're struggling over here in this iQOO BMPS 2024.
That is quite true, but Big Brother, I would say, are still in a decent position to qualify because, I mean, with the points they had in week 1 and with the points that they were able to secure yesterday, they are in that mid-30s, right? So if they have big performances, they need that one big game. They need one big chicken dinner, and if they have it, somewhere close to 15-16 points as well, it sets them up for success in the upcoming matches. But this is all again assuming that Vikendi is the match where they perform.
And keep this thing in mind, there still are those teams that are already doing way too good inside of the lobby that will try to hunt you down. That's definitely going to happen. We might see a few targets going on.
You know, you can say X-Park, right?
Yeah, X-Park. You can also say maybe WSB as well if they do want to take things underneath their belt.
Even
You've also got FS Esports who are still there with the safety barrier, so anything can happen.
Exactly.
The plane flat path starting all the way from Milnar towards port, and this plane flat path once again is looking pretty nice. It's not really going to push the teams in a big state of discomfort or panic. The teams can easily move on towards the spot wherever they want, but still my eyes are going to be pinned on a few drop collisions.
Well, let's see where the drop collisions are going to be, because it is the icy lands of Vikendi, and unless we have an early drop fight, we know we're going to have to wait 20 minutes for the action. So it's better if a few of these teams decide to drop clash each other. And of course, as you mentioned, Necro, there are teams like Blind Esports, Reckoning Esports, WSB, Inferno Squad, X-Park, who have done phenomenally well for themselves yesterday or in week 1 that will definitely look to be the bullies inside of this lobby today.
Hey, speak of the bullies, and off the rip, you might just see a drop collision between the players of HG and a team that's right underneath them. That's going to be the players of RNB. Or no, it's actually going to be the players of Jubilant Divine against the players of RNB. So that's an interesting drop collision that's panning out. For Jubilant Divine, this game means a lot. And even for RNB, once again, newer faces on the block, this is going to mean a lot to them as well. For Jubilant Divine especially, there's a big fan base looking after them.
Yeah.
And they need to perform right here, right now. If the performance is not going to be there, it will be a major letdown.
Oh, but look at this. We have the players from Blind Rippers going up against the players of LMxLaser. And while one of the players from the side of BR has been knocked down, SKOP has been taken extremely low, and he's going to get traded out as well. Kaptan tries to find the second, gets knocked out by Scarjod. What a brilliant play coming in from the players of Blind Rippers.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. Where's the cavalry? It's still all the way across the road. It's far away. And now they're just left for the two-man squad to try and defend things down. For Blind Rippers, it's the ideal start they wanted to have. The perfect one. For the opponents, they messed up big. They went for a 2-2 split, 2 players dropping in towards this compound, 2 players dropping in back there across the street, and it just did not really work out. Blind Rippers, that was a perfect isolation from them.
Yeah, it was indeed. Played the numbers advantage perfectly. Now I think if they have the information of where the other remaining players from the side of LMX are, they can go on a hunt. Blind Rippers, again, doing quite decent in terms of the overall ranking. 62 points on the board before this day began, before this game began, in fact. Make that 64 now, because 2 more points added for the 2 finishes they've just gone on to secure. So Blind Rippers, even if they have a middle-of-the-pack performance in this game, that is enough to get them close to 70 points.
They are closer to that bracket. Nothing taken away from that. But here's the thing, though. There's so many other teams that are still looking forward to qualify. And as I mentioned, there's definitely going to be a bit of that grief that I'm still waiting for.
So anyone in the mid-30s and the mid-40s, and even in the mid-20s, the teams in the mid-20s are going to do a lot of heavy lifting. And in fact, they will have to start doing it right now. So teams in concern right now, for Aggressive Man, that is another team we need to look forward to. ASLAAA Esports, a big name that has completely failed to show up. Heroes Gaming as well. Team Crore, Big Brother Esports in a fighting position, RNB and Jubilant Divine. We saw that drop clash happen. Luckily for both the sides, there wasn't really a fight that was initiated by either side. So both the teams do escape with all 4 of their players intact.
Yeah.
And then number 1 Esports, LMxLaser. They lost 2 players in this game. Well, they weren't really doing well anyways. They had 10 points in total, week 1 and the 3 games yesterday combined. So unless they secure 20+ points every single game today, that was the only way they would have been able to make it through to the other side of round 2. But considering it's just 2 players remaining now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think their dreams are going to be shut down in this very game itself.
You know, I was having a talk with Anki, and he was still pretty confident on the fact that the cutoff is going to be around 65 to 70. He was pretty confident about that fact.
From 70, you just said 65 to 70. You were very confident about it going up to 70 before Necro. Why do you not stick to what you say?
But that's the thing. My point has always been you need at least 70 points to be on the safety line, right? Hold on to that thought. This fight is actually escalating in quite a great manner, considering Jin was knocked out and Slayer. Oh, he tried to slay down that man, but eventually gets slayed himself, considering the man number was pretty heavy from the opposition. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying something.
No, I said if you want to be on the safety barrier, you at least need 70 points.
There's a difference between the fact that the cutoff is going to be 70 and the safety barrier is going to be 70. Safety barrier means you have a few extra points to work with.
Yeah, but that's...
You're going to slide down, stay between the 60th and the 64th position, even if you get those points. Cutoff means, yeah, that's where the 64th position will be.
So I guess we need to have a word with Anki.
Yes.
65 to 70, he said.
I mean, so I think majority of majority of the talents, majority of the people that we have spoken to feel that it is going to be somewhere around 65 points.
Okay.
65, I think let's keep the magic number as 65.
Okay.
But that is, so right now we're just making assumptions. So this is where all of the theories are flawed, right? There are 128 teams in the fight. We have just 16 teams have finished off their matches.
Exactly.
A lot more remain in the backline. So we are making assumptions, and all of this cutoff discussion, it's going to get more updated. We're going to get more and more precise as more and more teams finish their matches. And I think as of now, yeah, 65 to 70, maybe it's going to drop, because there is that, even in the previous game, I think you might have noticed as well, there was that vacuum of the third teams at the top performing extremely well. And who knows, in this game, man, Xpark, WSB, Blind, Reckoning, FS, Inferno Squad, if 5 or 6 of these teams that are still securing a lot of points, if all of them start popping off equally, then there's going to be an even bigger vacuum within the top 64 itself, which might actually drop the cutoff. So it can be under 65 as well. It can be under 60 as well. All depends on how the rest of the teams play.
Makes sense. If the top tier teams do not really dominate once again, then the other guys get a chance to build up.
Yeah,
and that's where the cutoff goes higher.
Yeah.
And you've still got a lot more groups to go, right? So anything can
Exactly.
happen. Nothing can be said just now. But you know what? We'll keep all of that in mind.
Yeah,
when we actually do see the final overall rankings, that's when whoever wins, he gives us a party.
Oh, yeah. So now you're hoping you do not win, right?
Yeah.
I know you do well, Necro.
I mean, I've just been the person who's adding the salt on top of the wounds, right? I'm just conveying Anki's message to you. That's all I'm doing.
So who do we want to be the winner in this cutoff prediction?
I guess Ocean, considering he's the richest.
Oh, that's going to be a good party then.
Yeah.
I think he's going to win automatically. He's a mathematician as well.
What was his prediction?
I think he also went with 60 to 65.
Okay. Let's change our prediction right now then.
Do you want to go lower or higher?
I'm going to go 45.
Yeah, I'm going to go 40.
Yeah, we both are wrong. We already know it. Jokes apart, though, you've got Team Crore on the screen, and for Team Crore, one thing is for sure, they have been choking a few firefights here and there, and they are being sent flying back to the lobby.
Yeah, they need to take a flight in the right direction if they want to win.
Yeah.
Not just win, actually. Qualify for the other side.
So did you find out, did you Google it, are Ravens and Crows the same?
Oh, no, I forgot about that.
Yeah, even I'm confused, right? They look pretty much the same, though.
I think that, yeah, they do look the same, but they are different. I think they're different types of birds. I'm pretty sure they're different type of birds.
Okay. Well, you know what, viewers, do let us know in the chat. What is the difference between a crow and a raven? But you know what? WSB on the screen for now, as they're facing off against Blind Esports. Now this is going to be the clash of the titans.
Yeah, this is a fight between the teams at the top. And fights like these actually open up the doors for the teams at the middle pack to secure a lot of points. Because if the top contenders are getting taken out early, that means there are more points inside of that particular lobby for the teams in the middle pack to secure for themselves. But Blind Esports, they just completely disengage, move in the opposite direction, running into the blue, looking to rotate wide and find a safer way towards the circle itself. WSB, they're going to be upset with this, man. They were hoping for a fight.
And for Blind Esports, I don't really know the main reason why they're backing away like that, considering they're already doing pretty okay.
I think they might have heard.
Anyways,
I think they might have heard a earful from their coach yesterday, because yesterday was horrible for Blind Esports.
Yeah,
they got 4 points in 3 games they played, and I think their coach might have just went, guys, I know we are doing too well in the overall leaderboard, but please, not this again.
Yeah, for a moment it felt like we all were watching Team Limra.
Why do you have to rub so much salt into their wounds, man?
I'm not. I mean, I'm just comparing the performances. That's it. But hey, hold on to that thought. Blind Rippers this time, they're facing off against another formidable foe. And this time, they're facing off against Jubilant Divine. And both these teams are way too desperate for the points. But Blind Rippers, they're still somehow ripping things apart. It will be Jubilant Divine to strike down the last man standing too. They will be the one to come out on top. But still, they've taken too much damage. And here comes the third party now.
Yeah. The third party from the players of ASLAAA Esports, another team that is desperate for points, but I think we call it a little too quick, because Megatron just turns back. Finally, the slam comes in. ASLAAA Esports, 3 players outside the window. Next sees all of them. The nade, it fails to connect, and he tanks the damage from his own nade. What a misplay from the players of Jubilant Divine. And now it seems like they need a divine intervention for a good performance in this game.
I'm not gonna lie, I had so many hopes from that one single nade.
Yeah.
He was cooking it to perfection as well, and then he just messes it up. And the best part is, all the players from ASLAAA Esports, they ejected outside of that vehicle. So if that nade was placed to perfection, he could have gotten at least a 2-piece from that.
I was hoping to see all 3 players hit the floor instantly.
Yeah.
I was hoping for a big play, but that does not happen. And look at that. So Next got knocked out. I think the knock was secured by one of the players from Big Brother Esports, because you see them on the radar in the back lines.
Oh my god, this is brilliant from this guy. He tossed in the Molotov and now he's going for the revival. It's going to borrow him enough time to just squeeze in that revival on that player. Before ASLAAA Esports, once again back in full force. Every single player, he seems top-notch when it comes to the HP. And Nosy Boy is now getting charged on. He's got too much to try and deal with. The DBS are close and personal, and he's running out of bullets in the magazine. Eventually, it will be the final nail in the coffin.
And ASLAAA Esports, they're going to be happy collecting those 3 points for themselves, but it seems like this is going to be the prime position for a lot of these teams to fight for. Because on the radar, it seems like looking for trouble. Here show up Team Crow. Set their eyes on the compounds, the smoke acting as indicators as to where the players are hiding right now. And Team Crow isn't the only team that is eyeing that particular compound, by the way. A few moments ago, we did see the players of the Big Brothers, my apologies, in the back lines as well. So that is another team that is hoping to third party, or in fact, pick off a few bodies from anyone who takes an exit from that building.
The iQOO MVP of the previous game. 5 finishes racked with 42% of that finish contribution. Zod OP doing pretty nice. For Team Crow, considering Pranav's taking those constant shots in the front. For ASLAAA Esports, they've just smoked themselves out, so it's all good in the hood. It's the soft cover that they need, combined with the hard one. Now it's just even better.
Well, let's see, though. Cosmic were definitely quite phenomenal in that previous game, but now we have X-Pac on our screens. And of course, Necro. He did it again for the second time. Thor went on to destroy in the previous game. The man single-handedly 4K'd the entirety of GLITCHREBORN.
Yeah.
Then we had the players from 4 Miracles charge towards him, and he took down one more from their side. 5 finishes all alone in the same fight.
He's strong, dude. Even in Norse mythology, isn't Thor like the strongest one?
Yeah, one of the strongest gods in the Norse mythology.
Yeah, so makes a lot of sense. Why he's so strong over here too. And his Mjolnir is the DBS.
Yes, that was the weapon he was using this time as well.
Exactly. It's his go-to weapon. But airdrop one on the board. AMR this time around with a few upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. And I know PMWIGL, you do want to go for it. You're tempted.
Yeah, he is. He's constantly circling that position, but it's going to be risky. Because majority of the times there are going to be teams just focused in on the airdrop from the surroundings, not really wanting to secure it, but using it as a bait, just in case someone else shows up to collect the extra loot.
The zone shift is going to be here, and I just want to hear you say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the zone did move.
Well, let's see. Did it, though? Now it will, I guess.
It will now.
Now.
It's taking a while. Still closing on up.
Yeah, it's just like 5, 4, 3.
Hold on to that thought.
2.
FS Esports locking horns a bit. Up against someone. And yes, the zone did move.
Yeah. I mean, it's stage 3, right? So stage 3 you can still notice.
Noticeable, yeah.
Yeah, stage 1 to stage 2, it's like, did I just time skip? Did I lose memory of the game? How long has it been since I've been here?
It's all because of the icy lands, right? Usually when it's cold, you get too sloppy, you get too lazy. Your brain does not really function to the maximum level, but hold on to that thought. FS Esports, Hirdmen, he's got the upper edge, considering he just needs to hold that staircase. But Hunters, realizing the fact that Hirdmen's backed away, they've got that constant information rolling in. Hirdmen tossing in the Molotov, making sure that Hunter backs away. He's buying a bit more of that time. FS Esports facing off against Reckoning Esports. It's not the fight that I really wanted to see happen, but it's actually there on the screen. And one thing is for sure, the collision's going to be so deadly that both these teams will take equal amount of beating. And Hirdmen is just looking to back away from this entire compound.
Again, 2 top-performing teams colliding against each other. Luckily for Hirdmen, he bought himself enough time to allow the cavalry to arrive. Now the backup is there. The other players from the side of FFC Esports just showed up. And Reckoning Esports, they need to be a little bit careful as to how they want to engage. They need that opening. Nade's cooked, lobbed out. No damage dished out to the players of FFC Esports. Return nade from the players of FS, but it lands on the rooftop.
Just see 3 players from Reckoning Esports. We're the 4th man. And I guess he got taken down way too early inside of the game. Gravity, one single man, probably stranded somewhere. Got isolated and cut off. Now Reckoning Esports with just a 3-man squad left to try and destroy the entirety of FS Esports. And there's one man, Immortal, making quite a lot of those bold moves. I'm not sure how this one's going to pan out. If Immortal does get spotted, it's not going to be too good. And luckily enough, Hirdmen, he did get a bit of that glimmer, but he was not able to get the closure. No damage dished out as well for FS Esports. Now they realize Reckoning Esports, they're pulling off some naughty shenanigans, but this utility plays to perfection as Immortal gets knocked out, and now even Hunters is being pushed back. Reckoning Esports, not a lot of option left to try and live with, as FS Esports, they're constantly applying that pressure. It's all down to Viper, the last man standing. Does he have enough venom? The answer is going to be no.
Well, Reckoning Esports, again, weren't under any real pressure of elimination before this game began. 79 points in total in terms of the overall leaderboard. And I think they might have attained a little bit of safety on that overall leaderboard as well. But FS Esports, this was an important fight. Before this game, sitting at 63 points on the overall ranking. And after that fight, 67. So just a few more points to go before they also have that safety cushion to work with. But ladies and gentlemen, a safe option for you is going to be our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999. Extremely pocket-friendly and loaded with a lot of features.
And you know why Reckoning Esports started playing so good on this week?
Why?
It's because they shifted to this device. They've been performing pretty nice.
Wow, that rhymed.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should start writing some rap lyrics.
Yeah. I mean, you can use the iQOO Z9S series for that. Big screen, big battery. You just work for hours and hours.
Yeah.
Play games when you want to.
I know, right? Charge pretty quick as well.
Yeah, works for everything, man.
It's pretty good. WSP, though, as they're on the move, on the run. And considering they want to move all the way down south, right next to the players of Blind Esports, this will be an interesting collision. Once again, these 2 teams do tend to lock horns.
Yeah.
Even in the past they did, but it was the players of Blind Esports who backed away. And now it's the players of WSB taking a fight against them. But hold on to that thought. As for Big Brother Esports, it's not looking too fluid this time around. They're taking too many shots upon themselves. It's going to be the players of Team Xpark from the back, constantly peppering down the shots. And Xpark, they've already found so much of that lay of the land. Another nade sails in, and this time it's going to find the re-knock too. The nade was perfect. One more nade sails in. It does a bit more damage. Team Xpark's utility utilization has been on point so far. And for Big Brother Esports, they need to let go of that one single player.
Yeah, they were forced to run away. The players from Big Brother Esports weren't even able to react. Xpark, they found them in a choke point, and the chokehold from the players of Xpark was so suffocating that Big Brother Esports, they had to abandon their own teammate. But Xpark, again, top-tier performance coming in from these lads last week. And even in this week, they aren't really slowing down. Yesterday itself, 35 points secured in the 3 matches that they played. They're looking to put more bigger numbers on the board today. Big Brothers, though. Aru lost. It's down to Candy, Toxic, and Tiger. And Big Brothers is one of those teams that needs to have a big game right now. But a big deal, ladies and gentlemen, is our official mobility partner, Hero. And Hero Extreme 160 R4V waiting for the finals MVP.
A bike with incredible looks and packed with a lot of the features. Would recommend you guys to move on ahead and check this out. But the next zone shift's going to be on the screen, and Team Crore, they've got the majority of that control too towards Koroka. They're looking pretty solid. IS on the top. On the other side, right next to them is also going to be the players of R&B. You've also got Team Xpark on the left side of the map too. ASLAAA Esports down south, Big Brother Esports. Even they're trying to make their presence known. For Big Brother Esports, this will be a tough rotation to pull off, especially they need to face off against Team Xpark. And I'm pretty sure they would not want to go up against the Wave 2 this time.
Oh no. I mean, Xpark is just too brutal if you end up running towards them, if they end up running towards you. If you just look in their general direction, it seems like they do not like that as well.
Yeah. Do you like it when someone looks at your direction?
Yeah, I do. I like the attention, man.
Oh, interesting.
But what I was about to say was, seems like a brilliant game for the players of Inferno squad. Smack center of the circle, but they are going to get pushed upon by the players of number 1 Esports. Although a little bit of distraction comes in by the players of Team Crore.
Oh, shots are taken. Number 1 Esports out of the harm's way for now. And you know, 4 AM, my eyes were pinned on them for a long time on the map feed. And they're rotating all the way from the southern side towards the left side of the map from the blue. And now they're going to find themselves in the safety lines with ease. That was quite a brilliant rotation from the side of 4 AM. They're supposed to be the aggressive men, but this time they're playing it quite passive, playing it tactical. You look at the elimination feed, even it's kicking off for now, considering it is kick to hand out 2 blows. And that too, the big ones to the opponents. R&B in a big wall of trouble. As Adwin, he steps directly in the Molotov, and he will hug his own death.
That was a donation right there. Not just by R&B, but by the players of Heroes Gaming as well. And Inferno squad, they're going to be so grateful for all of those points.
The way you said it was a donation just made me crack.
He dodged the Molotov when he got out the window. He ran in on purpose. Not on purpose. I think he just panic ran into the fire.
Sarang, though, he's got a bit of a wave that he's facing off against. And this time, Big Brothers Esports, they're facing off against the Wave 2 of Team Xpark. I'm not sure how to feel about this, and even now the Wall of Death is going to be adding on that pressure. Sarang is there up close and personal. The utilities are being tossed pretty nicely. Toxic. It's quite a nice knock upon the players. Big Brother Esports. Even Tiger gets knocked out from the back, and he does not exactly know how to retaliate. Big Brother Esports, they're losing out on the man number as Candy, even he can be knocked out and dusted. Big Brother Esports is in a big spot of discomfort. They do not exactly know how to get out of this one. There's so many questions, so many mysteries around this spot. And look at this nade that was being tossed to perfection from Sarang. It finds all of those 3 eliminations.
That was phenomenal. I do not know if it was intentional or not, though. He bounced the nade on that rock so that it wouldn't overshoot the players.
Yeah. Bounces it on the surface so that it just barely moves up in that area. It was perfectly done.
Yeah.
But hey, Team Crow, they've got their own troubles to deal with this time around. They are on the high ground. But let's just hope that their wings are not going to be clipped from there. For Blind Esports, somehow they're getting ripped apart. But this time it's not Blind Rippers. Instead, it's ASLAAA Esports. And Team ASLAAA, they're constantly on the move as well. They're constantly on the prowl.
Yeah, and we've been hoping to see ASLAAA Esports in this form from day one, but it seems like it is the second week when they finally arrived. But Blind Esports, they have time for the revive. It's going to be denied now with Chris OP going for the push, and there's the cleanup. They have done it. ASLAAA Esports finally looking to put some decent number on the board. And this was supposed to be the big game that we wanted to see from ASLAAA Esports. Necro, they've made it inside of the top 8. Now all they need to do, they have 6 eliminations secured in this match. If they can walk away into the top 3 with all 4 players still alive, then they will in fact have an opportunity to secure a lot more finishes and a lot more finish points moving further into this game. But it seems like they've just realized there's threat coming in from the backlines in the form of Team Crow. How does ASLAAA Esports deal with those lads?
Yeah, Team Crow's got a really good spot to play with. For Team Crow, how can they move away from this? Especially when you know you're on that slope towards the downhill, and that slope's going to be deadly. It's a 2-2 split that's currently going on. Yathin and his teammate together. You've also got the Reds 2 playing together. And number 1 Esports, this might just be a big mess up. They do claim those points with these. FS Esports, for some reason, even they have been eliminated from the game. This just blows. Now it's Inferno Squad left to face off against the players at the top. And Inferno Squad themselves, they've got a player knocked out. For Team Crow, they're right behind the players number 1 Esports. And Team Crow, somehow, they mess up this pounce, even though they had the opportunity and the advantage.
Well, let's see. Pradeep, he's going to find one more elimination for himself. And as you mentioned, the mistake made by the players of Team Crow, I think they're going to get punished even further for that, because look at that now, they're going to be far away from the zone itself with no way of breaching in. But Inferno Squad, number 1 Esports, they are eyeing their prey up front. Mr. Lion OP, he needs to make sure that his hunt with his pack is just perfect. They can't afford to lose a single player in this fight.
Number 1 Esports, with the way they're playing, this has to be a power pack performance from them. They're playing it quite methodical, quite tactical. ASLAAA Esports left outside of the zone. Even that's a big sign of concern now. WSB, they're barely on the edge. Even they want to move in. ASLAAA can be a big threat to the players of Team Crow. They need to watch out here. And for Team Crow, they need to start taking measures as soon as possible. Considering one of the men's already lost out, this time it's going to be the player of Team X-Spark who's taking shots against him. A few knockouts going here and there, few individual blows being delivered on either side. It's really tough to say what's going to be the outcome in the front, but eventually Team Crow, at least they're able to reply back in a better fashion.
Well, let's see how far can they take this, though. WSP, what is Omega up to, man?
What?
A small mistake in positioning from the players up front, and he instantly just starts mowing them down. And WSB, they're taking full advantage of the fact that the opposing players on that slope are going to be forced to move towards them. And even ASLAAA Esports, look at the finish feed, they are chiming in as well in this fiasco.
Now for WSB, they're just here to claim 3 elimination points. And what an 8 that was! One man from ASLAAA is right there around the corner with a DBS in the hand, and he's still waiting for the right moment to strike. He was taking the TPP with the TBS, which is supposed to be the deadly combo, but he waited for too long. And that's where WSB, they found the right pounce. And now for ASLAAA Esports, Megatron's going to be the last surviving player, and he's constantly going for that med strat.
Yeah, not a lot they can do. 8 points for finishes, top 5 performance. I think ASLAAA, they need to make it into the top 3 in this game at least. They do manage to put double digits on the board from this match. It does put them in a much more manageable position for the next 2 games. But 4 aggressive men still in it to win it, along with the players of WSB, who are controlling that southern edge of the circle in a very beautiful manner. But number 1 Esports, Pradeep knocked out. Neo looking for the finish. It's a lot of damage from Jayant on the flank.
Uh-oh, Util being tossed towards his general direction. And Neo instantly backs away to the warehouse. There's number 1 esports on the opposite side. 4 aggressive men, this time playing it quite passive. Pretty uncharacteristic for them. For WSP, they have been playing it slow and methodical. Probably do want to get warmed up for the later phases, even though they're doing really good right now. Still, just to make sure that the team synergy is going to be on point. This is probably what Omega's call is going to be. WSP, they've got a lot of utilities to play with, and they're constantly tossing those utilities in the lobby too. Charan is there in the forefront for 4 AM, but if the smoke fades away, he's definitely going to get striked down, either by the players of WSP or number 1 esports.
Well, let's see though. As you mentioned, Charan. And he's moving out into the open as well. And in the backlines, we do see that one last man playing for survival from the side of ASLAAA Esports. It's Megatron. But Charan, that fearlessness, Necro, it helps him secure a knock and a finish against the players of WSP. And there's one more knock secured by the players of 4 aggressive man finally. WSP, they're down to the last player. Omega, who's hiding in a corner, going for that heal battle since he's taken a lot of unnecessary damage from the blue zone. And number 1 esports now, they also succumb to the pressure of 4 aggressive man.
Backs against the wall, and number 1 esports do not exactly know what to do. Utilities are being tossed from both the sides, and WSP, they know it's done for. They can't survive for too long, while number 1 esports left to fend off against the players of 4 AM. And for 4 AM, this is the only man who can put up a big fight, and that's going to be in the name of Spirit. He does have the spirit to do so. Oh, beautiful. Molotov being tossed from him. It will catch the knockout too for number 1 esports. Now the confidence seems in shamble. Another Molotov comes into play, and that's going to chip a lot of damage onto Pradeep as the nade's going to put that nail in the coffin, and that's going to be it. Number 1 esports, they have been kicked outside of the lobby as 4 AM, they claim the chicken dinner.
Yeah, number 1 esports, I think this is a decent start to their day, but still a lot of work yet to be done in the upcoming matches. Before this game, they were sitting at 31 points, and I think the one place where they lacked in this matchup was the number of finishes they have on the board. I think 4 finishes secured in this particular match, but 4 aggressive man, I think they are off to a great start. 11 eliminations secured and the chicken dinner. So 21 points from this particular match. I think they were somewhere in the early 40s, so this does help them move into the in the early 60s now, but just to gain that safety cushion, get a few more points, get like 6 to 7 points in the upcoming 2 games, and I think that should be good enough to push them through the other side of that threshold. Now, again, this is just assuming that the cutoff will fall around 65 points. We are going to keep an eye on where these teams are headed as well.
Hands down. For 4 AM, though, it was definitely a banger. Nothing taken away from that, right? It was a really great game. And 4 AM, it's one of those teams that has been missing out on big games like these. They do get the individual scrappy elimination points every single game, but a chicken dinner is something that's always been missing the court. Now, finally, they've got the placement marker filled up as well, so that's a really good thing. Even Inferno squad, I had a lot of hopes in that previous game, but unfortunately, they missed out.
I mean, Inferno squad is again one of those teams that has already done pretty much the heavy lifting in week 1. So again, they can take a backseat and relax in the second week of the tournament. Although, I mean, I want to ask you this, right? ASLAAA Esports, with how they played this game, do you, or have they turned you into a believer, Necro, that ASLAAA Esports will end up hitting that 70-point marker today?
I mean, Megatron was all the way in the back lines going for a constant med strat, right?
Yeah.
So it's really tough to say how many points they acquired from that game. But ASLAAA Esports, they definitely did have a decent amount of elimination points too. So one thing is for sure, yes, with this game, they have gotten decent bit of points, but now they need to be consistent.
I think they might have like 10 or 12 points. I think they were in the top 4. But it's going to be interesting to see, because I do not remember if he got a few extra finishes towards the end. So that is what is left to be seen from the side of ASLAAA Esports. Last we saw them, I think they had 8 eliminations on the board. And after that, again, they moved on to make that top 5 finish. But then again, ASLAAA Esports, they need to be consistent with this performance. That is the only way they can move or get across that 60-point marker. Because again, after the performances of week 1 and the day yesterday, they were sitting around that 30-point marker. Even crossing the 60-point marker might not be enough if all of the teams in the middle pack play like this. Because look at how the teams that performed well in this particular game, right? You had 4 Aggressive Man, another team in the middle pack that did well for themselves. ASLAAA Esports did well for themselves. Team Crore, Big Brother Esports, all of these teams are the middle pack themselves. So these teams performing well means the cutoff is going to get chaotic, and it might go a little bit above 60 points.
And we got to give it to the players of Blind Rippers too. What a game that was. They were taking fights after fights. They were properly able to convert those 4-on-4 fights too. So that's really impressive from a banner like this. Team X Part 2 facing off against Big Brother Esports. That was quite a big blow, I'm not going to lie. For Big Brother Esports, they were in such an awkward spot.
Yeah, they were completely pinned down between those 2 rocks, and then the flank fight. I think it was Inferno squad who was taking shots in the back. No, my apologies. It was Team Crore who was taking shots in the back, and X-Park definitely took full advantage of that. But as you were talking about before this, I think the players from the side of Blind Rippers, do you think that performance is enough, first of all? And second, do you think Blind Esports might have disengaged from those early fights thinking that, oh, these are Blind Rippers?
Maybe. And to answer the main question, are these points going to be enough? I genuinely think so. It's not going to be enough because they just had the elimination points. They still got eliminated quite early inside of the game themselves, so that needs to be an added factor too. If they do get a great head start in the early moments, they need to make sure they're also getting the chicken dinner or at least somewhere around the 2nd or the 3rd spot so they can have the extra bit of placement points too.
Exactly, and gives you the momentum and the confidence to move forward in the upcoming matches. But I think once we have a look at the point rankings for this particular game, that is the only time we will be able to update our calculations and make assumptions as to where these teams are headed. And especially, I think we had the same discussion yesterday, right? Teams that play this set of matches in this sequence where you play Vikendi first, Miramar, and then Erangel. The game of Vikendi, it's so slow that sometimes it just forces you to play on the back foot. And that completely shuts down for the aggressive teams, for Miramar and Erangel, because their mindset is just completely focused on playing passive.
Yeah, indeed. For Vikendi being one of those maps that forces the teams to play passive, let's be honest, right? Even some of the most aggressive teams, they think it through. They're like, yes, Vikendi's a passive map. Why do we even need to take that risk? It's not even needed. Let's just sit back, relax. Even, I think so, another big example is going to be the players of GT. Right, even GT, they're pretty much on the big back step, especially when they step inside of the map of Vikendi, right? They just tend to relax. Now, moving the conversation on towards FS Esports, though. The previous game, you can't say a bit of a letdown, but we're still speaking of FS Esports. They've got the consistent spree going on for themselves, so they can easily move on forward. But one thing is for sure, this group was much more aggressive than the previous groups that we witnessed.
That is true. I mean, this group was actually phenomenal. And again, on Vikendi, that too. That is the most impressive part about all of this. But look at that, 4 aggressive man, 21 points secured. ASLAAA walked away with 12. Number 1 Esports, another team from the middle pack, making a name for themselves in this game. Now, the momentum has shifted. The top tier teams, they are looking for those frags, but the middle pack is being a little bit more consistent, or at least I would hope to see the consistency from these 3 teams in the upcoming matches. We have X-Park. They were, well, only looking for action, so they got taken out pretty early. Blind Esports, I think just looking to avoid Blind Rippers in the entire game, were picked off mid-rotation. Big Brother Esports, now this is a bit let down, Necro. This is a big letdown, in fact.
Yeah, AG2 with just 3 points. Even that's a big letdown. Even Jubilant Divine, man, just getting 3 points. That's another major letdown. And for Jubilant Divine, there's so many fans rooting out for this team. And if Jubilant Divine, the same thing keeps on going on for them, it's a big sign of concern. They need to start pulling off something right here, right now.
That is true. They need to hit back, and they need to hit back hard. Go big in that big game, in that next game. Map of Miramar, it is going to be a big map, but also the map where we have seen teams convert a lot of those finishes for themselves. High finish numbers always on this map, and the map of Erangel. So that is what needs to be brought in if you want to keep the hope and dream of qualifying to round 2 alive.
Yeah, and we're speaking of the map of Miramar. Blind Esports should be out on a hunt, right? That's supposed to be pretty much the major storyline. Even Team X-Park should be on the hunt.
Yeah, but Blind, they have to deal with Blind Rippers and X-Park. I think X-Park is going to be up to shenanigans, man. I think this team is just going to go all aggressive.
Yeah, here's the weird part, though. As the deadline keeps on approaching, you expect teams to play aggressive, but that's not the case. But let's move on to a short break for now.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? But have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. And now, once again, it's Salty with me on the panel. Salty, you were sitting in the back lines looking at the game. What are your thoughts about it?
Honestly, I feel like Vikendi, it'll never really change pace. But I was sitting in the back lines, I was doing a lot of calculations, and here are the results. All right, Necro. Two teams, I feel like, should be potentially looking at a potential exit. Laser, I'm not really sure where exactly they are. They couldn't really perform in the last game. But number one, Esports. For them, I feel like the chances are going to be high. Those 10 points are going to be extremely quintessential. But I feel like they have to be very, very consistent in the next two.
Do you want me to be honest?
Yep.
Brutally honest?
Yep.
All of those calculations are down the drain. We all knew that, Salty.
Ah, you discussed about it?
Yeah, I mean, Laser has always been struggling in the point standing, so we all somewhere down the line knew that Laser Esports qualification is looking pretty thin for them. But you know what? Something that's never going to disappoint you, that's going to be this iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 17,999. Not just that, if you search iQOO Z9S on Google, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9S Pro device. And 15 of those are being given away right now.
Exactly, you have to be lucky, and for that you have to go on and search on Google. But coming back to that conversation once again, Necro, I personally feel like the last three games, there are going to be some outliers. For example, Team Cosmic, I just read a very nice statistic where there was an Excel sheet of Team Cosmic and majority of their performance, in fact, 60% of their points came from the last three games that they played. So potentially I thought that maybe Laser can do the same thing as well, but with the last game, with the first game, in fact, I feel like their job is almost done.
Team Cosmic is like a whole nother suspect, though, if you're talking about it, right? They pretty much tend to perform when the pressure's right on top of them.
Exactly.
And that too at the last moment. For Team Cosmic too, when they played the first 6 games, they were not able to perform in the first 5 games. And as soon as the last game arrives, that's where Team Cosmic just hits back.
That is the hope that I was talking about. In all these teams, they will have to sort of, try and play under that pressure. That is the only way. That is the pathway to glory, to be honest. But coming back into the statistics once again, ladies and gentlemen, the overall statistics are in front of you. Team Honored Rivals, of course, they will be at the tippity top. 2 Chicken Dinners, 69 total points. Gujarat Tigers with 57. Ignite Gaming with 53. And then there you go, Team Cosmic, 48 points. That is one of the reasons why they have amassed 72 points in total.
That is really impressive. 4AM too with 44 points. You've also gotten Team Assam right there with 44. You've also got Aerobotz there with 44. Let's move on to the latter half of the board and see a few upsets. Laser is right there with just 3 points so far. Now that's a big letdown for the fans. You've also got teams like RNB, Blind Esports. So far, Blind Esports' performance too, it's not been looking that great. Jubilant Divine, so many fans rooting for this entire banner, and still they're not able to perform.
Yep, absolutely. 38 points in total for Jubilant Divine, which basically means that they will have to go for those 20 bombers if they really want to qualify. Like you said, number one esports, they're at the 41-point mark, Necro. They're slowly pushing in. You've got Team Crore as well, who kind of started off their day on the 51st position. They're right at the mid-pack right now. And majority of the teams who are in the mid-pack, I think they're going to feel the brunt of all the table toppers right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, speaking about the brunt themselves, even Heroes Gaming is one of those, right?
Yep.
They aren't doing too hot in the overall standings. They're struggling way too much. And now, as we know, we're going to step into the classic grounds of Miramar, where teams are going to be much more confident, especially the teams have already qualified. FS Esports Team X-Spark, you might as well count Blind Esports in, considering the first week was flawless. So these guys are now going to try to hunt you down.
Exactly. There's one more team, of course, ASLAAA Esports. They started off their day pretty well, 12 points of the game in the last match itself. And I feel like they're in a position with 40+ points where they can still potentially qualify. Do you think they're going to feel confident on the map of Miramar?
Now they just need to be consistent, man. And speaking of the confidence, that's definitely going to fade away, especially when you know you've got a chance to qualify, but you need to be consistent. So there's so many things just barraging your head, and you do not exactly know what's the right option. So that's what's going to happen with the players of ASLAAA Esports, but I just hope they do not really crack under that pressure. You look at the matchup once again, you've got a few more suspectable names. You try and speak of the players of Inferno squad, even Blind Rippers. This team has been looking pretty promising. I really want Blind Rippers to move on forward.
Blind Rippers, I think they've accumulated a lot of points for themselves. In fact, in the first week itself, they got 46 points. So for them, the job is done. But what about Big Brothers? For this team, I think there's a huge question mark lying on their shoulders, because this is a big banner. We have seen them play in the LAN tournament, in the LAN finals of official tournament. So I'm not really sure if this new underdog lineup will be able to take up this pressure right now, because from this point on, I think they will need at least 15 points per game to even make a cut in the next round.
And here's the thing, right? It's not exactly new lineup too. This lineup that Big Brother Esports has signed, they have been there in the pro circuit for a long time. You talk about Toxic, Tiger, these guys have been there for such a long time, and still they're struggling way too much. And I'm not a big fan of this. Big Brother Esports, if you try and speak of the legacy days in 2023, this team just came in out of nowhere. On the second spot in the overall standings of the grand finals, almost closer to winning that entire championship.
100%, and I feel like that lineup had those individual stars as well. You look at every one of those players, Uzumaki, Seth, in today's day, I think they are one of the tier 1 players that we consider, all the pros that we consider, to be honest. But again, like we said, it's all ifs and buts, because if you still consider, like Team Cosmic, there can be those outliers, and I'm waiting for those outliers, because those are the ones who make this tournament interesting. But talking about the big names right now, WSB, Team X-Spark, I feel like these are the teams who are just going to be looking to have fun. The map of Miramar, I think, is going to be extremely exciting.
Yeah, and speaking of WSB, we know it's a powerhouse, but still for some reason, Omega is taking things passive. He's not exactly on the aggressive side of things just yet. Probably wants to get his team warmed up. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar will be on the screen within a few seconds.
Here you go. Well, the flight is on the screens, and we do have the flight path in front of us. It does start off from the sides of Monte Nuevo, but where exactly is it going to head to? Los Leones. Of course, a flight path which is kind of tilted towards the southern side, but where does the teams land, and where do we get those initial drop collisions is going to be the question.
Hands down, maybe Picado, maybe El Pozo. Anything can happen at this point in time, but the real drop collision that I'm looking out for is going to be especially against the teams that are struggling way too much to qualify, or that are just lingering around in that qualification bracket. You've got Jubilant Divine, one of those as well. You've also got a few more names like Blind Rippers, AG, even Laser, ASLAAA Esports, maybe you can't say. For ASLAAA Esports, everything is on the line. They're so close to qualify. All they need is consistent finish, and that's something that's going to put them in a lot of that pressure point. You look at towards El Pozo, there's also Blind Esports moving towards that same vicinity. You've also got Monte Nuevo stacked up with teams, WSP. They've got a formidable foe to face off against, and that's going to be the players of Blind Rippers.
I'm mostly looking out towards the region of El Pozo, to be honest, because Big Brothers, they've got 4 of their players, but 4 aggressive men, a team who has been extremely aggressive on their front, living up to their name. They only have 4 placement points in Necro, and this team, of course, without that chicken dinner before the start of the day, only had 4 placement points. Today, they've kind of proven that they can also play their placement game, but now I feel like they can go aggressive because they've kind of secure their qualification. With big brothers being around, I think one more big name can be eliminated once again.
It indeed can be. Looking at Montenegro too, I'm still waiting for that fight to come into fruition. Waiting for it to swing back to life. Even Los Leones, there's a bit of that collision going on between the players of HE and another team that's way too up close next to them.
Ooh.
And the zone's going to pan out up north this time. All the teams down south, they need to be proactive and quick to try and get their hands on a better spot.
Teams towards at El Pozo are going to be extremely happy, but what about Team WSB? Once again, in the midst of a drop collision, and two big names in here. You've got Blind Rippers and you've got Team WSB. We've seen Zedeth can pull off some amazing moments himself. Yesterday, he had that one match where he had 8 finishes himself. Once again, we'll kind of try and repeat that same performance, but against Blind Rippers, it's going to be extremely difficult. Blind Rippers, they themselves have 62 points, so I don't really think that the threat of elimination is looming over their head right now.
Yeah. For Blind Rippers, all the 4 players in that one single general vicinity, and everyone's just pinned down. You look at the loot, the West isn't looking too great. Level 1 armor and level 1 helmet. That's it. WSB on the opposite side, though. All the 4 players, they're still continuously looting up, so that's a great thing about them. They're getting their hands on the utilities and the meds to back themselves up inside of the fight. And now Zuxi spotting out a man all the way far away. And we know M249 on that range isn't going to be too precise. It will be tough to connect the shots. But let's just hope that Zuxi finds the opener.
Especially with that red dot scope.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to see.
WSB on the other side, they're just being extremely patient, but look at the way they're split up. Omega himself is in the front lines, so that is surprising, but it seems like he just wants to get information about Blind Rippers. And like you've said, right, WSB has taken things slow early on in the first match itself. In this game as well, I'm expecting this team to kind of go slow. I think they're trying to hit the 100-point mark, Necro.
I think so too. For WSB, especially looking at how things are so far, they have been playing it passive. And even today, GT was playing it quite passive. And the only theory I can come up with is the IGLs wanting to put the leash on the players, getting them prepared for the upcoming stages. Because if they start to overheat right now, it's going to carry on forward, even the upcoming stages, and it's going to mess them up big games.
100%, I think for WSB, majority of the matches that they're playing right now, majority of the fights that they're taking right now is extensively easy. We saw Gods yesterday pick up 6 finishes himself. We saw Zerif yesterday picking up 8 finishes himself. That is not going to continue as soon as the lobby gets tougher, as soon as more and more professional teams, pro teams in fact, get accumulated inside of this lobby. Team Crore, another one of those teams who are right at the vicinity, 39 points in total. And we've already discussed the cutoff and the situations that are coming up. It still feels like it's going to be around the 65-point mark. So they're still very off of that point.
Pretty much. And speak of being off, AG on the screen for now. And with the way they're rotating inside of the zone too, they've got a bit more time to go. They need to face off against the remaining players that are right next to them in the nearby vicinity. That will be a tough pill to swallow. Team X-Spark on the screen, and X-Spark is already there in the smack center of the zone. Being super proactive. The only team they're looking to face off against is going to be FS Esports for now. And X-Spark, as soon as they find the first opener, is probably going to be a go send it moment.
Information is there that there are only 2 players in the compound. They know as a matter of fact that if they push in right here, right now, they're going to have a man advantage. But it seems like they also expect the rest of the cavalry to also follow up. That is one of the reasons why Team X-Spark don't really want to take things extremely fast. But we've seen this team. They can go aggressive and still get away with it. Spray God yesterday had those 8 finishes to his name. Sarang was brilliant as well.
Yeah, only if they get their hands on the Hero Extreme 160R4V, maybe things can be a little bit quicker with that push. What do you think?
It certainly can be. A lot of power.
They can come in with that heroic entry. And this time, TX's X stands for Extreme.
That wasn't really funny. That was just lame, Necro.
Hey man, I'm just 22. What else do you expect?
I'm 22 as well.
Well, I mean, even you're lame. What do you think? You're entertaining? No.
Well, that's a good one. That's a good one. You're my best friend. But never mind, getting back in the game once again.
Sugarcoating things? Cool.
I'm salty. I don't sugarcoat things. I sprinkle them with salt, but another team who's done the same thing has been Inferno squad. Extremely brilliant. 70 points already. Did not expect such a good performance, but also look at this. Jatin Oji, the iQOO MVP from the last game. 5 finishes, 71% finish contribution. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Jatin has always been the man who's able to perform from the side of IS, right? Inferno squad. Even in BGS 2024, if you remember, Inferno squad, the playing 4, Jatin was not a part of that. But as soon as Jatin used to step in, Inferno squad was doing much better. That's always been the main playstyle for Inferno squad. Jatin has been the man who's the main playmaker.
Exactly, and I think under the IGLship of BMW IGL, he's kind of done a very good job. He ensures the players get themselves inside the final circle, all the players being alive, and I think that is one of the reasons why Jatin gets in those positions where he can get those finishes. Talking about the top 5 players, of course, you've got Neo from 4 Aggressive Men also getting those 5 finishes. Point of concern for Big Brothers as well, because this team is looming with a lot of threat over their shoulders. But now look at this WSB. It seems like they're making a forward push, Necro.
Indeed they are. WSB running thin on patience this time around. And considering they also know they're already doing way too good in the overall standings, they don't need to be so cautious. They don't need to be so scared of the opposition. WSB is constantly going for things up against the players of BR. As now for BR, they're being pushed back a little bit more. What can they even do?
They certainly are being pushed back right now, but as of now, ZF is trying to cook up that nade, trying to look at that opening. It'll be hard. It definitely will be hard for them to find that, especially with no information whatsoever. The compounds are nice. Omega is still in the backlines trying to protect his lads, but it seems like Scarjord will be one of the key factors of this fight. If they get the flank, I feel like this team can definitely get the victory in this fight.
Indeed they can. For BR, with the way they have been positioning themselves in the fight, it's quite uneven. Going for a 3-1 split, that too in a compound fight, I'm not a big fan of this, especially when you know even the opposition is going to be surrounded with hard cover. This might just not pan out the way you want it to. For WSB, all it takes is one single nade to try and open up the fray. And for BR, all it takes is that one single nade to mess things up. And this team has always been pretty aggressive. So let's just see how this fight's going to be converted this time around. The entirety of BR, sometimes they have been doubting themselves in the past. They haven't really been trusting in their firepower for a long time. But now today, it just felt like we're noticing a completely different Blind Rippers. And I want to see the same storyline continue on forward.
It will be tough as of now, but look at this. On the other side, of course, Team Spark, they have some neighbors for themselves. It's Team LMxLaser. They just got the information that Team Spark was there, but Shadow is not going to let them escape. The spray was there, but it seems like it's not going to connect. But why did they stop?
Oh no. Shadow 7 runs out of bullets. Switches over to the fresh magazine, and it's still not enough to get the knockout. But still, Shadow 7! What was that? This time, the players of Laser, they get lasered themselves by Shadow 7. This man's an absolute beamer.
But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not really going to amount to anything. The distance was way too much. Revival is going to be there. The cost of this entire fight is just one first aid kit.
Indeed. Laser's way too far away. The recovery's going to be handed out with ease. Fallen Man's back upon his feet while WSB is still constantly running thin on patience, but they're not able to find any sort of knockouts. No utilities are being utilized either. What is WSB trying to pull off in this fight? That's my question. While the players of Blind Rippers, even they now want to make the push happen. And the fight finally kicks off as Omega's going to be the man to find the opener. And this opener's going to be opening up so many opportunities as WSB, they've already got a major advantage inside of the fight. For Blind Rippers, they're being pushed back now. Losing out on 2 different players will make that 3 now. It's not looking too solid. It's not looking too fluid. It's all down to the last man standing, It Boy. And it seems next to impossible to try and pull things back in his court anymore. And there we go, the last slap to the face. That's going to send them back to the lobby.
Lit Boy has been lit up in that situation. WSB, it's so ironic. Omega was playing in away from his front liners, and he was the one who actually got the opening, pushed up, and figured out how to kind of break this uneven fight towards their favor. WSB absolutely brilliant in that one. 4 finishes to their name, and just going to show that traditional slow-paced game can also win you a fight. I think Omega has always been a statement to that.
Wasn't exactly a slow-paced game though, in my opinion, man. WSB was the one to take the precautions. They were the one to take the measures. They took the action against the team that was playing it way too passive. And that was BR. So I would still say that was an aggressive approach from WSB.
It definitely was, but my point of view was it stretched out way too long. Unless and until you have a very, very smooth device, which is, of course, our official smartphone partner, which is iQOO Z9S series, starting from 17,999. You've got to make sure that the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, if you have that under your kitty, you try and go for those fast pushes because your oppositions aren't really going to be able to keep up with it.
Yeah, that's the exact point, though, right? Once again, moving back towards that conversation of WSB and Blind Rippers. Now, for WSB, if they would have found the initial knockout way too early inside the game, then the push would have came through with ease.
Yeah.
But here's the problem with the stalemates that happen off the rip like that. When you do not really have the proper positioning of the opposition, you cannot just make a push.
Yeah.
And that's what WSB was trying to understand. Where exactly is every single player placed? And as soon as WSB put the right pieces of the puzzle, they knew how to take the fight. And that's why you instantly saw Omega finding the first knockout. The second one instantly got snuffed out. The second man tried to provide the backup, but as soon as he tried to do so, there was already a shock into his face.
Let's just conclude that it was slow and cautioned aggression. You get information, and then you try and push up. Talking about slow and cautioned aggression, we have Team X-Park doing a similar thing as well. The only difference is that they have a very lovely high ground turf for themselves, and they can play around so much. The split is a lovely, they have got themselves covered, and they have LMxLaser right under their kitty as well. They can try and push up and get those 4 finishes quite comfortably, considering the imbalance in points, Necro.
Yeah.
It seems like Team X-Park are also giving the benefit of doubt.
This is what I'm talking about. Number 1 esports facing off against Reckoning, and this time Reckoning, they've got a nice field trap set up. Viper on the high ground while they zine out to players in the front. He's got the boys locked in the sight. Pradeep and his teammate right next to each other. Viper, he's at the top. And still, both the teams waiting for the right moment. And I don't think it's number 1 esports. They've got any clue of the fact that Reckoning Esports is there around the fray. They're pretty unaware of the fact that they're being camped out right now. It's a field trap being set up from the side of Reckoning Esports, and they might just step in that spring trap. Number 1 esports, they're on the verge of being greatly demised by the side of Reckoning Esports. Just waiting for the first knockout to come into fruition, and that's going to be the game changer.
Gent is exploring extremely out in the open, and I think that might be a point of risk. But there is another point of risk, Necro, and that is the fact that WSB is rotating right underneath them. The map is on our screens right now. WSB. Omega is trying to kind of venture out, go the distance, and possibly take a longer route towards the circle. Just preserving all 4 of his players. But like you were talking about, Reckoning Esports, they're not moving. None of those players are in their vehicles already.
Reckoning Esports. 4 players still spread out, and number 1 esports, I'm not sure what the game plan is. Every single player is just stacked up in this one single compound. Do they not want to make it inside of the safety lines? And here we go. Finally, they do move out. Reckoning Esports, there's way too many vehicles in the front lines, and they just do not really know who to prioritize this time around. And for number 1 esports, they're walking into a spring trap, and this time, it emerges in a great fashion for Reckoning Esports. The trap was laid out perfectly as it sprang back to life. Number 1 esports, their lives will be taken away with it. As now, there's only a few more players in number 1 esports standing in the nearby vicinity. Even the rotations are being taken quite cautiously. And number 1 esports, they're scattered all across the board. The team play this time, it seems lacking.
It definitely seems lacking, but for Gravity IGL, the sole objective was to get the rear tire off of that buggy, but he could not really get that. There's still another player who could not escape, and that's going to be Pradeep. Number 1 Esports, this team needed consistency, but Reckoning Esports, the booby trap that was laid, it worked out perfectly. Getting almost 50% of the squad, in fact 2 finishes to their name. And now I think is going to be the time when Reckoning Esports finally make the move.
Yeah, 2 free points accumulated, but for such a long wait, I'm not sure if that was worth it. But Blind Esports facing off against Team X-Park. This is going to be the clash of the Titans. 2 Alpha Titans clashing against each other. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? A fight for the supremacy. Team X-Park. Shadow 7 with the thumps in his hands. He wants to charge on forward. He's got every right measure to do so as well before Blind Esports. Even they've been doing equal amount of damage against the foes too. 18 bullets in total in the hands of Nova, 21. And it's shotgun. As DP is able to find one of the confirmations on Team X-Park. And it's not that good of a start for Team X-Park either. Now the fight's taken down to a 3v3 equal Stevens.
Yeah, but SprayGod is still knocked out, and I think that is the advantage that Blind Esports really don't want to give Team X-Park to. If they really get the time to reset back in, I think it's going to be disastrous. But look at Nova 21 once again confirming another finish. Blind OP, this is the ideal start for them to actually get in this fight.
Yeah, Shadow 7 still knocked out. Return though. That's not a great news for the side of Team X-Park. Oh, that could have been a perfect knock too. But the nade tossed right onto his face was also brilliant. And just like that, it's Blind Esports to come out on top. They will be the supreme one in this fight.
The window and the precision of that grenade was so brilliant. He was taking in damage from the bullets, but still did not even flinch. It's absolutely brilliant, but for Team X-Park, there is not really a lot to worry about. They have actually managed to qualify towards the next round. They have accumulated a lot of points. For Blind, I think this is a statement to the arch rivals. Talking about arch rivals right now, it seems like big brothers. Every single team inside of this lobby is the arch rival right now because they need those points desperately in an attempt to move towards round 2.
Big Brother Esports. All the 4 players in that vicinity. While Reckoning Esports, the boys are out in the open. 4 AM Neo was knocked out a while ago. But the death blow hasn't been handed out just yet. Gravity IGL is moving in a straight line to try and disengage. But even he can be ejected outside of the vehicle. He needs to be a little bit careful. Wall of Death moves away as now the players are going to be succumbing under it. As it's going to do that constant damage. Hopefully they're going to have enough meds to patch themselves up. Spirit, it's time to reposition. As 4 AM, they're spread out quite wide.
That can cause problems. Especially for the lacks of Charan. The only player who is inside the circle and Heroes Gaming is approaching him. So I'm not really sure if he will be able to kind of hold 4 AM's position inside the circle. Extremely crucial over there. But now look at this. Team RGE. They are being eaten up right now. Hunters was down. God. Immortal. It was almost another knock for number 1 Esports.
Yeah, he was taken down so low. Number 1 Esports, they do want to get their revenge against the players of Reckoning Esports, that's for sure. Considering Reckoning Esports is the one to put an end to 2 of the players' lives. Mr. Lino PYT is on the run as well. Number 1 Esports, they found themselves in a bit of that sandwich scenario. Even Reckoning Esports is taking too much damage upon themselves. There's a lot of bullets showered upon them. And for TC, from the far fray, they're taking a few more shots against the team in the back lines. What can they even do if you're Reckoning Esports? You've got too much to try and deal with. Team Crow taking shots against you. You've also got number 1 Esports who wants a bit of that piece against you. Even there's another team in the sidelines in the name of Blind Esports. There's too many things, too many factors colliding against each other at the same time.
Do you think the weight against number 1 Esports was a double-edged sword for them?
Exactly was, but Reckoning Esports, they're already there with the safety barrier, so you can't say they can't take risks like those.
100%. Talking about risks, have a look at this team Blind. They will have to take risks right now. It's 4 players charging at them.
Yeah, it has to be an heroic entry, just like our Hero Extreme 160R4V, and this time Gods get strike down. For WSP, it was not such a great entry inside of the fight, as Blind Esports, they're making sure it will be a meat grinder against them. DP is a little bit far away for WSP. Still a chance to capitalize as they're going for the revival on the fallen player. But it's also going to be Reckoning Esports stepping in the fray as Armand goes for the revival on the fallen player. Seraph and Omega right next to each other. One revival already comes into fruition as it's going to spring the players of WSP back to life. And now it's Team Laser facing off against number 1 Esports. Man advantage clearly in the hands of LMxLaser. Can they convert this fight? And I think so the answer is going to be pretty much yes. Now it's a 1-on-4. Too much to ask for Lion. He's supposed to be the king. But especially in scenarios like this, even the king tends to melt.
The king has been melted already. Team number 1 Esports couldn't really do much in this one. Of course, they are going to bow out, but that just means that for the last game itself, they will have a huge pressure on their shoulders to try and qualify once again. For Reckoning Esports, the problem is not really there. 2 players still surviving. They're going on their merry way, but they're actually moving into a trap. Almost crashed his vehicle inside a tree itself, but Gravity IGL still managed to survive.
How is he even alive? That's my real question. He's barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and he's constantly patching himself up too. WSP, they stopped taking shots against him, and that's why he's alive for now. But here we go, Inferno squad. They want to be the beam of consistency, but what just happened? I never saw this coming. I thought Gravity is done for, but then he strikes them both down. That S12K with the deadly approach from Gravity. It's going to save the day for Reckoning Esports just to see another sunset.
I've never seen something like this. 2 players charging into a shack, just giving in 1v1 duels against Gravity IGL. Just showing the kids in that lineup, Viper and Hunters, how it's done. 4 finishes on this lad. The IGL leading from the front, but once again, the action replay. Look at this. They tried to come in from both angles. As soon as the door was open, they came into the line of fire, and Gravity IGL, all he had to do was spam that trigger, and the shots and the bullet spread was enough.
That's it. Reckoning Esports should be there in the final 3 now. Once you do get that lifeline, it always comes in with a big hope. He's done his job. He's done his part. As you transition towards another fight, Team Pro, this time pinning down the players of LMxLaser. And Laser, knowing the fact that they do not really have a good spot inside of the zone anymore, they will be chipped as they try to move outside. But even the back lines for the side of Team Pro, they're not cleared up. They need to face off against 4 AM soon enough. The aggressive men will indeed be looking aggressive and thirsty for eliminations when they take the pounce against Team Crow. And their wings can be clipped as well.
Talking about clipping their wings, it seems like Laser might just get their wings clipped because I like this formation, a 3-1 split inside the circle. Majority of their stress is try and retain their position, but they also have placed Yatin in an extremely crucial position. 2 teams trying to rotate right underneath his nose, but Path gets taken down.
Oh, Team Pro is choking this fight. It's not looking too nice. I'm not a big fan of what's happening on the screen right now, my friend. Even Yatin in the back is taking too much damage. It's also the players of 4 AM from the back and Laser from the front. For Laser, the back's against the wall. It's a mayday. It's do or die for Team Laser. They do not really have a lot of options left. For 4 AM, luckily enough, now they are busy with the players of Big Brother Esports, so they can try and fight off against them. For Big Brother Esports, no matter what sort of point you get, it's going to count so much, but they mess up big time, as now even Team Laser, they want to be a part of the fight, and Team Crow, in the end, they will be there to try and claim the points, as they are the cleanup crew.
But look at FS Esports. They're going to be happy to try and get down Big Brothers. Another big name out of this competition already. Or maybe potentially out of this competition. 1 game remain, and I'm not really sure if that's going to be enough. But look at this. Crispy barbecue for Team Crow. 1 Molotov. And they wipe out the entirety of Team RNB.
You're already in the hot lands of Miramar. And add on a Molotov. That's too much heat to try and understand. And that's where the players do tend to crumble. Look at the amount of dead bodies that are there in this vicinity. 4 death crates, I just saw them. FS Esports. For now, they will be in peace. But the wall of death is going to start to move soon. And I told you, as Gravity IGL, he clutched that spot. He should be there with ease in the top 3. No one's going to be able to stop this man. Now he's got the perfect and the sweet spot in his hand. For FS Esports, the boys will need to move out in the open, and that's where all the attention will be attracted towards them. Clutch. He's got only 2 nades. As FS Esports' Trey Scott finds Mafia. This time the deal's not done. And FS Esports, slow and steadily, step towards the success, as Team Crore now will be a big pain in the foot for them. And FS Esports at least needs to find the first opener, but I guess the chance is not going to be given to them, considering Hitman gets hit down.
Parth is on fire right now. 5 finishes on this lad. Team Crore, they were on 39 points. Now they're just going absolutely bonkers. But Gravity IGL, he almost had a clutch for himself. ASLAAA just walked into another trap. It was another 1v2, but finally, the last player, Chris OP, saved the day for this team. 3 players still survive, but I have no clue how. He almost did it once again, Necro.
That was not a normal shack for Gravity. It was a temple for that guy. He was
Fortress.
getting the buff. With that one single place, he almost gave us 2 heart attacks back to back. FS Esports still at the top. Luckily enough, they managed to squeeze themselves in the safety lines, but now for Team Crore, they've still got a Herculean task to try and complete. They're there in the top 4. And look at Parth! One single nade opens up the entire fray. The defense is now looking to be cracked open. FS Esports, it's a big mess up. It finds a 2-piece with that one single nade, and now Parth is still making that pounce. Can he single-handedly shut down the entirety of FS? That's my question. Hitman is trying his best to try and hit back the players, but it might just be too much to be asked for. Hitman's already made the pounce, and now Hitman will be striked down by Parth. That's it! Parth strikes down the entirety of Team FS all by himself.
8 finishers on this ladder. Now it's a battle between 2 huge teams right now. Team Crore again battling for survival. Team ASLAAA battling for survival. Who's gonna make it? Who's gonna win it all? Of course, it's that there's gonna be a huge question, a 4v3 battle, and huge favors in the form of Team Crore for their height advantage and the amount of cover that they have to work around. Look at that smoke wall that has been laid up.
Yeah, remember we were talking about being consistent? And ASLAAA Esports, that's what they're exactly doing. Look at this nade. It was placed so beautifully. That's going to bring the man number down to a 3-man squad for TC. And that's exactly what the players of ASLAAA wanted too. Now the fight's taken down an even Steven's side. And ASLAAA Esports, this is the moment they're supposed to strike. Wall of Death is starting to move. ASLAAA Esports with the zone advantage. But unfortunately, the high ground's in the hands of Team Crore. A few more util and that might just seal the deal. But Team Crore is taking their sweet little time to try and push on forward. Parth is still in the back lines. All the way back in the blue is going for that constant med strat, and he's not making it inside of the circle just yet. Parth is the man left on the flank. He needs to be the one to come in through the deadlock, and that's what he's exactly doing. Parth's presence wasn't noticed by the players of ASLAAA, and as they get strike down, it's not looking too nice. Chris OP is going to be the last glimmer of hope alive, but not for long. Team Crore, what a flawless game that was.
It was a flawless game, and it was a flawless game from Parth as well. Getting those 2 knocks in the final moment. Man was healing himself outside the circle, trying to hide his presence. But as soon as the moment struck, he healed himself up. He was like, alright, fine, it's time for my DBS to fly.
I know, right? That one single man on the flank was the game-winning moment right there. And as soon as Parth found that 2K, I knew it's done for. The opposition team, they don't stand a chance anymore. They've already been systematically dismantled.
9 eliminations on an individual level. Parth was absolutely on fire, but it's not just Parth who is on fire. Team Crore, they were on 39 points at the start of this set, and in fact, with this game itself, I feel like they've just ensured their qualification.
They got 24 points in total from this game too. So that's a lot of points on the board. Even reckoning Esports' Gravity, he was giving us heart attacks after heart attacks. Almost clutching out that 1-on-3 as well in the final few moments, but luckily enough for Team ASLAAA, they tossed in that nade, so that saved the day for them.
Talking about saving the day, I feel like ASLAAA have done a phenomenal job so far. In the previous game, they got 10 points. In this game as well, the 2nd position, and a lot of finishes to actually work with. I feel like this is another team, another outlier who's trying their best to get inside in round 2.
Yeah, and speaking of ASLAAA too, they needed to be consistent. Me and Johnny had a conversation where they might just crack under that pressure, but no, they didn't. Still, they're in the top 2, and with the way they played things out as well, I'm pretty sure they had decent amount of elimination points too. That's just going to add on to the tally.
Absolutely. I can't wait, honestly, Necro, to find the overall standings. And I'm going to go back and do my math as well, because it seems like one big name is going to be out right now, and that is going to be Big Brothers. Consistently, they haven't really been performing good.
That's evil, man. Yeah, but Big Brother Esports, they haven't been able to perform, that's for sure. And it's been the opposite side of the spectrum. You really expect a banner like Big Brother Esports to perform, be there in the forefront, be there at the top in the overall standings, but it's not been the case so far. You try and look at the winning moment of that previous game, and Gravity IGL almost clutching out the entire thing. Just gave me a heart attack. FS Esports, they needed to face off against the players of Team Crore, and that's where Parts' one single utility came into play, and he shut down the entirety of FS Esports. 2 players are knocked out with that one single nade, and he pushed on forward with the DBS in his hands, and he got the closure as well with these. Now, this is the exact moment that I'm speaking of. Parth's position being unnoticed, that was the game-changing moment right there. Striking down 2 players single-handedly, that won them the game.
That certainly won them the game, and of course there were moments of brilliance from this player Parth as well. But the rest of his teammates, the way they were complimenting him, I think that is exactly what teamwork is. And the fact that they are fighting pressure, they are fighting under pressure, that makes it even better. Now we'll have to find out what the result of the final game is going to be. But without that, I feel like there's going to be another team over whom there's going to be a huge question mark, and that is going to be Jubilant Divine. Where were they in this game?
That's what I was almost about to speak as well. And Jubilant Divine in this game as well, once again lost. We do not know what's going on with the players of Jubilant Divine. It's a known banner too. I've been saying about this team for a long time. I've been pretty much repeating the same stuff, and at this point I feel like I'm just blabbering. Jubilant Divine, we're not seeing any sort of improvement from this banner.
Absolutely no improvement, and it seems like no points as well so far in this game. But I'm hoping that somewhere down the line this team is going to make it. FS Esports, they've made the cut. Inferno squad, I feel like they've made the cut. WSB, Team Xpark. For Team Xpark, it was kind of unfortunate the way Blind Esports approached them and kind of destroyed them. But I think you can give that level of peace to Team Xpark. They've done the job already.
And even for Blind Rippers, right? Speaking of Blind Esports, Blind Rippers too, when they faced off against WSB, I generally thought the collision should be on the equal side, right? At least both these teams should be taking a lot of that damage. But WSB, with the execution that they showcased, was perfect. Omega finding the first opener. They knew exactly where the second man is too. As soon as the first opener was found, they knew the backup's going to be there from the sidelines. They instantly switched the focus towards the sidelines, struck down another player, and that's where Blind Rippers was dismantled. Point standings on the screen, 24 points in total from Team Crore as WSB get 13, Team ASLAAA getting 11, FS Esports as well getting 11 points, Reckoning Esports all thanks to Gravity. This one single man has been the game changer.
Absolutely. I think for Reckoning Esports, Viper and Hunters have been taking the limelight a lot. Gravity was like, alright, fine boys, it seems like you have forgotten the experienced IGL. Talking about Blind, 5 points, RNB, 4 points. Moving on to the next sheet, 4 aggressive men, 3 points. But I think they've done the job in the first game itself. LMX, this team, no chances anymore. Heroes Gaming, this was one of the teams who could have potentially done much better, but 2 points, it seems like slowly and steadily, their chances of qualification are also dwindling.
And speaking of Heroes Gaming, if you remember in BJAS 2024, we saw this team for the first time. They made their debut. And when we saw this team for the first time, they were able to perform so well. They were getting so many elimination points. Heroes Gaming was another one of those aggressive teams that was challenging the known banners with ease. And now look at them. Completely opposite side of the spectrum performance.
I feel like they are drawing a parallel to Bot Army Esports as well. In the previous season, we saw Bot Army doing so well, but in this season, Bot Army, they kind of completely dwindled. But there is another parallel that I have been able to draw, Necro. Of course, number 1 Esports, have a look at their performance as well. They came in with 31 points, got 10 points from the first game, kind of choked the second game, but now they're in a position where they need 20 points to kind of qualify. Who needed 20 points to qualify in the last group? It was Team Cosmic, and they did so.
Yeah, there's something going on with these teams with Team C in their name, right? You've got Team C as Team Cosmic, now you've got Team C as Team Crore, and both these teams did so good when there was pressure right on top of their head, right? Team Crore performed exceptionally well in that previous game, so anything can happen in the future too. Let's move on to a short break for now. We'll be right back in a jiffy.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 ouch I'm not doing this 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, when Johnny and Salty are on the desk, we are always prepared for one last game. And we are always prepared for few of the teams to get their dreams shattered.
Exactly. Why is it like this? You and I show up and people get upset.
You remember the devil and the angel combo that we pulled off last season?
Yeah.
Last season, BMPS. I think we need to pull that off once again right now.
Yeah, but this time, I think at least for today, we are both the devils because we are going to be handed out those go back to where you came from cards to a lot of these teams. And of course, I mean, it is only going for the teams that are in an extreme dire situation. So anywhere under 40 points, I guess, are going to be the ones who are going to be unsafe. But we in this particular group, at least, we hardly have those names, right? We are going to see a few of those. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that we do want to see, and in fact, we have the luxury of having it on our desk, it is the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999. And of course, one of the best devices we've seen.
One of the best devices for scrimming as well. One of the best devices for playing competitive. To start off your competitive journey. I mean, personally speaking, I have been looking for a device to start off my competitive journey because all of these casters, they just take their shot at me and I don't really have anything to say. So potentially one day I'm going to be #Conqueror #1 and then one day I will be able to kind of say something back to you.
Yeah, again, I think you guys failed to inform Maisie on the other side what he has been saying, right, about reaching #1 Conqueror. So go ahead and do that. But what we are going to do is we're going to move forward and have a look at the overall rankings and see where the teams have landed themselves in terms of the overall leaderboard. And of course, one thing we focus on is how many total points do they have from this particular week. Because of course, there was certain requirements from a few of these teams. Reckoning Esports, I think they've managed to bring themselves in a much safer position now. Along with them, WSB is definitely going to be safe. FS Esports, they've brought themselves back into the competition with the performance that they've had in this particular week. And they still have one more match left.
Yeah, of course. I think for Reckoning Esports, they never really had their concern, especially after securing 42 points from the first week itself. Inferno squad, the same thing as well. But if you look at this chart, this is exactly where the problems lie.
Yeah.
Blind Esports, again, their job is done. 10 points from this week, not really a point of concern. GLITCHxREBORN, they've also done their job as well. The Tribe Hirdmen, 27 points, that is a point of concern. Team Empire as well, 21 points, point of concern. Big Brothers, this is the team, Johnny, we need to talk about because now they're in a position where they need at least 25 points to ensure they move towards round 2.
I don't think that's going to happen. It's very difficult to be able to pull that off. And again, today has been horrendous for Big Brothers. They started the day with 12 points from the matches yesterday. So yesterday, 3 games, they were able to secure 12 points and we saw that total tally of 16. That means in the previous 2 games, they've just gotten 4 points. Not the Big Brother Esports we wanted to see.
Not the Big Brother Esports that we know they are as well. But it seems like they will have to break out of their shackles at this point.
Yeah.
They will have to put up a performance that they have never done. And those are the moments which build storyline. I feel like those are the performances which take your path to glory. And I've been waiting for teams, like underdog teams specifically, to kind of pull that off.
Exactly, it's the hero storyline, right? You are the hero standing up against the army, the anime moment that you all want to live. That is what Big Brother Esports find themselves in, but it is going to be extremely difficult for them to execute it. And plus, considering last game for a lot of those bullies inside of this lobby, you have Xpark, WSB, Inferno Squad, Reckoning Esports. At this point, 4 Aggressive Man have also turned into the kind of bullies that we hoped for them to be since the start, right? First week, it was not that great. Second week, it's going a little bit better, but that extra push is going to be required from the side of 4 Aggressive Man in this game as well, just to secure a spot in the top 64.
100%. To secure your spot in the top 64, I feel like there are going to be few contenders for Aggressive Men. There are going to be ASLAAA Esports and their athletes as well. And Team Crore, of course. I feel like Team Crore, especially Path, that man became a bully in the last game, going in 9 frags all by himself. I feel like those are the results which have kind of made headlines for tomorrow. But there's going to be another team my eyes are going to be set on. That's going to be number 1 Esports. Right around that 40-point mark. You know, when you've reached 40 points, you're kind of close to that boundary. You're kind of close to that edge, but you're not close enough, and you need to take that leap of faith. And number 1 Esports, are they going to be capable of doing that? I have no clue.
It's a big question, right? And we won't know the answer until all the matches are done, including the matches for Set Red as well, which we will have to wait a long time to see what the teams over there are going to be up to. And again, it might be possible that you are on that 60-65 position bracket and you still miss out on qualification. So number 1 Esports, I think, just drop a 30 bomb. It sounds impossible because you are going to need 20 eliminations in that match to drop a 30 bomb. But we've seen that in the past as well. I mean, you talk about performances we saw during the recent BGIS as well. It's going to be extremely difficult, as I mentioned, close to impossible, but hey, that is what is required, and this is a position that they themselves put themselves in. And of course, as we mentioned, one last map of Erangel to make it happen. It is definitely the story we are all hoping to see, but is it going to be a good one? Well, the answer to that question is going to be revealed at the end of this map as the plane takes to the sky for one last time today, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of Erangel for Group 1, Set Blue. And this is the end of, or at least a pause of the journey for a lot of these teams that make it into the top 64. But we have the flight path in front of us. Screen starts just north of Lipovka from the eastern edge of the map, heads towards the western side, north of, well, between Georgiopol and Hospital. So this is going to be a flight path that leans extremely towards the northern half of the map.
We know the circle has been favoring the northern part of the map few of the time. So this will be interesting to see if the similar pattern kind of continues. But as of now, the flight path, it definitely is going to be very interesting. A lot of drop collisions for teams trying to move towards the south, especially towards the military base and over up north. Trying to go in for those pit stops, trying to go in for those garages, and look at that entire cluster on the western hand side.
Yeah, exactly. That is what I was looking towards. Team Crore joined by Blind Esports, and there's one more squad that's hidden underneath both of these sides as of now, but all is going to be revealed once the fight at Yasnaya breaks out. And I saw shots being fired towards the players of Blind Esports, retaliation fire coming as well. Who is taking on who now? That's the real question. And while all of that chaos has been brewed up, Team Crore, they decide to evade the entire action. They've landed towards the western edge of the city, Blind taking control of the eastern edge, and then you have another squad smack center. But look at what is happening towards the position of Shelter as well. The players of Reckoning Esports, it seems like they're being drop clashed by the players of Heroes Gaming, and Viper, he finds himself in trouble, unarmed against 2 individuals from the side of Heroes Gaming, and they just whack him to his death. That is just brutal, man. Close the door as well.
They certainly close the door. There is a little bit of a backup fire, and both these players are low, mind you.
Yeah.
It could have been just a whisker, and both players from Team Heroes Gaming could have been out of the game. It was risky, but they managed to escape, and now they're out of harm's way. But talking about this fight, it seems like Reckoning Esports and the relationship with Shax have kind of improved recently. Gravity being very good. Viper couldn't really repeat the same circumstances, but he didn't really have those weaponry. But now look at this. The rest of the players from Heroes Gaming just going after Immortal right now.
Yeah, is he going to go down as well? Taking shots on the buggy. Immortal gets out with a shotgun and they just run away. This is what happens when you know the opposing player has a shotgun. You want to try and get as much distance between you and them as possible. And Immortal, well, lives up to the namesake, finds the opening frag. Robin left alone. There's smoke coming out the engine. Immortal secures the finish before he gets knocked out. And Gravity IGL has been set up for success. Climbing from up top, Robin's been spotted out. The shots from the DBS, they fail to connect. And Gravity takes a lot of unnecessary damage from Robin. Oh my god, a bit of HP and the squad wipe from Heroes Gaming. That is just brilliant. Even the pixel isn't there.
I can't even see his HP bar. What was that? And how did Robin connect that shot? Gravity IGL is going to be kicking himself because he pulled off that blinder in Miramar. But in this game, Heroes Gaming, they survive in onslaught. Look at this. 3 players are going to get back into the game. They're going to resurrect with 4 eliminations. This has been a very healthy fight, Johnny.
Yeah, it has been a healthy fight, but Heroes Gaming, their journey so far in this round 1 has not been great at all. So what are their intentions? That is what we need to ask ourselves. And as for that entire situation developing towards Yasnaya Poliana, we have our answer, ladies and gentlemen. It was X-Spark who landed smack in the middle of both Blind Esports and the players of Team Crore. Team Crore realizing too much pressure, 8 players against 4. We aren't really prepared for that. They waited from the action, and now differences are being settled between X-Spark and Blind Esports. We've seen this in the past. X-Spark is used to this.
X-Spark is used to this. They used to have different foes initially.
Yeah.
They used to have those golden and black jerseys staring against them, but now it's the red and black and Blind Esports. They definitely have suffered the first blow, but nothing to worry about because we've been talking about it since forever because Yasnaya being such a huge city can house 2 teams very, very comfortably. But the fact that the circle is right on top of them, they're at the smack center, it just motivates them a little more to kind of preserve their positions and not to really go into fights.
Yeah, I mean, X-Spark as well realized that they've taken control of a few compounds on the northern side of the city. Just one man sticking to the southern side, and Blind Esports, oh no, Joker spotted out, manages to cross over. Evil. Seems like he has an evil plan, hasn't revealed his position, and might be able to catch a few individuals from the side of Team X-Spark off guard. He's going to relay a lot of information to his teammates. X-Spark, they can be distracted by the 3 individuals from the side of Blind Esports running on the ground floor.
I don't get it. 2 players are on the other side of the road. 2 players are trying to push up, especially Shadow and Joker. Team X-Spark, do they have something in mind? Blind Esports, of course, regrouping as soon as they heard the footsteps. And like you said, Evil did manage to pass on that information, so they are well prepared for this fight. But Team X-Spark, they need a different game plan. They need to regroup once again as nades do come flying in. This fight happened in the last game as well, and Blind Esports were able to take down X-Spark. It seems like for X-Spark, there's a revenge arc going on.
Yeah, it is a revenge arc right now, and I think X-Spark, as far as their mindset is considered, and this game in particular, I don't think there's a lot to worry about. Even if they go down all 4 players right here, right now, there is nothing left for them to do. They've done enough points on the board to help them secure a spot in the top 64. And Blind Esports, same goes for them.
Unpopular opinion, but I feel like every last game of every single group should be Sanhok. Because it's fast-paced and chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, it can... that is going to lead to a very exciting development because I think, again, changing the map sequence changes the way the teams strategize their day. But it is definitely going to be interesting if that happens.
Talking about interesting, you do have an interesting development here as well. FS Esports just eyeing out Team RNB at this point.
Evian does not even know that Clutch is behind him, by the way, with how he's positioned himself. You can clearly tell he's just hiding in that watchtower. Absolutely nothing to do. And Clutch, he's also just lying there. I think he might have seen Evian, so he's waiting for an opportunity to strike. Look at him. Evian looking in the complete opposite direction. They are watching Wizard on the other side. He's done some magic because the entirety of RNB is distracted. And there's 3 players from the side of FS Esports that have managed to close in on their array. This is going to be an absolute beatdown.
This can be a beatdown, but it's also equally risky for FS Esports as well.
Yeah, they have no utility. Otherwise, straight up, there's going to be a nade and a molly combi in that watchtower.
Exactly. Oh, Envy has a position, has an idea. He has a nade as well.
Yeah,
he has 3, in fact.
And a molly.
I think he's going to wait. He's got an idea that the other team does not have utility. And look at this, Adwin. Wonderful flank. Spotted Rage, but can't really give those footsteps in. I think Rage also has an idea about his position. Rage has been knocked out. Back of fire from Clutch. Is he going to find the knock? Not yet.
He whiffs it! Clutch! What was that? Just whiffs the entire clip, and Rage, I will completely understand if he rages out right now, because the plan was to find that trade, and had they done that, RNB, they would have struggled to recover from this fight. But now FS Esports, they will be on the receiving end of things. There's no way TraceGod can provide a lot of support to his teammate. Advin is overextended again. So now there might be an opportunity for FS Esports to strike and find that trade. Evian closing in. In fact, 3 players from side of RNB moving in together. Too much pressure for Clutch to handle alone. His teammate needs to chime in. There's the trade numbers equalized. TraceGod find one. Clutch connects a lot of shots on the opposing player. Has another mag to go for the play. Evian, he's going to be pushed back, forced to stay back until he heals up. Smoke globed out for some extra movement space. The nade lands quite close to Chunk. Clutch takes away almost 50% of his HP.
My question is, where's the third player from FS Esports?
He's on the other side of the city.
Wow. Need a little more teamwork over there. It seems like Tiger from Big Brothers has actually found everyone from RNB. It's a third party which has come in, but where are Big Brothers? They are on the other side. They're on top of the cliff.
Yeah. So this is a problem with Rozhok, and in fact, any position along this northern shoreline of the main island, that the northern island, that shoreline is just covered with a lot of high ground. There's a massive, massive mountain range up there, but we'll come back to that in a bit. It seems like there's a third party happening in Yasnaya Poliana. Xpark, they're down to their last player, but Blind Esports as well down to their last man, as LMxLaser chose to charge towards these buildings, and they found a few extra frags for themselves. Evil is going to be the first man to go down, and then maybe it's going to be down to the last player from the side of Xpark. Evil tries to run away. Does manage to juke the players of LMX for a few extra seconds. But he needs to be careful. It's that isolated player from the side of Xpark as well. And it's the IGL Shadow. Will look to cause some extra trouble for the players of Blind Esports.
It's gonna be a fun little tag team effort from both Shadow and Evil to kind of take down LMX at this point.
I mean, if they can pull it off.
3 players. If they can take 1 player down each, I feel like they can even down the numbers. But it also depends on them aggressing together. It's definitely not going to happen, but 1 for the stars. I always hope for those 1 beautiful moment. Laser X, of course, they're not really extending. And this is something which I like. They know as a matter of fact that they've accumulated few finish points, but it seems like now they are overextending. Now they are pushing in one of the buildings where Shadow is in Team Xpark. They run the risk of being eliminated at this point, Johnny.
Yeah, it was all about who goes down first, Blind Esports or Xpark, and it seems like Shadow 7 was spotted out, so LMX, they're going to choose to push in his direction instead. Nade lobbed out on the stairwell, no damage dished out. Shadow being extremely cautious with how he positions his utility. On the other side, Big Brother taking on the players of Team Crow. The nade shoots. Shadow just runs up forward to negate the damage. Meanwhile, Big Brother, as we were talking about them playing the northern island of the map, they found themselves up against the players of Team Crow. Elixir still hiding in a corner. Candy takes away half his HP, but too much pressure for either of these sides to handle, and the third party from the players of WSB as well comes in. And now I don't think either of these two sides are going to survive. Pranav gets knocked out. Yatin OG tries his level best to run away. As he managed to escape, though, last player surviving for his team at the mercy of WSB. And they do let him leave.
This is entertaining stuff, honestly. Because initially, 2 completely separate teams were fighting. It was FS and RNB. Big Brothers came in as a third party. Team Pro came in as the fourth party. And then it was WSB.
Also, by the way, my apologies. This fight did not even happen in the same position where we saw the players of Big Brothers for the last time. They moved up to the main island. This is happening east of school, about 300 meters east of school. And Big Brothers were caught out completely in the open by the players of Team Crow. And as we saw, Trades happened from either side. WSB, they showed up at the right time to capitalize and secure 3 eliminations to their name.
Surprisingly, 2 routes Mafia as well as Trace got from RNB and FS individually. They're still surviving. So they're still keeping their team's hopes alive. Those were the initial 2 teams who were fighting. This has been entertaining stuff so far, but Erangel, we only have 38 players inside of Stage 2, and this is weird because we've never seen something like this before.
This is what I wanted to say. Another third party, not a third party, but another early fight inside of the game. Number 1 Esports taking on the players of Blind Rippers, but we do have the iQOO MVP of the previous game, as you said, Barth. 9 finishes, 64% finish contribution for his team in the previous match.
He was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Not just in terms of firepower, but also in terms of his game sense as well. The awareness, when to strike and how to strike. Healing himself out in the blue and then striking exactly when the time is right.
But now look at this, right, Salty? If your team gets taken out in the last game of the day like this, then all of that effort in the previous game of Miramar from Team Crore was in vain.
It certainly was.
And it might be actually once the cutoff comes out of the official one after all the matches are done.
Now all they can do is to try and pray, hoping that the other teams, they don't really perform. And in fact, majority of the teams who will be in the mid-pack will kind of pray that the teams who are at the tabletop, they will keep on dominating so that the fall-off is massive and the cutoff dwindles down even further.
True, true, true. Right now, if you are stuck in that middle pack when you were close to the 64th position, I mean, somewhere from the 58th to the 72nd or the 75th, you are hoping for that vacuum to be created. But even with the vacuum being made by the teams at the top, you still have to perform. Not as much, but you still have to perform. You need to pop off in at least one of the 6 matches that you have.
Honestly, I feel like it's a great advantage for the teams in the red set. Because now they can find out exactly what the target is. And for the blue tier, for the teams in blue set, they're going in blind.
Yeah. I mean, the best case scenario is to be in the last group that plays from set red as well. That way you have a clear indication of what the cutoff is, like how many points you need in every single game and how you need to plan out your matches. You also know who you're going up against as well, so you can do a little bit of homework. But along with that, ladies and gentlemen, our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024 is the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999. An amazing device with a lot of features packed in it, but another amazing incident happening. Oh, that nade, it was way too close for comfort. Jump shots from the DBS. SKOP fails to connect. And this is still happening in Yasna Apoliana, by the way. So, Laser, they did wrap things up by finishing off the players from Blind Esports, and Xbox also did get eliminated eventually after that early collision. But now, out of nowhere, Heroes Gaming, they show up looking for a fight. Robin finds a knock. Kaptan also knocked out. What is going on? And it was Kaptan's nade that knocked him out. Self-sabotage is what we call it. SKOP, last man left alive. Quite an unfortunate series of events. And now he's going to have to wear the brunt of the force. Takes down one as he runs up. An impressive play. Looking for one more. If he finds the second knock, that is going to be brilliant. And that is exactly what he needs. Oh, nades, just a smoke recovered.
Ooh.
He's trying to bait them into thinking he has a nade.
That was extremely quick. I felt like the flick almost would have actually struck his head, but the level 3 helmet is still going to protect him.
Oh, no. So he's lobbed a smoke in the room across the hall. He's going to try and make the players of Heroes Gaming think that he's hiding on the other side. If they charge up.
In fact, the entire floor has been smoked up right now, Johnny.
Let's see, Heroes Gaming still not confident enough to make the move. And as you mentioned, the whole floor has been smoked up. He's trying to manipulate them into thinking and making the wrong decision, but the nade was too close, and SKOP, he's taken a lot of unnecessary damage. The footsteps, they will be the indication, and oh, surprise, surprise. It's a burglar through the window. Robin, you cheeky, cheeky man. Finds the last player surviving from LMX, finishes him off. And also, what an impressive performance from Robin individually. 6 eliminations in the game already.
Absolutely. That was just a move of class, to be honest.
Yeah, true.
To come down, it was a Parker step, coming in through the window. He knew exactly where the position is, and of course he had his teammates to try and divert his attention. It was a good attempt, though. You've got to give him that. But look at this. For 4 aggressive men right now, they have an important flow in front of them. And that's going to be number 1 Esports. And number 1 Esports is another team who are on the verge of qualification. And this fight is extremely important for them. Slamming on towards Harry. Pradeep has a huge job on his shoulders. I can see the utility flood in. The Molotov was pitch perfect. But is Harry going to get knocked out because of it?
I think so. He's been forced into the corner room. And that allows the players of number 1 Esports to position themselves to gain a line of fire. And look at that. Harry has been knocked down as well. 4 aggressive man, they are pinned down inside of that building. Number 1 Esports, Pradeep was knocked out. But they are prioritizing the fight. 1 man going for the revive, the others just charging forward. And Adi, he needs to be extremely careful. Another Molotov lobbed indoors, but every time he steps out around the corner, he takes unnecessary damage from the third party Inferno squad from the distance. They are taking a lot of those shots, and they have, in fact, taken down one. Pradeep's finish has been secured as well, but no! He runs into the Molotov over there, and number 1 Esports, a lot of mistakes being made by them in this fight. Allowing 4 aggressive man to make that recovery. Charan going for a revive onto Neo. Spirit still knocked out. But the third party is going to happen. We see the vehicles moving in.
Heroes Gaming is there as well. Inferno squad, they reap the benefits of this fight, but 4 aggressive men, somehow they managed to reset, and that has been shut down yet again. Charan from the backlines did not anticipate the nade coming in, and now it's a master with a slam in. He will be the first one to charge in. Of course, the nades will flood in once again, the utility, but no way! Don't Molotov himself! You're gonna burn to a crisp, needs to heal himself up, but he has also got to worry about Inferno squad in the backlines, Johnny.
Man, that was the worst prank right there. Master was, well, he had the Molotov equipped. At the last moment, he was forced to crouch. Or in fact, go prone, which made the Molotov hit that broken wall. But Inferno squad, they are a little bit further away from this entire fiasco. And Heroes Gaming, only Master pushed up, by the way. Robin still in the back lines. Heroes Gaming, we're doing so well up until now. Mistakes made, miscommunication, I believe. And Robin is going to be forced to stay away from this entire fight.
But I like the fact that 4 aggressive men are paying respects to their opposition because they're right at the edge. They've done enough for qualification.
What a spray! Wow! Right on his head as well.
The nade did come in, and that's it. That's the end for RDOP as well. Of course, there's going to be Neo who's still alive. They really want to reap in those finish points. Neo with 4 finishes already. But sadly, he does not have any more nades or Molotov as well. Needs to heal himself up, needs to go for those weaponry fights. But as of now, number 1 Esports, it seems like they have been eliminated and few more dreams to be shattered, Johnny.
Yeah, that last nade actually did the trick. Took down Lion from the side of number 1 Esports. Look at that. 3rd time's the charm, Omega. That is correct. He made 3 attempts to pick off that final survivor from the side of FS Esports. Finally gets that finish point secured. Zeref was knocked out in the distance, but I don't think the revive is going to be an issue for the side of WSB. They have complete control of the circle right now. And it is just one last player from the side of Heroes Gaming. Robin, who is looking to close in the distance. A risky play. But ASLAAA Esports from the distance take down Gods, who was playing the northern half of the play zone right now. So WSB, they are scrambled all over this play zone. I wonder if they can bring Gods back into the game without risking their own safety and walking into the line of fire of ASLAAA Esports. But somewhere towards the southeastern edge, you have Jubilant Divine trying to deny the zone entry to the players of Blind Rippers. And of course, the last man from Heroes Gaming also gets finished off. So we're down to 8 teams, 23 players in this match.
Not really a lot of problems for WSB to close out this game, honestly. They're right at the smack center. They've got their 4 players. And look at that amount of map control that they have either side of the road. And when you have that, I feel like it makes it immensely difficult for the other teams to actually make their way in. Look at ASLAAA, right? They're trying to come in from the rice fields. Now, that is extremely out in the open. If someone like a Gods can actually spot them out, it should be an easy spray down. Same goes for Team Crore as well, but Team Crore wants to get those placement points to kind of assure that they are moving in towards round 2.
But talk about moving in, an official mobility partner, Hero. The Hero Extreme 160R4, we awaiting the MVP of the finals. But here comes the blue zone for aggressive man. They're going to be put under some pressure. Of course, the shots coming in from in their direction as well from the players of Inferno squad. And the circle again moving in the middle of nowhere. WSB still have a slight edge in this situation, but ASLAAA Esports, they will have to deal with the players of Inferno squad one way or the other. But look at this. Jatin spots out the man Neo up front. Goten with the knock. And the finish is going to be secured by the players of Inferno squad. Not looking to slow down even in the last matchup. And ASLAAA Esports, oh no, the man responsible for gathering all of that information from top of that house has been knocked out. Inferno squad buying themselves some time to recover.
They certainly do, but all I care about is Charan and his safety at this point. The Blue Zone, of course, eating him up. The nades coming to chime in, and Inferno squad, I don't think they're going to let him get away. Charan, how many first aid does he have? And how much can he withstand? It's going to be a test of endurance, but at this point, it seems like he's just patching himself up. 3 more first aid kits. 4 aggressive men. They've done the heavy lifting in the past already, and now it's on Charan to get those quintessential placement points.
See, the problem is he has 11 nades and 3 first aids. He's just applying those bandages, but at this point, stage 5, the bandage heals are instantly negated by the blue zone damage.
He, in fact, needed 11 first aids and 3 nades.
That would have worked out wonderfully. And, of course, the booster is not running as well. No painkillers equipped, no energy drink utilized as well. Doesn't even have any. So that man is stuck in a very awkward position right now. He just has to be patient and hope that the opposing players just forget about him and move on.
The fun thing is, both the teams who are surviving with their players, with a single player, they mostly have got their job cut out to try and get as many placement points as you possibly can. Because, like we're always talking about, teams in blue set, they know exactly that the target has not been set. They know exactly that the cutoff is a blind number.
Yeah.
It's still X that we're assuming. So all you've got to do is try and get as many points as you potentially can. And being a solo survivor, I think playing the placement game is the last thing that you want to do.
Exactly. I think, again, you perfectly laid it out there, Salty. Again, it's just a variable right now. It can go anywhere. It can be as high as 70. It can be low into the mid-50s as well, if you are lucky enough. But for these teams, it's about putting their best performance, putting on the best possible run in every single game. Team Crore, they take an exit on the 7th position. Down to the top 6 teams, 20 players still alive. And I think this is the collision we all wanted to see. WSB quite close to the players of Jubilant Divine, but somewhere else, in fact, towards the northern half of the circle, the players of Blind Rippers, for some reason, have taken damage from the players of Jubilant Divine. Inferno squad, they look to push forward. 6 eliminations already secured, and they've gained complete control of the circle as well. WSB now, it's their time to chime in. Next knocked out, Nathan and Noisy Boy, along with Dayson, are all that are left standing. And while all of this chaos is happening in these fights for the zone, did you notice ASLAAA Esports, they have just kept their heads down in the backlines?
They have done that. And in fact, all of their 4 players are still surviving, so that is brilliant. Team ASLAAA potentially need about 10 to 15 points to ensure their qualification. I think they are en route in doing that. But for this fight, it seems like an artillery warfare. WSB just want to push Jubilant Divine as further back as possible. And those nades, they're doing the job.
Yeah, they're definitely getting the job done right now. WSB Zaref, he's going to be knocked out. Finally, ASLAAA Esports, they start shooting back. And in fact, they start taking the players down. Omega from the side of WSB, he's still left standing. But the problem for ASLAAA Esports is that before they made a move, the players of WSB were prepared for it, because Herman and Gods were sent in the backlines to try and deal with the late breaches of the play zone. Jubilant Divine, they recover. Noisy Boy again takes a lot of damage, is going to be forced to fall back. And Inferno squad as well, in fact, putting on additional pressure on the players of ASLAAA Esports. 3 players remaining. Zyro and Daddy barely down to sliver of HP. More nades lobbed towards them. Krishopi somehow has managed to stay alive, and he's managed to play off position, being a little bit closer to the 2 individuals from the side of WSB. 1 elimination point secured by the players of WSB, and again Arman moves forward to provide a little bit of extra firepower to his teammates. But Inferno squad, they move into the players of Jubilant Divine, and as soon as they get close, they fall back. Zarf in the backlines was knocked out.
Absolutely, WSB just holding on towards the edge, and they've played out their plan to perfection. Jubilant Divine, they do get a ridge for themselves, but will they be able to maneuver from that position? That's the question. For Team ASLAAA, it seems like it's been heartbreaks left, right and center, because surviving up till top 4 is not going to be enough. You need finish points altogether as well. Out in the open, Omega finds another one, cleans out one of the players from Inferno squad, and how many are left is going to be the question.
Well, Omega, he is cleaning up quite nicely. Gets 1 more in the bag. 5 from that particular fight. Zaref as well doing a brilliant job. Omega, alright, he was dishing out the damage, but still only has 3 eliminations. Runs into the blue 4. That frag is not going to get it. In the meanwhile, Arman does get finished off, but WSB, a brilliant performance from this team. And now, I think all they have to do is just beat down on the players of Jubilant Divine, because they have control of the circle as well. There's just one man from the side of Inferno squad that has managed to slide his way inside of that play zone. It is going to be Go10 in the back lines. And there is he's right behind the players of Jubilant Divine, Nathan and Next. Even if he takes down one, it opens up the floodgates for the players of WSB to come pouring in.
But to be honest, Jubilant Divine, they've done a good job retaining their fortress. The 2-2 split inside of the final circle can be risky.
Oh, wow.
But now look at this. The fortress falls. A barrier has been found, and it seems like Nathan might just get confirmed right now. Another one goes down. It comes in from Goat and spoils the game from Jubilant Divine. WSB will start moving in, and the game has been opened up to their doors.
Yeah, Goten needs to realize he can't really go for the chicken dinner over here. He needs to pick up those finish points for his team. But Inferno squad, as we have been talking about them, they did a brilliant job up until now. So they have the luxury of taking this risk. Jubilant Divine, one more player knocked out. It's down to Noisy Boy. And WSB, I think with the player advantage, they should be able to secure this win. Goten gets... He just left. I think with that nade, with that extra knock, he just gave up. He's like, all right, guys, you guys take care of your own. And now WSB, they're going to look to secure this chicken. They were hungry with how they started their game, and I hope their hunger is satisfied indeed, because this was a phenomenal performance. 16 eliminations on the board in their last match, and they have left absolutely nothing for anyone else. This is what WSB, this is the WSB that we wanted to see after Omega's announcement, I guess.
Have you noticed something, Johnny?
Yeah.
ZF, the point his IGL ship was transferred to Omega, this man converted him to an absolute bomber of an assaulter. He ensured he had 8 finishes in one game. Last day, he had 8 finishes in this one as well. And IGL turning into an assaulter performing like this? Crazy.
You know what? I have this theory. This happens with most of the IGLs. As soon as you take that decision-making responsibility away from them, all of them start performing very well. And my theory is that as an IGL, you are forced to deal with information dump every single second of the game. Players relaying a lot of information to you, and you are forced to make decisions based off of that information. Once you don't have to make decisions for everyone else and you can focus on yourself and you still get all of that information, you make better decisions on the individual level, and I think that is what we are seeing over here.
That is exactly what we're seeing over here, but it's not just ZF. Every single player is performing. Yeah. Omega is performing, Gods is performing, ZF is performing, Arman is performing as well, and WSB, I think they've quite comfortably crossed the 100-point mark as well. They will be settling themselves in one of the top 10 positions of the 128 teams. But what a welcome it has been for Omega inside of this lineup as well. They recently won another third-party tournament, and now they're coming in strong inside of BMPS 24 as well. This is crazy.
It is crazy indeed, and it was incredible. Let's have a look at that incredible moment where they were able to secure that winner chicken dinner for themselves. And as we do that, ladies and gentlemen, again, it is going to be quite interesting. As you mentioned, WSB, I think, yes, they might have crossed that 100-point mark, and I think anyone beyond 80 points, those are the teams that we can say quite comfortably, all right, they are guaranteed to move into round 2. If you're under 80, I would still be skeptical, because again, a lot more groups to go.
In my opinion, I think that marker is going to be 70. Anything beyond 70, I think you should be comfortable, because if you look at it, how much does 70 come in out of 12 games? Like, you'll have to average almost 6 points per game. And to make sure that 64 teams out of 128 teams will ensure 6 points per game, that is a lot.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be quite a feat, because not everyone's going to win. That is how competition works, right? For someone to win, someone has to lose. And in a battle royale, for one team to win, 15 others have to bite the dust.
15 others will bite the dust. Someone can actually overtake you with their finish points. That's how BGMI works. But, of course, talking about finish points, I feel like there are going to be few teams who've kind of made their mark, especially in round 1. Inferno squad will be one of them. I feel like X-Park, Reckoning, these are the popular names. But what about 4 aggressive men? What an entry it was.
It was an aggressive entry, but it was an even more aggressive exit as well over there. because that was a very awkward fight. Teams just came pouring in towards them. Heroes Gaming showed up out of nowhere. I don't know why. And it wasn't just the entirety of Heroes Gaming. I think 2 players went to those compounds, instantly got wiped out, and Robin was like, why did you guys go there? Because he was like 150 meters or so something away from that entire compound, just looking from the distance. As soon as his teammates left, he just instantly started to move out. So it was an exciting outing of things, but then again, I mean, there's still going to be a lot left to earn from these teams, and it is going to be interesting to see where does the cut-off bring them. But again, it is going to be interesting how the points look, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break right now.
Mega tasker, talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 ouch I'm not doing this 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे तू मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा
अरे मिल गया
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग
Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded,
Think. Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
बस अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए। कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब? पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty alongside with me, and all the matches for today are done and dusted. What remains to be seen, Salty, is how many points have these teams secured?
It's time for report card, Johnny.
Yes.
It's basically like you've given your exams and you're waiting for who is going to be the toppers and, of course, who are going to be the table bottomers, of course. But talking about that, I feel like there are certain suspects. Let's talk about them right now.
Yeah.
Who is the number one suspect? In fact, why do we talk about it? Let's just show it to the audience as well. No more speculations, ladies and gentlemen. The overall standings, of course, from this group is going to be on your screens very, very soon. We just got the call out.
Exactly, and I think when you say suspects, you mean the bad boys of the group, right? And I think in this particular group, WSB, they were the baddest because 80 points in the 6 games that they played. And it is phenomenal because in the opening week, they only had 60. So they were averaging 10 points per match in week 1 and they have upped the ante in week 2.
No, I hate the fact that you added only to 60 in that sentence, to be honest. But as we move on, flip pages, have a look at this. You've got Team GLITCHxREBORN on 35, THM on 27. You've got certain big names in this list as well. Big brothers, I'm not really sure what happened. Number 1 esports, a lot of hope pinned on them. Even they kind of faltered. And now look at this, Bot Army Esports on the 31st position out of 32 teams. Not what I expected out of them.
Yeah, I think when we saw their first 3 matches in round 1 itself, I think Necro and we realized like, alright, something is wrong, and Bot Army Esports, we might not see them move quite deep into this tournament, but we have to accept it, right? Because this is the Pro Series. This is where the best of the best collide against each other. And when Titans collide, not every single Titan will survive. So someone is going to get slain, and it turns out this time it was Bot Army Esports.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, with the experience that they had, it was kind of surprising.
Yeah.
But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen some upsets, but we've also seen some great performances as well. We've seen some amazing performances from these iQOO MVP contenders, especially Trace God with 29 finishes at the very top, 51% finish contribution with 12 matches played. This is insane stuff.
Yeah, this is definitely insane, and it seems like he's just been carrying his team on his back, because he's playing enough for 2 individuals right now. 51% finish contribution is unfathomable. Zeref on the other side, 34%. Clutch God, again, one of the few IGLs who does well for his team. WSB, there's another player there, by the way. Along with Zeref, it was Gods, and a lot of expectations as far as mechanical prowess goes from these 2 individuals. Up until yesterday, there was one player who was in that top 5 list from Carnival Gaming, Goblin, with just 6 matches played from the opening week. But it seems like, yes, and that was bound to happen as more players show up with more matches. He was going to be pushed back. Now I can't wait to see, once he comes back around, does he regain that first position? Does Godlin regain his throne?
Yeah, you guys call him Godlin. I feel like he's the golden boy of BMPS because he was the find of the tournament in the first season. I feel like at 6 games, if he has 20, at 12 games, he should have more than 29. That should be easy, to be honest.
Yeah, it should be easy. But hey, we made predictions at the start of the day, and now it's time to look at whose prediction came through. Oh no. Salty, I think the worst thing has happened.
I have no clue. I went with
Necro won, man. Necro won. Oh my god, no. Anything but this.
Necro and Ocean WSB. This was not expected. Johnny, you went with Team X-Park. Not too shabby.
I didn't go with X-Park. So I've been taking poll from the audience on my social media, and our lovely viewers went for X-Park. It's not my prediction, it's the people's prediction.
You can't really blame them at this point,
I'm
right?
not blaming them, I'm just saying it's their prediction.
You accept their prediction as your own, right? So own up to it. Be a man, Johnny.
I don't accept it as my prediction. I just convey their message on broadcast. Who are the people rooting for? Today it was X-Park.
Alright, fine. You can say that, but not Speedo. Speedo also predicted X-Park as well. So he is not posting any stories whatsoever.
Yeah, that was his decision, not mine, not yours, guys. That was Sparrow's call.
But Maisie went with Gujarat Tigers. Sadly for Gujarat Tigers, they came in close, but not enough. Reckoning Esports as well. But all of these teams are going to move in, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams are the top contenders. Today, none of us took a risk. Everyone went for the top performing teams. And yeah, I think we're going to have to hear a earful after the show is done from Necro as to how correct he is about things.
Yeah, he's going to pretend like he's the god of BGMI.
Yeah, that pose just says, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? He himself had a nickname, right? What was his nickname?
I don't remember what you're talking about. We just call him Necro.
We just call him Necro. Sometimes he calls himself Prediction God. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, today was an absolute blast. It was the day of results, of course. But you have to tune into Crafton India Esports to find out where exactly these teams stand. Of course, there will be certain names who progress towards round 2, but certain big names might also take an exit. All of these things will conclude only when teams from Red Set play and set the target. But for now, it's going to be a good night from our side. We'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time.
tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
बस अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।